This place is huge! Which way should I go? Which way should I go? This place is huge! This place is huge! Find Sonic. He's in jail. Which way should I go? Find Sonic. He's in jail. which way should I go?
Good evening, party people. Welcome back to the Bar with an X, the only bar on the internet that... Please insert whatever statement here accurately represents the bar with an X on the internet as so spelled, XBAR, as canonically spelled out for business purposes, XBARWITHANX.
Quite well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reed. I appreciate that very much. That's what my teleprompter said, because I clearly have a teleprompter. What's going on, everybody? I hope everybody's doing well tonight, because I'm doing pretty well. On Monday, I had a mocktail inspired by Amy the Hedgehog, and tonight I've got a cocktail inspired by Amy the Hedgehog, because mocktails happen on Mondays, and cocktails happen on, you guessed it, Ken's Day, which is how I'm playfully calling Wednesday today, as if it started with a C and also had a silent X in it. To everybody who's popped in here early, I saw Drew out there already, Gabi out there, Silver and Blaze out there as a kind of a duo. I think I said Gabi already, Danny, That Kid, Renzo, Cow King, Skittle. If I missed you out there, feel free to raise your hand so I can specifically call you out for being on time, which is never an obligation, but I greatly appreciate it because this is the part of the show where I get to really nerd out and stuff and kind of, you know, stroke my own ego with the original recipes sometimes, so I greatly appreciate it. In any case, I got a cocktail inspired by Amy the Hedgehog this evening, something that I've been working on for a little while. If you've been around, if you're new to the Bar with an X at all, one of the things that I like to do as the bartender and head mixologist here is to create cocktails and whatnot inspired by our favorite video game characters, concepts, items, places, and whatever else happens to strike our fancy. And I've been a little bit behind on my workshopping process, but I've been trying to make some changes in the background to be able to, first of all, improve the live stream experience. Second of all, take advantage of all the contributions that I've gotten to be able to bring new things here for the Infinity Bottle and also to be able to workshop more drinks, but ultimately to bring more original creations to the forefront. So I want to give a humongous shout out to the Twitch side of this sort of quantum Bar with an X universe that we got here, because we hit a record high hype train on Monday that was twice as much than we had ever reached here before. And I just want to say that I have never felt so humbled, especially after the live was over and it was like 2:30 in the morning. I was like, holy shit, I can't believe that happened. So I am humbled by the amount of support that we get here at the Bar with an X, which, if you didn't know already, is a corner of my Philly apartment that I struggle to work in, especially with the confined space that we have here. So just a little bit of behind the scenes there, just to make sure I throw some appreciation out in your direction. Not to mention, there's also a whole other side of the gambit on the TikTok side, as well as on the YouTube side, and I wouldn't really be here without y'all either. So thanks for that. In celebration, I'm going to do exactly what I normally do and continue to try to put on a good show and make an original drink out there. There we go. In any case, what do I see out there? Oh, a chatbot is telling me to drink some water. We're off to a great start over here. Silver and Blaze out there saying that the day has been pretty good for them. Disney Queen talking about how that's a lot of planes. I must have missed the context on that. Renzo saying it's Pookie. Thank you. Cal saying, do I know the difference between a ladder and a step ladder? Something to do with familial relationships that were at least once removed. Manic saying I was the first one here on the short side. I'm proud of you. And Party Pooper saying I met my worst enemy on a stream. Oh my goodness. And to Danny's request out there about the Discord server, if you're wondering where it is, !Discord, and that'll give you a link right to it to join the community of over 160 people right now. It's freaking crazy. It's wild. Oh, and I see the Upper Diamond just popped in as well. My goodness gracious. All right, let's get this cocktail recipe underway. Like I said, this is a cocktail inspired by Amy the Hedgehog. I pulled a little bit of inspiration for this recipe and the mocktail recipe from the official Sonic the Hedgehog cookbook. There is a recipe in here called the Pico Pico Slammer, and it describes Amy's drink as being a little sour, a little sweet, a little tart, and a lot of pink. And I would say, for all intents and purposes, I think we've accomplished that. But I guess you can be the judge of it. So let's start this off with a shaker, because we're going to be shaking most of the ingredients, not necessarily all of them, but most of them. I also showed you all how to make the garnish that goes onto this on, what was it, on Monday, and I was going to skip that and just do it ahead of time, but as it turned out, I had a wonderful call from one of my family members that lasted 20 minutes before the stream started, so I'm going to show you how to do it again, because I wasn't able to prep it ahead of time, and I don't think you guys care anyways, you know? I see OJ out there on the YouTube side saying something in a language that I can't read, so put it in English, or I guess I can just say hi, and then we just kind of move on for that. I see Die Will Cry, or DY Will Cry out there saying, first time on stream for you. Welcome in, DY. Is it DY? Is it Die? Is it Do Will Cry? If you've got a phonetic pronunciation, that would help greatly. Otherwise, I'm just going to go with DY or D. D will cry. I'll do my best on that. Chino out there with a love for the content. I love that. And that kid being like, welcome to the bar of the next. It's true. It's true. Let's start with what are we, 2 ounces of this? Oh, yeah, okay. We're going to start with 2 ounces of this custom grapefruit infused unaged corn whiskey. It's quite the process to make this, so I'm going to describe to you how to make it. And if you are really, really curious about how to make this in particular, let me know, bother me about it, and I'll just bring it to stream sometimes. I like to showcase this stuff behind the camera, but we got a schedule to keep, so I try to keep forward with that. So, if you notice, it doesn't really look like it's infused with grapefruit, but it really is, and it kind of looks like some mild, almost kind of looks like a white wine in a way. I'll tell you how to make it after I put it in the container. Do 2 ounces of this. That's what we'll start with. So like I said, 2 ounces of grapefruit-infused, unaged corn whiskey. A custom ingredients. It took me a while to make, and I don't have much of it. So I'm very particular of how I'm going to use it. We'll start off with that.
Which way should I go?
Who else do I see out there? J Novice, welcome in, dude. Good to have you back. Danny saying, CameroxnWithAnX, are you in the Discord? Am I in the Discord? Yeah, it's my Discord. That makes sense to me, right? Yeah, I'm in there. DY saying it's pronounced like die will cry. Die will cry. I wanted it to die will cry. There we go. I'm gonna call you will cry if that's cool. Sonic out there saying, I thought you could leave the blue blur out of the bar again. Thought I could keep the blue blur out of the bar? Are you the same Sonic as last time who threatened gun violence? Because if you are, bouncers, you know who to attack next. I see Kush out there asking me a question that I don't quite appreciate, so don't repeat that or I'll take you out too. And then I see Archie Shadow popping in again. It's great. J Novice being like, I'm in there like the swimwear. My goodness. So, a little bit of details on this grapefruit-infused White Dog whiskey. I actually don't have the bottle of whiskey that I used for this, so if you please excuse me for a moment. I want to go grab that. I'm going to share some more details with you. It's in my closet. Excuse me. I got gunk in my mouth. So, this grapefruit-infused, you could call it White Dog whiskey, you could call it unaged corn whiskey. The only reason I call it that is because the bottle says white corn whiskey. If you're familiar with whiskey already, you don't typically see whiskey in this color because whiskey, by and far, is aged in barrels that are made of wood, and wood typically has a brown color, and it imparts that color onto the whiskey, which is typically made from anywhere from some sort of grain, whether it be corn or rye or malted barley or otherwise. This whiskey, which comes out of Stoll and Wolfe Distillery, not sponsored. I just really like the bottle. I picked up during one of the Christmas festivals here in Philadelphia. I tasted this, and it was unlike anything that I had had in particular before. It reminded me a lot of a cachaça, which is sugarcane. It's a sugarcane-based spirit that comes out of, I want to say it's Brazil, but I might be misquoting that. Essentially, this is the stuff that comes out of the still and watered down to 100 proof in this case, 109 proof in particular, before it has a chance to go into any sort of barrels for aging, and it has such an interesting flavor to it that I felt worked really, really well in this particular cocktail implementation. It was really, really cool. So essentially what I did was I took a grapefruit and I peeled it and I took apart all the little pieces and I did what they say in the culinary world, I supremed it. They call it supreming or supreming in the culinary world, where you basically take all of the good parts of the fruit, in this case grapefruit, and remove the white pith from it. You remove the innermost layers, and it should come out kind of looking like a weird, like, gastrointestinally colored worm with tiny little pustules in it. It's actually very tasty, and the advantage of this is it takes out most, if not all of the bitter properties of a grapefruit. If you've ever eaten a grapefruit before, you'll probably know that it's got a little bit of a bitterness to it, including the peel, but a lot of that bitterness winds up coming from the white pith on the inside, which you can actually remove by precise cutting if you are a culinary master, which I am not, or instead, you put it into a bath of cold water and this enzyme called Pectin X Ultra SPL. This is an enzyme that quite literally eats away a substance in most plants and whatnot called pectin. Apples are very high in pectin. It makes for really, really good jams and whatnot. But if you let the grapefruit slices sit in that Pectin X bath, the white part will quite literally just like dissolve and it'll take most of it away. And if there is anything left, you just kind of wind up scraping it off a little bit. And you've got these beautifully pink pustules, or even sometimes little like half crescent moons of grapefruit, which I then put inside of a sous vide bag with this whiskey and let it sit at 150 degrees Fahrenheit for 2 whole hours before I strained it out and added a little bit more Pectin X to this just to clear it up a little bit. And that's how you get this. Oddly enough, not very pink, despite the fact that it came from a pink grapefruit. And the reason why I don't have it all set up here is because it takes 2 to 3 days to make this. And again, if you really want to see it, I can set this up over the course of the week. But for now, I'm I'm gonna move on with the cocktail because I am getting thirsty out here. My goodness, that's how we make that. This bottle, I believe, is eligible for the infinity bottle. I think, just in case, I'm gonna keep it back here. In case anybody's got some really weird ideas out there. I am so parched, y'all. Let me take a quick drink of water. Oh, there we go, there we go. Eli out there saying, Cam, I still think you should eat crickets next time there's a hype train. Suggestion acknowledged.
Which way should
Let's see. Kush out there. Kush, what is up with you, dude? Renzo saying, I've been thinking of a name for my DM's Devil May Cry 2 Dante cocktail, and I think Stygian Ride. Interesting. Levy out there with the alert, greatly appreciated. Will Cry being like, the only time I've ever had a grapefruit, I had to go to the hospital, so I may have to substitute for something else. That's another very interesting thing to point out. Grapefruit, some people are allergic to it, but the other thing to know with grapefruit, and this is something you kind of got to be careful with, especially if you're working with grapefruit in cocktails, it can actually counteract or cause problems with certain pieces of medication. So if you are on specific medication, and in addition to the number of other things that you should probably make your bartender and culinary masters around you aware of, just be careful. Just if it's got grapefruit in it, please be careful, because grapefruit can first of all, have weird effects with people's bodies and can make the medication do very, very weird things. Indeed, indeed. I see that kid out there on the Twitch side saying, what does Derek that body mean? Try it, find out, see what happens. Cow King out there saying, have you thought about the clam juice? Oh, I did. Oh, I did. And I kind of want it. Disney Queen with the lunges for work that body. I warned you all during the cocktail segment, I am gonna eventually turn that off. But for the time being, yeah, you can make me work my body in the middle of my cocktail segment when I'm trying to nerd out. Thanks, dearest. Really appreciate you. Kid being like, I need 100 more points. Don't worry about it. My wife has got you. Apparently. I see Danny up above being like, play you Sonic 2 game? Is that a question? The answer is yes. If that's a request, then wait a hot second. All right.
This place is huge.
So I gave you all the details of how to make grapefruit infused unaged corn whiskey. Freaking finally. All right. Next we'll add an ounce of rose petal syrup. Told you how to make this already. More? Seriously, more work that body? Anna, come on, dude. Don't make me take this away from you. Actually, I can take this away. I just realized I can take this away from you. Don't make me take this away from you. I have the power to take this away from you. Don't make me do this. If you do it again, I'm turning it off for the entire rest of the stream. That is not a threat. It is a promise. Oh, there's Big Skittle with the hand flicks. Yeah, you heard me. All right. It's done. I'm turning it off. All right, it's off. Here's my hand flicks. I can't believe you did this. I warned you! I totally warned you! There is an important detail here that I will not disclose. But if you figure out that detail, congrats to you. Don't think I can stop you. Oh my gosh. An ounce of rose petal syrup. You can make this by taking simple syrup and steeping some rose petals in it until the rose petals have more or less lost their color. It's an ounce of this? Yeah. An ounce of rose petal syrup. Do that. And I also realized that I gotta make the garnish too. I forgot to do that. So I'm gonna do that real quick. Before I shake this, I'm gonna make the garnish real quick before we move on. I'll also take this and I'll put it away. By the way, I don't often put all the special ingredients that I've got back here, especially the stuff that isn't exactly shelf stable. But if you got ideas of what to use this rose petal syrup for, I've got quite a bit of it left, as well as this acid-adjusted grapefruit juice, which I'll explain more in a minute. I also have a couple of grapefruits here. So if you got ideas for what to use that for later when I'm taking cocktail requests, by all means, let me know. Oh, I forgot. I also have something else in my... I got something else in my refrigerator if somebody asks me about it. Oh my gosh. Disney Queen's like, how do I fix this as a mod? I'm just going to say that you can't. And if you figure out a means to get around that, then I'll let you have that one for free. Eli's like, give them their redeem back before we revolt. Joke? You think you have the power here? You kind of do, actually. Some of this actually helps me keep the lights on. What else do we need in here next? Next, we'll do a half an ounce of acid-adjusted grapefruit juice. This is quite simply 2 grams of citric acid added to every 100 milliliters of grapefruit juice. Kind of gives it a similar level of acidity to a lemon. I actually missed, when I said the other day, what is that? Oh, you guys figured it out. Who was that? Gabi? Yeah, you figured it out. Dang it. I gotta do my scary freak.
Find Sonic.
Yeah, you figured it out.
He's in jail.
Damn it! Okay, we're here. So let me tell you more about this grapefruit juice. Did I tell you that? Did I tell you about? Oh, I misquoted the other day that by adding 2 grams of citric acid to every 100 milliliters of grapefruit juice, you bring that acidity up to the level of a lemon. I misread that in the Tropical Standard book, and it actually says that you need 4 grams for the acidity of a lemon. 2 grams is for the acidity of juice if the juice that you're using isn't like tart enough. So I added 2 grams to this. So it doesn't mean that it's not acid-adjusted grapefruit juice. It's just not quite as acid-adjusted as I was claiming it to be, and I figured that I'd get that annoying detail out of the way. So half an ounce of acid-adjusted grapefruit juice.
Which way should I go?
This is just a more sour grapefruit juice than you may be used to, because I put citric acid in it. Good stuff. All right, I see out there. Sonic's got the Wi-Fi fixed. Disney Queen supporting the revolts. Danny calling me a good bartender, thank you. Eli talking about the revolution. Gabi sitting there, feeling proud of themselves, which they should be. Shadow out there saying sleepy, and Skittles also saying about the riot. And Disney Queen, you say you found the talk. Dearest, please. Dearest, you realize I have conversations with you about the disruption of the activities? Why are you doing this? I can't stop you. Not that I want to. She's beautiful. Why would I stop her? I have to rearrange my refrigerator, y'all. Hold on a second. Oh, no, don't fall. Please don't fall. Oh my goodness gracious, don't do that. Wow, okay. That is okay for now. Wow. Shadow's like, Cam, I'm still on the other side of the bar. Cool, you'll sit there for a little while. I'm giving a presentation. What else do we need in here next? Pinch of beetroot powder. Yeah, that's the other part here. For a little extra color, you can add a pinch of beetroot powder. If you add too much, it'll get all clumpy. You've been forewarned. Take a little pinch of that, put that in there. I'm gonna put a bigger pinch than I did yesterday, or on Monday. I'm just sticking my fingers in the bag because I'm a heathen. If I can get it. Am I doing this very well? Gotta get my... Actually, this should probably be sifted. You can sift it for better results. There we go, that worked. And to break this up, I need a mortar and pestle. Asta, welcome in, good to have you. Who's beating up the roots? Me! I take full responsibility for what happens here at the Bar of the Next. It's my bar, and I'll do it. Okie dokie. Alright, we got our grapefruit infused unaged corn whiskey. We have our rose petal syrup. We have our acid-adjusted grapefruit juice, and we also have some beetroot powder in there. So now we'll add ice to this. Add ice to this and give this a shake, which is what I would do if I did the garnish ahead of time, but I didn't. So I'm gonna prep the garnish real quick. I showed you all how to do that on Monday. If you're wondering how it works, bother me to make a video on it, or go watch the VOD. But I'll walk you through it nonetheless. Take a grapefruit, peel it from the top. It just kind of makes it a little bit easier. Go all the way around the sides. So you have something that kind of looks like this. I'm gonna put this back. Roll this, starting from one side. Roll it in on itself. All the way. Get a nice spiral going. If you cut from the top, it makes it look just a little bit better. But you don't need to be too exact with it. Just giving this a little roll now. Grapefruits also have a bunch of oils in the peels, so it's a little slippery. Once it looks something like this, skewer it. Put a toothpick in it. Make it stay. Relatively easy to do. If it starts coming apart, that's what the toothpick's for. Can I kind of get that together? Skewer. There we go. I got a little rose. Easy. I'll put that off to the side, and we'll continue. Work that body, standing push-up. Oh, Disney Queen, you turned it off. Why did you do that? Why are you doing that? Welcome in, slightly less Korean Jesus. First time catching the stream, nice to be here. Good to have you, slightly less Korean Jesus. By the powers that be, my mixology is being diverted. I also have to consume water at the same time. Luckily, I'm multi-talented. He says spilling water all over his outfit. Don't forget to correspondingly get the other side as you grab a towel and clean up your mess. Apparently. Oh my gosh. Disney Queen says, I did it because I love you. The Wombo combos. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, I'm definitely removing that feature. You guys have absolutely ruined it. She's coming up the stairs right now. I hear her coming up the stairs. You got me a towel? Great. Can I have the towel? I'm gonna open my eyes and see what this towel is. But first, chat, you're gonna see it first. Oh, I like that color scheme.
It's the one we accessed.
I stole this from a hotel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I stole this from a hotel. Oh, it's my feet towel. Oh, I see.
Your replacement feet
I
towel.
see. Because I wet my bar and my wife is cleaning up after me yet again. Claps for Disney Queen.
Also, your Minnie Mouse towel is still in the corner.
That's beautiful. Oh, you're right. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Wow.
That's your spare towel.
Dang. Archie Shadow out there saying, Cam, did you know that the people thought you are the human version of you? I am not Shadow the Hedgehog. I am not the ultimate life form. I am far below that echelon of, first of all, attitude. Second of all, everything else.
You mean
Gosh.
I'm married below me?
Explore the fun in real life live streaming says, hashtag IRL Explore. I am in real life. This is very true. Feel free to explore my bar with me together. Will Cry out there being like, stealing from hotels is always morally right.
Which way
I
should
did
I
by accident, and then just didn't return it after.
Solid water in solid metal with liquid ingredients. Don't spill all your ice, Cameron. Get it! I really overfilled my ice, by the way, y'all, so it's a little cumbersome for me right now. There we go. Archie Shadow's like, I see you as the real-life Mephiles. Bro, I get the reference. Why are you dissing me?
This is Mephiles?
Mephiles is like the evil part of Solaris or whatever. He's like hatred incarnate. Who's Solaris? I'm not going into details with you. This is the wrong game. The wrong game. Let me clean this thing off. Put this in a container. There we go. Shake it! Try. Or at least try to. Randall, welcome in, dude. Getting my workout for my arms, got my workout for my legs, and I'll get the workout for whatever the fuck happens next.
Core!
Core? Do we have any core exercises?
Rotation.
I'm not doing that. They gotta earn it. I'm not doing exercises unless they make me.
Crunches. But I only have one left.
Do you think this is how Sonic the Hedgehog feels as Amy is pursuing him nonstop? I don't think he's interested, girl.
But I love you! I'm like,
Oh my god. What did I miss? What do I gotta do next? I need the oh, I forgot to temper the ice! Oh.
Which way should I go?
This is a spear of ice. It is not tempered because it has been sitting in the freezer, so unless I want this ice to break, I'm gonna let it sit there for a hot second.
Hello.
Although, probably
Go
not.
back to-
It's
How are you?
Noctis
And go
popping
back
in on
to-
the Twitch side. Thank
Quite
you.
well.
Welcome in. Welcome
Thank
in.
you very much.
Annie says hi. That kid says you're welcome. That sounds scary. I don't like the idea. I don't like the idea of whatever you're saying you're welcome for. Unless you did it again. Cow King says, do I want a snickerdoodle? Yeah. Yeah, I really want a snickerdoodle right now. I really, really want a snickerdoodle. I could really go for one of those, dude. You have no idea. Anyways, let's move on. So, it's not technically important to let this ice spear temper. It just won't necessarily crack as easily if it's kind of come up to room temperature. There's also a bunch of surface ice on this, and also some surface water that will wind up coming up to temperature and correspondingly melting. If you want to have full control over the dilution of your cocktail, use tempered ice. Otherwise, all that surface ice that's gonna melt really easily anyway as it comes up to temperature is gonna wind up getting into your drink, and there's no real good way of measuring that. Also, if you needed to correct your ice for any reason, like cutting it or splitting it into smaller pieces, it's easier to do when it's tempered. But I'm just gonna do it right here because I want to. I see Ixnoxus out there saying, I'm a mixologist from Scotland. Wanted to pop in and say hi, how much I love your video. Oh, thank you, Noctis. Appreciate the love from Scotland. I thought I learned a Scottish cheers word the other day, but apparently I had it mixed up with, I believe it was Ireland. The word is sláinte, and I think that comes from Ireland, not Scotland. So I'll throw a question back in your direction, if I may, as I do shoulder squeezes, exercises that my chat is trying to make me do. What do you say in Scotland as cheers? Is there like a local term for that? Because we had somebody here from Finland actually on Monday, and I learned kipis is the word that they say over there, and I'm kind of working on it. Disney Queen says we need to do double shoulder squeeze. Double? Do we? Do I actually? Ow. Interesting. Noctis saying Sláinte, Scottish Gaelic. Oh really? Did I misquote that? Huh. Here's a question for you, Noctis. Did y'all make whiskey first, or did the other guys do it? That's my question. Will Cry being like, can't melt if it's water, technically, but it sure as hell can sublimate. All right, I am double squeezing. I'm just squeezing for longer. I have a cocktail that is, I have an ice that's tempering, and I have a cocktail that is correspondingly getting wetter by the minute. That's okay. With the power of editing, I'll make it seem as if I made this correctly the first time. Great.
Which way should I go?
Anyway, I'm done with that. The other thing that I need to do is take the knife, and I need to trim the bottom of this because the glassware that I'm using is kind of angled. So I just gotta do a little bit of this. Making shaved ice. This is just so I make sure that it sits in the glass properly. There we go. I also made a total mess over here, so let me clean that up. Oh well. Renzo out there saying, I love the Gaelic language. It's true. Did you know in the Gaelic, my name Cameron means crooked nose? It's true. Look it up. It's true. I actually met another Cameron on an elevator one time, and I was like, I'm Cameron. And he's like, I'm Cameron too. And I was like, crooked nose, mate. And goes, crooked nose, mate. And then we fist bumped.
Which way should I go?
And that was the end of college. And then college just sporadically ended. I don't know how. Noctis out there saying we actually made it at the same time together. Funny enough, time has just adjusted the techniques. There we go. Yeah. I can see that. I do a whiskey class with Uncommon Goods, and I like to query the class of who do you think did it first. And at least according to written record, it appears that it was the Irish. But according to verbal record, who's to say? And that's just based off of documents that you were able to grab, but some documents from that area just don't even exist anymore. I just like to think of it as you both did it around the same period. Let's just be happy with it. But that's just my opinion. All right, I got a glass. I got a garnish. I got an ice. I got a cocktail. Let's do this thing. Grab a chilled glass and place a tempered ice spear inside of it. See how that fits a lot better than Monday? Brains. Strain this next to. Slap it. Think of the editing camera. Slap it. Because I realized on Monday I was like, strain this over top, and technically that's not accurate. We're not trying to strain this over top, we're trying to strain it on the side.
Sonic. He's in jail.
Strain this into the glass. Oh, actually, where's the cocktail angle? Hello there. Gosh, I'm all out of whack, y'all. That exercise is going in my head. I still have more. No, I don't. I did it already. I did it double the amount of time. I did that already. I love how Anna is standing right next to me. She's like, I'm trying to hold you accountable.
I didn't see it.
Thank you, dear.
Sonic. He's in jail.
Strain this into the glass. And then top with soda water. Cat cows. There's a lot of liquid in there. What did I do wrong? I let it sit. I let it sit for a really long time. Did I mismeasure something?
Sonic. He's in jail.
I think I mismeasured something. I might have made a mistake along the way. This is why I'm turning off Work That Body in the beginning. All right, I apparently made a mistake with my measuring because there's no space for soda water. So I'm gonna fix this by first of all doing the exercises I'm supposed to be doing, which for the people on the vertical side can't even see anything. For the edit. Top that with soda water. Did he really do that? Absolutely he did. Water. You know what? I'm taking a sip of my seltzer water. Thanks.
which way should I go?
Ah, there we go. Sorry. To everybody who was chatting during that hullabaloo, I completely missed your comment. I'm sure they'll come back around. Garnish that with a little grapefruit rose. And that's it. That's all we got. That's all I got. Renzo out there saying, how's it taste not diluted? Oh, let's give it a try. It is, so actually, technically it is diluted. When you shake it, you're adding dilution. It's pretty good. It's just not fizzy. It's a little bit forward on flavor. It's a little bit too sweet when it doesn't have the soda water in it. But you taste the whiskey, taste the grapefruit, taste a bit of that rose too. It's just kind of forward on flavor, and honestly, it's a little warm, honestly.
Which way
It's gotta sit around for a little bit. So, my mistake there. I've got some extra of it, so I'll be coming back for that. I'll just put that into a different glass. Put that over here for now. Put that out there, Cow King. Thank you so much. Thank you so much out there. Did I do all my things? I think I did all the things out there. If anybody was talking about Ireland versus Scotland, both sides win. We're all human. That's what I'm going with. Here we go.
find Sonic?
This is Amy the Hedgehog, the Highball cocktail, inspired by that pink hedgehog who won't leave Sonic alone. Yes, yes. There's such an interesting flavor that you get that's tangy and whiskey forward, but it tastes more vegetal more than anything else because I use unaged whiskey for this one. That's super interesting. It is grapefruity, it is mildly tart, it's effervescent and fizzy, and there's like an underlying flavor of rose that just plays around with those more vegetal notes from the unaged whiskey. Worth it, dude. If this is what's in store for chasing after Sonic all these years, I'd keep going, personally.
This place is huge.
Yeah, it's tasty. Finally got my thing. Cow King being like, drunken Amy. Danny being like, I joined the Discord now? Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Sonic saying, I'm currently running away from Amy. Help. Nope, you're on your own for this one, bud. That's on you. Okie doke. That's the cocktail that I got for y'all this evening. Apparently, it took us a little while to get here. But that's all right. Sometimes that's just what happens when you open up your bar to the internet. Things just kind of happen. Yeah, ultimately, so depending on what you do with this, it is forward on those flavors of unaged whiskey, which to me comes up as almost, it's very vegetal in a way. It's got such a weird sweetness to it that is unlike any other whiskeys that I typically have. The aging process will tend to kind of smooth out flavors a little bit no matter what spirit that you're working with. Something like a Blanco tequila, if anything, is a little bit similar to how like this particular white whiskey tastes on its own. It's vegetal, but it's a sweeter kind of vegetal note as opposed to, let's say, a Blanco tequila, because this whiskey was made from corn, 100% actually. And corn tends to have a sweeter flavor profile that passes on to the corresponding distillate, as opposed to something like rye, which tends to be quoted as spicy, malted barley, which tends to be a little bit peated or smoky or varnishy, depending on what kind of stuff you got going on your palate down there. When I was workshopping this, I was actually between using an infused vodka and using an infused White Dog whiskey. I wanted to go with something that was unaged as opposed to something that is aged because Amy's a younger character of the universe. And when I was comparing between the vodka and the unaged whiskey was just so much more full on flavor, and the vodka was admittedly kind of boring. But if you wanted to, you could technically sub out the grapefruit infused whiskey with something like, if a grapefruit whiskey exists, you could probably use that, though I doubt it would be the same sweetness level as which I have, because I didn't add any added sugar to that modified spirit whatsoever. If you went with something like a Deep Eddies, like grapefruit vodka, to me it's just kind of too sweet and knocks the whole thing out of balance. But you do with what you got. And that's what I'm going with. I see Noctis out there saying, heading off to bed now because you got work in the morning. Great chatting with you. Thanks so much for popping in, Noctis. Will Cry out there saying, what grapefruit substitutes would you recommend for those of us that don't want to go to the hospital? I would say, I'm not going to tell you to sub it out with anything grapefruity at all because I'm not a doctor and I don't exactly know what is or is not going to result with you have a corresponding thing with your system. I haven't done as much research into it as I might want to, but I'll throw a resource in your direction. It's Kevin Kaz, Cocktail Time with Kevin Kaz. He did a whole video about grapefruit and cocktails, the do's and the don'ts, and the corresponding things around it. I do not have the authority, nor do I have enough knowledge to point you in the right direction. My gut says, though, use artificial grapefruit flavor that isn't super sweet and doesn't have added sweeteners to it, and add that to this. This is a lot more on those more sort of tart notes of a grapefruit grapefruit and a little bit of the oily aspects of grapefruit as well. So if you put like a grapefruit essential oil in this and add some non-fermentable sugars, maybe even something a little artificial, you might get within the range of what I have here, but you'll definitely need a little bit of acid to adjust for it. And in particular, I would say this citric acid, which has its own set of problems, might bring you closer in that direction. But yeah, Cocktail Time by Kevin Cos has a really great video on grapefruit in cocktails, the do's, the don'ts, and things around it. And he'd probably be better to answer that question. Better. I guess you'd find a nutritionist for that. I just don't know off the top of my head, and I don't want to steer you in the wrong direction. So that's a solid question, though. Who else do I see out there? Silver and Blaze talking to themselves. It's beautiful. Renzo saying I need to make 29 Devil May Cry cocktails. Actually 31. Is there some significance to that number?
Which way should I go?
Very interesting. All right, well, Tails is in the background. I'm going to take a bigger sip of my drink. And then I'm going to top it with what I had remaining over here. I wish I could describe to you all exactly how that flavor of White Dog whiskey is, but honestly, it's very corny. Like if corn, the sweetness of corn could match with like the vegetal nature of like the stalk of the corn, which you typically shuck off, it's kind of like that. It's almost as if tequila could taste like corn, but like sweet corn, kind of the juice of a corn, not really something like buttered corn on the cob. It's kind of like that, but it's in a whole nother echelon. That's really interesting.
Gotta find some.
Yeah, this is what I get for talking for so long. You guys did this to me. You made me work my body at my bar, and it watered down my drink. Nah, just kidding. I have to take full responsibility for everything that happens on the stream. With the chaos of that over. Randall out there saying, was looking through obscure drinks today for ideas and seen one that you plan to order the next time you go out. Would like your opinion, apple cider margarita. You mean like apple cider like sweetened apple, alcoholic or otherwise? You mean like apple cider vinegar margarita? Because we were actually talking a little bit, excuse me, in the Discord the other day about vinegar-based drinks, which tend to run very potently. If you've never had vinegar before on a salad or otherwise, you kind of know what I'm... It's potent. It's potent, for lack of a better term. But if it does use apple cider vinegar, it's going to be very sour. So I would hope the margarita has a little bit less on the lime juice and a little bit more sugar just to balance that out. If it's not apple cider vinegar, then that doesn't actually sound that bad at all. Apple in a margarita? Oh yeah, dude, sign me up. Sign me up. Renzo out there saying, no significance of the number 31 for the Devil May Cry drinks, but there are power-up forms known as the Devil Trigger that you're trying to attach to. That's kind of cool. Wow. Hey. Will Cry being out there like, how dare we keep you healthy? Oh no, you guys can keep me healthy by doing the water thing. Drinking water is really good. Alrighty then. So, as we'll typically do here, I have my drink. I talked about it too. We're gonna move on to the game next until the infinity bottle becomes available sometime within the next 1 to 2 hours or so. So before we get into a game, I'm gonna do a little cheers off there to whatever we may be thinking about or otherwise right now. So if anybody's got anything worth cheering for, I'd love to raise a cheers in your direction if you've got any ideas. While I drink more water, guess who likes water? Me. It's me. I do. Who made me drink water? Only I will know. Only I will know. Some of those commands are silent and some of them are not. Some of them will specifically call out who did it to me. The work that body command will call you out specifically so I can make fun of you for making me work out. The water one, that's a little bit more lurker friendly. Randall out there saying, just apple cider, not vinegar. Yeah, that sounds tasty, actually. Apple cider. If anything, what I would be worried about, and dude, Dave Arnold's Liquid Intelligence has an entire chapter on the book that goes into the details of using apples in cocktails. Apples tend to have a lot of water in them, so unless they're using like an apple juice concentrate, I imagine the drink is going to be a little bit watered down, or it's not going to be as forward on those apple flavors. But it depends on the mixologist, you know? Jay being like, great book. Oh, excellent book. Brad out there saying, first nice night out here, so cats get to be on the patio. Oh, dude, warm weather? I love the sound of that. It was actually very warm here in Philadelphia recently, so I was able to get some nice sunlight. What do I see out there? Archie's Shadow out there saying, something. Here's the thing, a cam cocktail. You have a cam cocktail. Had it since 2010. What does that mean? There's a Cameron's Kick cocktail. That's an official cocktail. I've never actually had it before, but I think it's got, I want to say it has scotch in it or something like that. Renzo out there saying, have you seen the Oblivion remake? I did. I know of it. Did I see anything regarding anything more than it exists now? Nah, haven't done my research. I had my job today. Cow out there saying, kiwi and mango drink with mint muddled. Sounds nice. Does anybody have anything to cheers to? Because if not, I'll just cheers to a damn good book. I like that. I imagine Jay was talking about Liquid Intelligence, but we could cheers to a really good book. I'm fine with it. Skittle out there saying you're playing it right now. The Oblivion game? Wait, the Oblivion, did it come out already? Oh, interesting. I have no idea. Shadow out there saying, I made a cocktail of everyone like members of your channel. Oh, you made a cocktail. Oh, dude, I'd love to try it, dude. That's very, very cool. Cheers to Sonic. But cheers to a damn good book. That's what we're going for. I'm gonna raise a cheers to the authors out there. Whether you're writing lexicons of information, whether you're writing the next big fictional fantasy novel that's going to take the world by storm, whether that the storm is the name of the character or them actually fighting a storm. If you made a fantasy role-playing book, choose your own adventure fantasy role-playing book where the entire storyline is how to fight the weather and you are the government, that would be crazy. To the authors, fiction, non-fiction, or otherwise, cheers to you. I only write a blog. That's as much writing I ever want to do in my life. Post my college years. Yeah, that tastes much more in balance now. Now that I've got all the ingredients there properly, I don't know what I did with the measure. I think it just diluted too much. Because that's only 3.5. That was only 3.5 ounces of yeah, I let it sit in the glass too long. That was on me. All right, let's play a video game. Let's do it. It's Tails time. The music the entire time has just absolutely been great, dude. Jay out there being like, cheers, I'm about to make a whiskey sour. Cheers back in your direction. Tropical Raven popping in saying, BDO game. Cheers to that as well. Cheers to your arrival, Tropical. Who else out there? Wilcre out there saying here in Virginia, it's starting to get nice and warm. Oh, cheers to good weather too, by the way. That was a pretty prominent topic that we were literally just referring to. I didn't realize that the Oblivion game came out yesterday. That's news to me. All right, let's restart this. Go back from the beginning. We're doing Tales of stories today. I figured it'd be appropriate to start here in Prison Lane because I think after this part in the story, you wind up seeing Amy Rose. I think that's how that works. Probably. Archie Shadow out there being like, when am I going to play Shadow the Hedgehog? I don't know. When the internet pressures me enough to do it, and I feel like it. Hello there. Whoop, don't do it. Don't do it. There we go. There we go. Gabi out there saying, I'll just stick with the Skyblivion mod. Oh, that's fair, because that mod has been around for a little while. I only played a little bit of Oblivion on, I want to say it was the Xbox or something like that? And I haven't played it since then. I couldn't figure out the level up system because it was confusing because you had to go to bed, and I played that game for a solid, I think, 10 hours, and was like, I don't know how to level up. So I just never did. And it didn't last very long. I played Skyrim for a heck of a lot longer. Okay, missed you. Tropical out there saying, the video game was announced on the same day as the Pope thing. Oh, dude. That bodes well. Or it doesn't. It could be good. Could be. That either means that Oblivion is going to be a really bad game and it's going to absolutely flop, or it means it's going to be killer. Pun intended. Because... Anyways, I won't expand upon that further. Willow, welcome back. Hope your day's going well. Yeah, so far. Actually made a lot of progress on my work priorities today. Like my day job priorities. I missed them all. Great. I'm doing pretty good. Pretty good so far. Shadow out there being like, let me call up every single Shadow on YouTube. Do you know all of them? Because if you do, that is an impressive amount of networking. Supposedly, at least according to Dunbar's number, you can only have, like, legitimate social relationships with a maximum of, like, an effective maximum of, like, 150 people. There's science around, like, social community size and stuff like that. So if there's any more than 150 Shadows out there, you truly are perhaps the ultimate life form. And that actually makes sense. But, like, in a social sense. The ultimate socialite. Life form. Or something. Got you. Oh, don't hurt me. Hi, everybody. Hi there. Got you. Tropical, like, killer for sure. No, dude. Tropical out there saying, okay, I go till I go home. I got another HR till I'm home likely. I go till I go home. I got another hour till I'm home likely. There you go. Tropical, you been drinking? Me too, dude. Me too. I also realized I gotta use... This straw isn't working for me. I need a bendy straw. Because otherwise... I can't put my mouth over... You know, I'm going to give Amy a blue bendy straw because it just feels right. I feel like she would appreciate that. Tropical, like, not yet, man. I will be in an hour. There we go. Closer to my face there, honey. Closer to my face. Thank you. Thank you very much. There we go. Atta girl, he says incredibly creepily about his drink. Hi, buddy. That a Tails? That a Kitsune? Will Cry out there being like, not me and friends with everyone ever. The ultimate socialite. In a way. I would consider myself to relatively be a socialite, but I realize in my elder years that I am a heck of a lot more introverted than I may let on. I like being alone. I'm comfortable in my space. All right, buddy. Buddy, can we please? What? Buddy, please. I know we can make this work, dude. You and me forever. You and all the other 150 gun robots specifically that instead of having meaningful relationships with, I will just destroy. What are you doing? Let me. Oh, do I have to be closer? Oh. You'd think that it's my first time playing this game. And that's wrong. That's an incorrect statement. All right, how do we do? I think that sucked. I think that really sucked. I'm gonna guess C rank for Crank.
That was easy.
Crank indeed. I'll take that. Gabi being like, I hate the mech cameras. Hey, you know, hate is a strong word. But it can be valid in certain contexts. Just make sure that when you say you hate something, just really mean it. Or like, don't worry about it. And don't succumb to the nuance of the connotation of the words that you use. And just enjoy life. Hate whatever you want to. Love whatever you want to. Love the things that bring you joy. Hate the things that bring you joy. Or otherwise. Come here, you. I'll get the double pointers. There we go. Cow King saying, don't forget that the first YouTube video ever uploaded is 20 years old. Really? It's been 20 years? That means YouTube's coming up on its 21st birthday, huh? Should we celebrate? When's YouTube's birthday? Does anybody know that? I'm gonna mark it on my calendar and we're gonna celebrate next year. Yeah, it was such a good idea. I actually saw, what was it? Somebody in the comments section today was like, I want you to put white Monster Energy in there. I was like, nope, it's gotta have alcohol. And then we're like, I want you to put Unleashed Monster Energy in there. I was like, nope, it's gotta be 15% alcohol. And then they were like, pretty please. And I didn't respond. Not yet, at least. But apparently they Monster Energy released their alcoholic versions for their 21-year anniversary because they turned 21. I was like, I love that. That was impressive. I didn't even realize Monster's been around for 21 years. I thought it was pretty cool. Annie out there being like, YouTube can finally have a drink. Oh, it's true. I've already made a non-alcoholic drink for technically Twitch and YouTube. It's called Start Streaming, and I submitted it to a non-alcoholic cocktail competition. Not even non-honorable mention. It's okay, it really wasn't that good anyway. Just very low on flavor, not very creative. I can critique my own drinks. Brad out there being like, here's to YouTube! To YouTube! May I suck on this hedgehog for eternity. Anyways. I mean the drink, by the way. I mean the drink. I'm talking about the drink. It's called Amy the Highball the Hedgehog. Amy the Hedgehog. Anyways. JB, like, Monster's so gross. I'm not a big fan of energy drinks in general. I've had Monster before. Actually, the most recent time that I had Monster was to try the Gonster. The combination of Guinness and Monster together. It's not that bad. I think it tastes better because you're just adding a bunch of sugar to the Guinness. Which, in and of itself, isn't a bad combination. But, like, it's not that good. But it apparently depends on what monster you mix with which Guinness, because there's multiple versions of both of them. That kid out there saying there's a book that you've been reading called Snow Falling on Cedars. That sounds beautiful. What's that book about? Is it like a coming-of-age story? Because it feels like it should be. Something about the idea of snow falling on trees in my local neighborhood or childhood home. Just reminds me of either the good old days or just the days that are before us, which don't necessarily have to be good or were in any good form of the sword. My childhood was pretty good, all things considered.
I did it!
Significantly less alcohol, which I would say is a good thing. A very good thing. Some nerd in the YouTube chat being like, man, I'm glad you streamed these verticals. I was doom scrolling and the vertical stream got me out of it. I prefer watching horizontal though. It was interesting, actually. Oh, I'm happy to do so because it brings more people to the community like yourself. Oddly enough, y'all, if you didn't know it, I am a part of the... I don't remember what they call it. It is the YouTube Creator Network? YouTube Creator Network, I think. I was invited into it, I think sometime last month, and was accepted into it there shortly thereafter. That was actually on a call today with the developers behind the vertical immersive live stream and was able to give feedback on the live stream experience thus far. It was really cool. And for those of you wondering, yes, I absolutely asked about synchronized ads so I can monetize YouTube. And by that, I mean so that when ads happen on Twitch, they can happen on YouTube at the same time so nobody gets unfair treatment. They said features coming soon, apparently. Apparently there's this feature that they're trying to roll out called taking a break. I think we could all use a little bit more of. Probably. And apparently creators can make money off of it. Who knew? Ozzy being like, no, it was good. It was a good era without the ads. Oddly enough, they confirmed that ads will not happen in the... Tails, can you cut it, dude? Oddly enough, ads don't happen on the vertical live feed. They do happen if you are... They do happen if you're watching a vertical live, but you're watching on desktop. But if you're like scrolling, if you're doom scrolling and you continue to watch this live stream during your doom scroll, you will not receive any ads and likely won't for a while. I think it's interesting. Very interesting. Cow King saying YouTube's first video birthday is today, apparently. Dude! Alexa, remind me in a year to add YouTube's birthday to my calendar today.
When should I remind you?
Tomorrow. Noon. Thank you. That's gonna happen during my recording session. Cool. Yay! Right out there being like, speaking of, 5 minutes and 40 seconds till ads. Haha, you're right, you're right. On Twitch, at least. Bezos gets his cut. That kid out there sharing that the book Snow Falling on Cedar, if I remembered it correctly, is a book about a fictional island and there was a murder or death, and the book is giving background on the island and everyone who was involved. So is it kind of like a murder mystery? Wow, that is not at all what I clocked that book to be. That is awesome sounding. I'm not much one of a reader unless it's a lexicon about cocktails and mixology and nerdy stuff, but it sounds enjoyable. Ozzy being like, by the way, but what's up, Cam? How's your day? My day? Pretty good. I made very little progress on my work obligations, but the work obligations were done nonetheless, and that's something I should feel happy about. I put in my 8 hours today, regardless of everything else, and that's a good thing. I can still put food on my plate and like care for my family, which is mostly just me and Anne, but I care about her too. Perfect. There we go. Some nerd saying too, trying to remember from the announcement, something bottle opens in like half an hour or something like that. Yeah, just gotta stick around for it. B
Good.
stands for bussy.
Stage select.
Possibly. I have no way to confirm that. And I am not an authority on such parts of the body. But I do have one. Don't ask me why I brought it up in conversation. That's just the kind of awkward I am. Renzo out there saying, Cam, you and your friend got high today and the pen just disappeared. We can't find it. We checked the bags and tore apart the room. So your pen is missing? Might I remind you that pen is missing is spelled P-E-N-I-S, missing. You're welcome, wink. That kid's out there saying in the book, they charged a man with murder, but you haven't gotten far enough to see how it ends. You're on chapter 18 out of 32. And they've already, did they convict the man, or they just like, they just kind of pulled him aside and you're just like, you're arrested? So they're two completely different things. And I imagine it has great leverage on whatever the point of the story is. Will Cry out there saying, I'm currently writing your own book, and it's kind of like a murder mystery combined with a supernatural story. Dude! Coincidence? No, of course not. Murder mysteries are awesome. Everybody should be writing them. And if you write a murder mystery if you write a murder mystery book, you should send it to me for free, and I will read it on stream in one fell swoop. And then nobody will ever watch the video, because I can't guarantee that they will. And they'll be like, wait, you read Ice Planet Barbarians? Or whatever the murder mystery happens to be. And I'll be like, yeah, we don't talk about it. I'm also not much one of a reader, so I can't make much guarantees anyway. Also, I don't encourage anybody to send me product for free. I'm not that kind of influencer yet. I talk drinks for a living. But I could make a drink for the book. I am kind of an inspired drinks maker, so that is kind of up my alley. But if I spill drink on the book, it's not my fault. That's just what happens with liquids. You've been warned. Brad being like, Cam promising to read things on stream is not a contractual obligation. Yes. And Bradley is legally required to inform you. In a non-legal way, because none of us are lawyers and there are no contracts. Beautiful. That kid out there saying, they've done the arrest and some of the trial, but not fully convicted yet. Ah, so we're still on the, arbitration's the wrong word for it. I took one legal class. I'm not an authority on this. They're still figuring it out. Otherwise, if they figured it out in, what, chapter 5, then there wouldn't be a story to begin with. That makes sense. I gotta get all the dudes. Gotta get all the dudes, including the dude on the ceiling. There we go. Everybody dies, including the robots. There we go, there we go, there we go. All of them, all of them, all of them, all of them. There we go, all of them.
I did it!
I don't think that was good enough either. Renzo out there. Me and my writer friend are working together to make a Devil May Cry TTRPG. That stands for Tabletop Role-Playing Game, for those of you out there who either didn't know what it means or might be so high that you just forgot. I got you. I got you. Nerd out there is saying, sounds awesome. There will be a style system, I assume, on the Devil May Cry system? On the Devil May Cry? It's a question for the creator. Renzo out there. Will Cry out there being like, oh, LOL, it's probably not going to be published for years, but when it happens, I'll definitely send you a copy. No. Don't feel like you have to. Let me make things perfectly clear. Half the shit that I say on this stream is for the bit. If you're like, oh my god, I have to send him a copy, don't feel obligated to do so. But regardless of what happens, at the very least, Will Cry, I wish you the best of luck on your journey thus far. I think I was talking a little bit about, I just reflected on it from Monday's stream. I had a comment that I passed off kind of like a one-off, like, even if you write one word a day, you're still making progress to whatever you're working on type thing. And I remembered that earlier today when I was trying to give myself motivation, because I think Lil Abe out there clipped it. And I was like, you know, I really mean that. I really mean that. And I don't know if you were here yesterday, but that's intended for you. Oh my gosh, I have an ad break happening. Yeah, I suffer from motivational issues. I always kind of have, and streaming kind of helps me out with that. So even if you're doing one word a day, one drink a day, one thing a day, you're making progress towards that. Cheers to that, my dude. Whatever it is, I can't guarantee it's going to be good. I'm sure it will be. Oh, you're also watching ads right now. I'm sorry. It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be great. Or at the very least, it is going to be yours. And that's the shtick. Renzo out there saying that there will be a style system for the Rebellion class in this Devil May Cry TTRPG. It's interesting. You are very Devil May Cry, Renzo. Very Devil May Cry. It's interesting. If you're looking for, because somebody asked me about Devil May Cry drinks in one of the comments sections on one of the platforms, and I was like, no, I don't have any Devil May Cry drinks. And in my head, I was like, Renzo makes Devil May Cry drinks, but if I responded with Renzo's got a few, nobody would know who the heck I'm talking about. Because I forgot what your handle was on whatever platform it was. But there's another creator out there, the Nerdy Tavern, who I was looking through their profile the other day. Shout out to the Nerdy Tavern for making more nerdy drinks. Brad, with the sub to D-Well Will Cry, so I can continue talking to them, I hope. Will Cry, if you can still hear me right now, let me know. But the Nerdy Tavern apparently has done a lot of Devil May Cry drinks because I recognized names in their drinks that matched up with characters that you've told me about, because I am not even remotely familiar with Devil May Cry or Dante. Whatsoever. Bento out there saying, cheers to that indeed. I suffer from motivation issues myself, so I can relate. Yeah, dude. Way back when, before I even got the whole with an X branding off the ground, I thought about naming my website. Cameron's Motivation to Do Stuff.com. That was a legitimate passing thought before I had the whole, like, you know, with an X thing or whatever. Will Cry out there, thanks for the Brad. You're welcome. This is us investing in you as an individual so that you can work on that book of yours, which, like I was saying before the ads actually happened, regardless of whether it's good, bad, ugly, or otherwise, it's going to be yours and nobody can take that away from you. And if it's your first book, then it'll be your first book. That's worth celebrating. Cheers. Chris immediately got an ad. What the freak, Bezos? Come on, dude. Oh, man. Some nerd out there saying, can't wait to get a DM to yell smoking sexy style or be said DM yelling smoking sexy style. Is that a Devil May Cry reference? Smoking sexy style? Wait a minute, Renzo, you made that I remember. Renzo, you were messaging me one of your Devil May Cry cocktails and it had 3 S's in it for smoking sexy style and I didn't get the reference. But apparently it's a reference. That's hilarious. See, you people on the internet, you're connecting the dots for me. Thanks for that. Michael Prophet, welcome in, fellow streamer buddy. Cal King saying, came across a horrific thing on Facebook, chicken stuffed with octopus tentacles. Welcome back from the ad. Want a break from the ads? Well, consider this entire meal surrounding a chicken that's been stuffed with octopus tentacles. Not the rest of the octopus, mind you that. All of the tentacles. Whether that's only 8 that are inhumanly sized, or many, 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 many small, intricately detailed, almost microscopic tentacles that are all stuffed inside of a chicken of relatively subpar size. This is reason number 254 of why I drink. Images like that. Thanks. Stephanie, welcome in. Stephanie, I feel like one of the last times you popped in, you also came in at a very, very interesting moment of the stream. So, cheers to that. This is what the internet does to people. That's what it does to me. Renzo saying apparently the styling system has to do with combat. And somehow my brain put together the idea of engaging in contact. Nice. Oh my gosh, Bradley, my goodness, bro. Is somehow engaging in combat, utilizing a chicken that's been stuffed with octopus tentacles. Absolutely wild, dude. Absolutely wild. Brad, thanks so much for your generosity out there. In times like this, I just want to recall and call out how really cool a person you are. And how it was definitely whatever sweet talking you did before we got to the bar in Puerto Rico that caused me to have that amazing conversation with Chris with 2 S's. I blame you, I thank you, never stop being you. Ever. Some nerd further commenting on the style system in Devil May Cry. The fact that sexy is a style option is wonderful to me. Hey, if it inspires drinks, I'm down for it. I'm down for it. Welcome back, Will Cry. If you didn't get the message already, your work is wonderful. It's gonna be great. Cheers to you. Insert party horn sound effect here. And a slide whistle if you want it. But I will not force it upon you. But it is an option. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, please. Oh my gosh. That was almost harrowing. Brad, like, yeah, no, it was all you in Puerto Rico, bunny. I channeled your energy in Montreal a few weeks later. Yeah, you were telling me about that. What was it? The Negroni room, I believe, was the bar in question. Totally not sponsored bar recommendation via a mutual friend. Go to the Negroni room in Montreal, Canada. I'll be there one day, hopefully. Now I need to get this thing because I didn't want it to. There we go. Get them all, get them all, get them all. There we go. Oh, man, come on, no! How did you... Oh, man. Bad run. Michael Prophet being like, what level? Technically the first one for Tails. This is Prison Lane. Prison Lane, I believe. Renzo out there saying we're working on a Kingdom Hearts TTRPG as well, the Keyblade Chronicles, and a Devil May Cry TTRPG. Devil May Cry. Dude, you're working on cocktails, you're working on TTRPGs, you're working on life. When I was a younger boy, I wanted to do everything, dude. If you can make everything work for you, dude, you are a more able person than I. But I found that in order to get what I wanted to, I needed to focus on what I wanted. And I had to get way too specific with it. So then I started drinking and playing video games at the same time. And that's my villain origin story. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. That kid loved Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Brad saying in regards to the Negroni room, Antoine in the Negroni room. Antoine at the Negroni room is to Chris with 2 S's at Cane Rum Bar in Puerto Rico. Sometimes you just get a damn good bartender, dude. Sometimes you do. If only I knew one on the regular. If only you knew a good one on the regular. I don't know. Renzo saying, and video games, and trying to stream. Yeah, I forgot about the video games you were making too. And the whole streaming thing too. It's a lot. It's a lot. Oh no, I missed my opportunity for a combo! It's a lot. Trying to kill a bunch of robots at the same time. It's a lot. I imagine you were kind of like the combat system for Tails and or Eggman in the Sonic Adventure 2 Battles game. It's a lot. And you're on a timer, but that timer counts up. It's your age. In seconds, in minutes, in hours, in months, and years. And eventually you will die. It's just the fact of life. And just like in this game, you can come back to life. Depending on which religion you chose in your level up system. What was I just saying? I told you what happens. That's what happens. You die. It happens sometimes. Nerd out there saying, I gotta find my inner Virgil and start getting motivated to do stuff. That's the hard part. I agree with that one. If there's any sort of advice that I can offer out to people out there who also struggle from a lack of motivation, just as I did and sometimes continue to do, hardest thing to do is to just do it. Shia LaBeouf wasn't lying. Just take the first step. Don't let your dreams just be dreams. Go to sleep. Start dreaming. And then when you wake up, if you remember your dreams, just do the thing you did in the dream. Although if you were dreaming about flying in your dreams, I would suggest taking precautions first. Also, I hear my partner. What's up, love? Don't just jump off a cliff, says Dearest. Would you like to make a follow-up to that statement of why you shouldn't jump off a cliff, or perhaps what situations you should jump off a cliff?
You are a trained professional.
If you are a trained professional in cliff jumping, it is allowed to jump off a cliff. In addition to what my beautiful wife has just informed us of, just use protective equipment and you can jump off a cliff. Maybe be present with a trained professional. Maybe take a class, you know? Sign a waiver or something at the very least. You know, something like that. Yeah, no. I'm not legally allowed to be giving any sort of legal advice. I'm just saying, sign the goddamn waiver. If there's anything to just do, just sign the waiver, dude. Just sign the waiver. You're gonna make everybody's lives a heck of a lot easier. Not necessarily safer in the physical sense of the word. Jay being like, back in my day, you only live once, you promise? Oh, I promise? I can't make any promises. I don't know that. I assume we only live once. To my recollection, I've only ever had one life. Nice. Cow King out there with the 20 biddies. Chat, what do we do for 20 biddies around here? What do? We speak like a goat, because that's the irony of somebody named Cow when they give bits. Now, if anybody's got any grass on them, it belongs in my mouth. That's what goats do. I guess technically that's also what cows do. There are a lot of livestock animals that just put grass in their mouths. Not dogs, though. At least they're not supposed to. Okay, well, look at Miss Smarty Pants over here. Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Smarty Pants. She's married to an unfortunate person. It's me. Oh, actually, let me correct that. The unfortunate part about the unfortunate person is not the fact that he's married to you. It's just the fact that it is unfortunate for you that it happens to be me.
You, but I don't use Mrs.
All right,
Genders.
doctor. Her gender is none of your business, internet. I mean, if they ask, they will know. They will know. Kill them all, kill them all, kill them all. Kill them all! Don't hurt me. Yes. Oh, man. That kid asks me up above, who's my favorite music artist? I have two. My younger brother and my father. They're my favorites. Michael Prophet out there. Speaking of class, I won't be able to live stream for a while because your internet's slow. Ah, man, dude. You mean like you can't live stream at all? Because you can always chunk down the resolution. I think of it this way. As a live streamer, this is why I have the authority to say this, I don't really care what your video quality is. So long as your audio quality is good. You can be streaming from a potato. I don't care. So long as the audio sounds good, I can forgive video. And I think a lot of people would probably echo those sentiments. Before you, I mean, if you really, really want to live stream, Michael, let me encourage you. Instead of just dropping it until the internet quote gets better, because that can be expensive, it might take a little while, it might be inconsistent. Just try dropping the bitrate. Try streaming at a lower resolution. Even standard definition stuff should be pretty good, depending on the hardware that you're working with too. Even if you got slow internet. Sometimes it's all that can be helped, but worth giving it a try, right? Hey. Will Cry out there saying, technically, since I've never died, I don't know how many times I can... Yeah, dude, that's a question for... I got it. That's a question for the philosophers. Ask Buddha about... We can all be... Yeah, it's true. We can all be philosophers. I don't want to be a philosopher. I think there's a philosophy on why not theorist, but that's not really my field of practice. The question is why, Anna says, and Anna's philosophy states that the definitive answer to why is why not. Which I think is her opinion. Or her philosophy. Dearest, I have a message for you, courtesy of Jay Novice. Tell me why! Tell me why! Pez dispensers and a toaster. Cow King asks, dost thou enjoy Pink Floyd? Yes. I like the dark side of the moon. And that album with the light prism. What's that one called again? What? Who keeps shooting me over here? Who's doing it? Who is doing it? I don't know who it is, but they're behind my back and they're making me fight for it. Oh, man. Michael, like, last night you were doing God of War Ragnarok, and it was lagging a lot, but I hear what you're saying, man. Thanks. Oh, absolutely, dude. If you ever got questions on that stuff, too, we got a content creation channel in our Discord, and that's for technical details like, I don't know why, but my internet's being stupid. How can I make things better? That's what that channel's for. If it helps, great. If not, well, just another place for me to brag about my analytics, I suppose. Oh, hold up. There we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Don't hurt. Yeah, dude. What I missed. Brad out there saying, Aaron can't hear the stream, and he's wondering why I'm singing half of I Want It That Way. Tell me why. Jay out there saying, whoever threw that paper. Wait, was paper thrown?
No.
Did you throw paper?
No. I did no such thing.
Did you do this?
No, what is it?
Chat, do you believe in God?
What does it say?
I believe I've received a message from God. I also believe that if there is a God, he would want me to inform you that this is a comedic bit and by no way is attempting to marginalize or put people down for their religious choices. It is their rights, and we don't discriminate based off of that. But if there is a God and you believe, he sent me a message in the form of a fortune cookie. There is no cookie left. I assume he took that part for himself and left me with the waste.
You're implying I'm God because I definitely did.
Don't! I'm reading here. Don't you forget about me.
It's not what it says!
It's not what it says. You're correct, actually. I was lying.
Don't let a single setback derail your entire plan. Goodbye.
Wait, so you admit it, so it wasn't God. Ain't nothing but a heartache. It's a fortune cookie, damn it. Tell me why my wife has to throw fortunes at me. She wants it that way. That doesn't even rhyme, dude.
Let me have it.
Let her have it. Okay. Let her have it, Chet. Just let her have it.
Hi, Brad.
Cow being like the one with the prism and the dark side? Yeah, that's the one. That's the album of Pink Floyd I was talking about. It has a prism on it and a dark side of the prism. What, love? Alexa, please name for me Pink Floyd's top 5 songs. No, don't play it. No, don't play it. Don't play it. Copyright. Nope. No. Nope. Alexa, stop. Alexa, volume 6. Alexa, volume 6. Close. That's what I get for trusting the machine, let alone having faith in anything. My God. Wow. All right, what did I miss out there? Cow King saying that your favorite song is Wish You Were Here. Oh, dude. Okay, the reason why I needed the top 5 songs is because I can't recall which songs are actually from Pink Floyd. I fell in love with Wish You Were Here because one of my favorite artists, my youngest brother, sang that at a concert of his that I wasn't able to attend to as I sat very depressed at my 9-to-5 job in college while I was still working a co-op, and I was like, oh my God, why can't I hang with my family and I'm doing this instead? That was years ago. I'm significantly happier now, and now I go to see his concerts, which, by the way, I'm missing a stream to go watch my brother in concerts. I will tell you when that is. It's on a Wednesday. Sometime. I will inform you. Chat. June. She reminds us. June. Brad says hi, Anna. By the way, that was late. Brad also bans Alexa. Can you even do that? Dude, actually, you know what? I do have one of those smart plugs, and if I attached the machine to that smart plug, I could effectively give you guys the ability to turn off or on or ban Alexa. I guess it would be a timeout until we turn it back on again. Don't hurt me, please. I'm innocent. Julissa, welcome back. Skittle out there saying, wait, that was perfect for that topic, talking about the Wi-Fi, Cam just being about dumb with a heart attack. Heart attack? Dude, don't make jokes about the Pope. Or whatever the heck he had going on. Yeah, it was like, I think it was a heart attack brought about by some, longer-terminal issue. Alexa, why did the Pope die?
On April 21st, 2025, at 7:45
Hats off to the Pope. Double digits. Cerebral stroke. Cardiocircular collapse.
In Vatican City. As per his wishes, he is to be buried at the Papal Basilica of St. Mary Major in Rome.
Rank B for bow and respect. Damn
That
it.
was easy.
Rank C for cerebral problems.
Stage select.
Cerebral stroke. That was the one. Cerebral. R.I.P. the Pope. That means rest in peace, the Pope. It does. Headphones off for the Pope, and then put them right back on again. I don't remember who actually did this song, but it's headphones off for the Pope, headphones on for Crush 40. Michael out there saying that I heard the FDA bans artificial food dyes is a good thing or bad thing because I want something to eat. At that point, in my opinion, there is studies on that. Anna, do you have studies on that?
The studies are...
She's a doctor. Anna, people can't hear you very well. Here she come. Here she come now. Information on the FDA.
So this is from memory, so this... yeah.
Don't quote her. She doesn't have the papers on her.
Yeah.
Ba-ba.
So if I remember correctly, they did multiple studies mostly through California, and so what they found is in school-age children's, those that typically have like a neurodivergent background or usually have some other thing going on and usually have like a behavioral issue will sometimes have a high sensitivity to like the food dyes. However, it is not seen as a significant difference, although that also correlates with a lot of the information where parents are like, well, if I give my child this, they're gonna act crazy. So, technically you can get a lot of confirmational bias that way, but it doesn't show to have a significant difference between kids overall. It's just that some kids seem to react more to it, which would then correlate to adults as well, assumably. I don't believe there's studies on adults, and if there are, then they were not, I was not informed of it in school.
What did we learn, chat?
And I am not legally, I don't, this is all from memory. So
what did we learn, chat?
Be slightly skewed.
It appears that certain substances affect certain people disproportionately to other folks who are also human.
I'm glad you know how to summarize things nicely.
And it appears that there might be a correlation, not sure about the causation, that's another topic, that it's possible that it relates to artificial dyes and foods. Possibly. Specifically derived from certain plastic or artificial dyes.
Because I think the studies happened because they were trying to ban them in California, but I don't actually remember.
This is on topic, by the way, y'all, because this is a mixology stream, and there are, in fact, whether you want to believe it or not, artificial dyes in a lot lot of your favorite spirits.
I really like
Red 40 is in Red 40 is in Campari. It's not bugs anymore.
Red 40 is my favorite.
What red? Which red?
Red 40?
Yeah.
It has a really good taste.
That shit makes the Campari red.
No, it just tastes good.
It also makes the Campari red and tastes good.
I don't know, I associate it a lot with like Swedish fish. So
And Campari.
no, I
And
do
probably
not.
most other red liqueurs, to be perfectly honest.
Red 40 has a taste that
I'm trying to bring it back to the content of the channel, baby. I have a niche that I'm trying to appeal to here. Come on.
You use Swedish fish and drinks?
I used Swedish fish and drinks one time. Power lime.
You didn't know?
I don't think I did, love.
Bam!
Good.
You screamed right in my ear, dude.
I love you. This is why you're deaf. That was a bad joke.
Reason number 5.
Wait, why is that not super pink?
I didn't put enough beetroot powder. I didn't beat it enough.
Oh.
What did I miss out there? Rank C for can. Thank you, Will Cry. Nerd saying channel point redemptions to put an end to Alexa's rate of information. Maybe. That's what we have a suggest command for, and it works on YouTube now.
Woo!
Oh, what I miss out there? Cow King saying there is time, money, shine on you crazy diamond, and another brick in the wall. My favorite song, I think, by Pink Floyd is Wish You Were Here, because like I said, I was working...
That's a Pink Floyd song?
Yes, it is. I was working at one of my previous jobs in college, and I watched a recording of the concert that my brother was in. It might have been a live stream, and I was like, holy shit, I love this man, and I can't believe I'm not there with him. It was so good, dude.
Did your brother just sing a lot of Pink Floyd?
I don't know, dude. That's all I remember from that concert. I was working.
2 songs of Pink Floyd.
Oh my gosh, man. Renzo saying, hey Cam, can I make an event for a video call on 28th so people can see our art show? Ask the moderators. I'd say yeah, why not? Yeah, that's it. If you got something significant going on that you want the community supported, pass it by me and the moderators and we can improve that. Cole, I don't know if you're out there, and if you are out there, I hope you're doing good. But I know you announced something, a charity event that you're participating in as well. You've got my approval for that as well, if you'd like. What did I miss out there? Oh, that kid is going out to bed. I'm sorry I missed you earlier. I hope you go to bed good, comfortably, and wake up feeling restored. And if not, I don't know. How do we bring that back to the conversation we were just having? Something, artificial dyes. Or something. There we go. Oh, man. Will Cry saying, I can talk about this from experience. Oh, Will Cry, talking about this from experience. I have chronic migraines, and they can be triggered by some extremely random things. One of those things is a specific blue food dye that is often used in candy, so blue raspberry is off limits for me because of that. Yeah. I grew up actually with a couple of kids who were not able to have certain red foods because it just set them off. One of my friends was, at least the way that we quoted at the time, was allergic to red 40. I don't know if the phrasing on that is exactly correct or not, just from like, you know, like a scientific or biological standpoint, but seemingly, She got really, really uncomfortable, tummy aches, migraines, other stuff of the sort, when she had anything with red food dye in it, which happened to be Hawaiian Punch at the time. Who knew? Gentle mice, welcome in, good sir. Welcome in. Cow says Cole has a headache. He's lurking. That's what it was. That's what it was. Thank you for the reminder, Cow. Look at you guys out there remembering what everybody's going through. It's almost like you've developed a caring, potentially emotional attachment to the live stream. Watch out, internet. That's dangerous. Emotional attachments to people and or things on the internet. It's dangerous. You've been warned. I'm really glad that y'all are thinking about each other. That's nice. That's nice. It's almost like we have a community or something. It's interesting. I was looking at an Instagram post from Death & Co., one of the well-renowned bars in multiple different locations now. But they had a little press release thing saying that they have the ability now to open up a number of more locations because of the support they've gotten, not just from people who go to their bars, but the craft mixology community, and also as well like investors and stuff like that. They gain a lot of venture capital to be able to open up more and more and more and more bars, locations and stuff. And I want to say that there's some connection to this live stream there. Renzo saying, would y'all walk to a Wally mouse, dire wolf cub, or a dodo bird? What is that? Wait, what? What is that? Are those animals? I don't think I'm allowed to take care of animals. I can barely keep my plants alive. So, respectfully, no. Unless you want that thing to live a long, healthy life, do not keep them at the XBar. Cow King out there reminding us about the folic acid that is sprayed onto plants. It's a man-made chemical. That's why you feel stuff after eating small quantities of bread. Oh, interesting. There's also something to be said about organic products and whatnot, although I don't have the means to speak on behalf of or on the authority of whether or not pesticides and whatnot are good and or bad. I think they serve their purpose just like most things in life. But like, to be fair, if you're making something like a syrup, for example, from the peels of citrus or otherwise, you might want to make sure that you got the stuff that, for sure, didn't have any other gunk on it, regardless of what it's going to do to your body. You just want to get as much percentage of whatever was there by nature. And if they put gunk on top of it, they hide some of those beautifully natured bits. I remember doing a whole persuasive project while I was in college about the goods and bads of genetic modification of foods and stuff like that. I'll be honest, y'all, it's not all bad. Are there certain adverse side effects? Sure, maybe. But if genetic modification can cause us to have more food in a world where we have a hunger problem and people can't get food, I'd say that's a plus for whatever negatives that we have to take along with it. It's almost like everything in life has a gray area. Why? Oh, hydration. Hold up. I got enemies to kill. Hydration. Yeah, water's good. Water's good. Oh, hello there. Renzo out there saying that apparently a science group, House Descript, has brought back the dire wolf, make mice with woolly mammoth DNA, and are trying to bring back the dodo bird. Wait a minute. That sounds like the beginning of Jurassic Park, a movie that I've never actually watched. Sussy. Some nerd out there saying got a good 7 upcoming days. D&D tomorrow, birthday on Sunday, spending time with your sister after that. Dude, you got a birthday coming up? That's awesome. Happy. I'm gonna take this slowly this time. I'm trying to figure out a birthday theme for the Bar of the Next, and I'm not quite happy with happy birthday from the Bar of the Next to you. Although it does lead into some very interesting rhymes that I sometimes come up with on the fly. Happy birthday from the Bar of the Next to you. We're sure your sister's great. And I'm sure she thinks the same of you. Actually, the slide whistle feels a little weird in that context. I'd like to apologize for that. But happy future birthday. Renzo out there commenting further on the fact that apparently a lot of people have been like, oh my god, this is Jurassic Park. Hey, you know what? Science within good reason. I should hope that we're doing it not just to play around with animals and that we're doing it in search of some like cure for, I don't know, the bad stuff, the stuff that ails you. Dodge them. Oh man, I had on my rings too. Renzo, sorry, not Renzo. It was Brad saying you're taking your sister out for the weekend this birthday. Weekend this birthday. You're taking her out for a weekend this birthday.
Good.
That actually makes sense. That statement, I believe, was at least partially grammatically correct. Nerd out there saying, gonna go bowling. Dude. Have you ever gotten a turkey? I have not. Not very good. Cow-like fail. Yeah, thanks for the reminder. Annie says, what's my goal for this level? A high score! I have to shoot things, not get hit, and make it through fast. That's the idea. The more combos that you make with Tails missions, the better likely you are of getting a high score. And, I wouldn't say I'm doing that very well. Oh, hello there. Oh, don't freeze, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello there. Will Cry out there talking about a research paper that you did in high school English was about how the fear of non-organic, processed, genetically modified foods in the combination with social media has led to increased body issues and eating disorders in young teens as adults. So you're saying that because of the awareness of the topic, as well as the implications of people getting freaked out about, let's say, the fact that something you can buy from the store is not something that you should be able to put in your body, causes enough stress levels that it actually makes an even bigger issue than the issues that the food themselves may or may not actually cause. Because that, I completely agree with, on a fundamental level. I took a textile class in college about the social implications of the fashion that we wear and the sustainability of that and whatnot. And just generally speaking, I'm a believer that the philosophy of the stress that you get from the decision of whether you should or should not do something that is bad or has harmful side effects. Smoking, drinking, pesticides, GMOs or otherwise. The stress of choosing whether you should or should not will kill you faster than actually just doing it. That's not to say things that have been proven to cause health issues like vaping and cigarettes and alcohol and stuff like that consistently will kill you faster than the stress of maybe you should or should not. But like in moderation, I think that if you are consistently stressed out about what you're putting in your body for the things that you put in your body in moderation, I think there's something to be said about that. Nerd out there saying that you've not yet gotten a turkey in bowling. Not the best at bowling, but it sure as hell is fun. Oh yeah, and every single time I play bowling, my fingers hurt afterwards, but it feels so worth it. Get the guy out there. Get the guy on there. Yep. So close, dude. So close. So close. Okay. Cow asks, that reminds me, do you know the definition of insanity? I don't know. Can you tell me again? In case I didn't hear it already, can you tell me again? No, Tails. This is about... I'm restarting this already. Botched run. I got too distracted by philosophy again. This is the only time this stream that I will remind you all that I'm not that good at Sonic games. Anyways. Cow King says, and I quote, at more than awesome, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting something different to happen. Insanity. Far Cry 3. And whatever the heck that guy's name was. He was kind of cool. Somebody in my theater extracurricular activities did the that monologue for an audition. It was really good. And I think they were able to do it for the show, I think. And I want to say that same person also did the monologue from Cave Johnson from Portal 2 about the lemons. That was a good one. That was a good one. That was really good. I see one renegade out there saying, apologize for being late. No need to apologize. Dealing with some kidney stones, see your lurk and watch you play. Dude, by all means. Do what's best for yourself out there. Take your time with it, and I hope everything goes well for you. I've heard kidney stones are very painful. Often. When they happen. Wait, a prediction has happened on Twitch? Will I get an A rank before Death 400? I'm on Death 399 right now. Am I on Death 399? That's what I think the screen says right now. What? What? That's not happening. Not unless I move fast. Not unless I move real fast. Real fast. Real fast and real good. Renegade, my sympathies for you out in your direction. I've, so far, knock on the wood of the bar of the next, yet to have to deal with them. So far. Oh, I'm at 389. Okay, okay. I have a smaller screen that I am able to preview things on, and from what I can see, it looks like 399. Come on, get the... I want to get these guys too. There we go. 389. Okay, we got a bit of time. We got a bit of time. Could win some big time party hats apparently, because that's how legal gambling works in this stream. All right, got the one up there, and I need 3. That's close enough for me. Don't hurt me. There we go. Go up here. Got him! Awesome!
I did it!
3 minutes. 3 minutes. That's got to be a time. I have 100-something rings. That's also got to be a bonus. There's only 124 rings in this level? Oh, that was pretty good.
Very good.
Stage select.
Oh my goodness gracious. Who's that knocking at my bar with the next door? It's Willpower 64. That actually kind of rhymed. That was awesome. Willpower, welcome in, dude. You were streaming retro. What is retro? I don't think I've ever heard of retro before. That sounds really cool. I hope you had a great stream, y'all. If you got to take some time to rest, collect your things or whatever else you got to do with the body of yours, which I assume is human, for all intents and purposes, go do that. Welcome in. Willpower is saying that it was Bomberman Hero. Ooh, never had the pleasure to play a Bomberman game. Is that like I think it's a platformer type game if I recall. Sounds fun. How's the hunt going, Willpower asks? Going pretty well. We are completely done with Rouge's emblems, Rouge's missions, all A ranks. We're done with Knuckles as well, and now I'm moving my way on to the blasting characters, if you can call the mech characters. Starting with Tails, and then I guess Eggman right afterwards. It's good stuff. Brad out there spreading the love to Willpower 64. By the way, y'all, Willpower 64 got all of the emblems first. I'm not saying that there was a race, but when I saw him doing it, I was like, I want to do that too. And he did it first. So credit where credit is due. Where credit is due. Annie's saying, does beating the level with a B rank count as a death fail? Nope, nope, nope. We've established that. We've also established that when I restart the level preemptively, if I die and then go back to a checkpoint and then restart the level, that isn't 2 fails, that is only 1. Because it doesn't just take me back to the beginning. Fast, 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 fast. Fast we go. 3. Hello there. Annie says Brad disagrees. Oh, no, 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 no. Nope, nope, nope. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. Annie's like, fine, you make the rules. Oh, yeah, dude. That I do. Cowkin says moo. I say moo right back. But it doesn't imply that I'm a cow. But if I were one, I don't want to be the king. Get the golden beetle. And there's a third one. I gotta kill all of you. Got you, and your friend too. Almost. Yeah. Brad with the cam dies command. Like as in it's a stage instruction. I love that, dude. Okay, got you three over there. Okay, I missed one of you. That's all right. Yeah, what was it? Cow King being like politics. Oh, yeah. Well, no part of that. No part of that. Thank you very much. Oh, I missed one. Sub 3 minutes. Sub 3 minutes. It could be close. It was not sub 3 minutes. That would be really cool. Nerd, thank you so much for popping in. Always a pleasure to have you around. I like being surrounded by smart people, which I think is the implication of being a nerd.
I did it, Sonic!
Trilling for victory. I'd like to think that that is a very good omen. Quick, somebody else leave. Somebody else walk out the door. We're gonna get an A rank first time. And then when everything's good, then I'll wave you back in, and it'll be just fine. Brad, like, take your victories where you can. I am very thankful for this win that has been bestowed upon me, whether or not it had any sort of causal relationship to some nerds leaving and going to bed. Or just not necessarily going to bed, just going elsewhere, you know? Was it bed? Gonna head out. Yeah, we don't know where they're going. This is none of my business. Oh, we gotta get water in my system, too. Water's good.
Hello. Then you go back, Chid.
Welcome in, Reviewed Tooth. Welcome to the bar with an X. Can I get you a beverage? Alcoholic or otherwise, doesn't really matter to me. I do have hot water, the means to create hot water to make tea and other forms of coffees. Oh, and I have to do punches. Which means I take my hand off the controller. See, that's how you're supposed to work that body. Oh my goodness.
Which way should I go?
Reviewed being like, no thank you. No problem, figure we ask. I am a bar after all. At least that's what I keep telling the internet. In any case, I hope your day is going well, or night, or evening, or otherwise. Thank you for joining us. Trying to get all the 180 emblems in Sonic Adventure 2 battle as things can... what am I doing here? 100 rings? I'm going back. Going back. Gotta go back. Jay being like, Cam raising the bar. Raising the bar with an X. Forgot the X. Unless you mean that in like a metaphorical way, in which case... Yeah. Yeah. The bar has been raised. Not in the way that you would raise an establishment. No. I prefer my bar with an X in one piece. Personally. Hi there, don't hurt me. I'm fragile. And he like the barks like a dog. Dang it, dude. You know, the bar with an X canonically has a dog now, and that dog is the reason why we don't talk religion and we don't talk politics. That is how it goes. Annie, did you just clip me barking? Now the dog's angry. Calm down. I kicked the bucket, by the way, not the dog. And I don't mean that in a metaphorical way. Like, I'm not dead. Not yet. What the dog doing? Cow saying, Cam, is the bar not the bartender? Don't make me. Don't make me. Cow, I love that meme so much. I really want to do my own version of that meme where it's a person named XBart walks into the XBar and it's me sitting on the bar holding some object. I haven't decided what the object is yet. Probably the Good Vibes fan. So like, does the Bart have dental? Depends on how much money Bart's got in his pocket. Their pocket, excuse me. I don't know how Bart identifies. Not my business. Kill him! Renzo, like, Keyblade. Oh, I don't have the Keyblade anymore, actually. I gave it back to its rightful owner, its creator. And I don't plan on taking it from her again. It's not my place. Alright, dude, so close. So close. Give me the rings, give me the rings, give me the rings. All I gotta do is, like, not get hit here. Not significantly, at least. There we go. 2 more! Rings, rings, rings. There we go. Annie's saying, the Keyblade dies in your suitcase. R.I.P. the fucked up handle. And praise be to Keyblade version 2. And A-Ranks. Ranks so good, you'd think you'd be screaming.
Stage select.
Oh. Brad says, restarting is a death, yeah? Yes. If I restart and I didn't die... Here's what I've been counting as deaths. Deaths are normal deaths. If I die and go back to a checkpoint, but I want to be at the beginning of the level, I don't count that as 2 deaths when I restart. Restarts are sometimes a death. But if I fall off the edge or my HP hits 0, yeah, that's death. Annie out there saying, soon, maybe over the summer, you'll make a new Keyblade. Oh yeah, no rush on it, no need to rush. Rush projects, at least in my book, tend to come across weird anyways. Oh, I gotta restart. I think I want to be up there. Boop! Renzo being like, well, you're gonna take Mixologist's dream. Ah, the Keyblade, that Keyblade. Yeah, I get you. I understand now. Oh, that's not what I want. But I do want this one. Is it this one? Yeah, that's it. It's over here. Secret areas or something. No, 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 please, please, please. Oh. Oh, am I supposed to be over here? Oh! I thought that was not where I was supposed to be. Oh. Well, apparently I forgot where the heck that was supposed to be. I thought I knew where the chow was here. I was wrong. That's all right. For this mission, we're trying to find a lost chow. Find the chow first, then go for it real fast. Was it not over here? Ah, there. Maybe. Is it over here, or is this just a life? Okay, it's not here apparently. Ah, I see. Oh, hi there. Hey, what's going on? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry to hit you from behind like that. It's just something I do sometimes. Renzo out there saying, I'm gonna have my own version of it too, and then form a mixologist Kai Blade. Don't you need to, like, kill the Keyblade wielders to make a Kai Blade? Is that how that works, or is that... Am I getting that confused? I might be getting that confused. I don't remember which blade is the one where you need to, like, kill a bunch of people for, but... I would like to preserve my lifespan at all costs. Otherwise, like, the mixology stops, you know? You can't have that. I provide value. Tell the potential sponsors, chat. Do I provide value? Do I provide value? It's all about value, chat. Right? I hope so. Oh, man. Oh, dear. Hi there. Value has been lost. Renzo's like, we don't think about that. Okay. You know, chat, nobody said that I provide value yet. The investors are getting worried. And there's only one of them, and it's literally just Renzo. It's a name for one of the subscription levels on Twitch and YouTube. Bar the next investor, XBar investor. Renzo's the only one. And he's watching. And actively participating. And he's like, you provide value in entertainment and quality recipes. Yeah, I do. That I do. Come on, go ahead. Tell him, Annie. Tell him. Tell him if you get the reference. Hello, baby. Hi, baby. Hello there. I'm gonna try not to step on you. Don't step on the... There we go. There we go. Oh my gosh, chat. Brad's like, Cam is fine. Annie like, tell him, do you like the flowers? I like tulips. Tulips are good. I actually saw some tulips growing the other day, and I was like, tell him. Annie's like, sorry, Cam, I'm too sleepy to stroke you. You go, that's okay. Maybe next time. Never stroke the streamer's ego without proper consent. And certainly don't do it on an empty stomach. Actually, that sounded weird. Yeah, I stand by that statement. Riley, welcome in! I was gonna say something really weird, and I'm just gonna decide to put that to the side. I'm gonna take that idea, put it in the bucket. And he's like, I'm not stroking anything, actually, ever. Good, good. The genie in the lamp will be fine. Most domesticated animals will probably be fine. And, if we still had a Poke, he'd be fine too. She's behind me, isn't she?
So I looked up the food dye stuff again.
Hi there.
Wait, I found it was a massive, like...
Do you have time to talk about your car's extended warranty?
No.
Would you mind handing me the red food dye?
Actually, so...
Would you like to hand me the red food dye?
Where is it?
It's right there.
There you go. What are you gonna do with it?
May I have a toothpick, please?
What are you doing to it?
I'm getting ready for the explanation.
What are you doing to it? I was just gonna say, if they're curious, wait, it's, it was a review by the California Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. And you could just look that up with food dye and you'll be fine. Why are you... I wanted to double check my research.
Keep talking. Chat's Infinity Bottle.
So now
Campari.
they can do it themselves.
Was that you, Tropical?
No, I missed it.
Who did it? Cow King says Campari.
Kara, what are you doing with the food dye?
Yes.
Food dye. I don't trust you anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, it's on topic though. We were talking about red food dye.
Okay. I just wanted to double check my things.
Right? Yes? Yes? All right. Well, Anna's about to give us a whole rundown about whatever paper she found about... Oh, no, we're not?
No, I just wanted to double check that I was right.
I'm preparing this for if you were incorrect.
So that if anyone wants to check my research, they can go do it.
Do you have a research? Do you have a link to the research article?
I mean...
well, this is technically on topic, so you could put this in the live updates, and it's relevant to what's going on. Yeah, put it in the Discord. Want to learn about red food dye? Go to the Discord.
Double check that you can access it without EBSCO.
Want to see me put red food dye on my fingers and pretend it's blood as if I hurt myself? Stay here.
Nice.
Will Cry out there saying, gotta get going, y'all, but I had a great first stream here. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, it gets worse.
Let me double check.
You found us at an all-time high, perhaps an all-time high. Thanks so much for popping in, Will Cry, and an even bigger thanks for your contribution. I have red food dye on my fingers now, and I actually don't know what the heck to do with it, so.
I think you can access it. Should be a full text article for anyone. I got it.
And he's like, eat it.
I just feel like this is topical.
That's fair, that's fair. Were you actually going to give an explanation of the whole food dye thing?
No,
or?
I'm just saying if anyone's curious, they can
Okay. I thought we were having a whole bit here. That's why I went back to the...
about to actually...
No, that's why I went back to the bar angle. I thought there was going to be a whole bit.
No!
If you are curious at all, because we were trying to talk about the food dye thing, the FDA is passing some things which is technically relevant to the conversation of mixology and stuff like that, because if you all of a sudden ban certain food dyes, liqueurs like Campari might be affected by this, liqueurs like Blue Curacao and whatnot might be affected by this. If you're a mixologist or bartender and you're curious about that kind of stuff, Disney Queen, my beautiful partner and doctor, she's a doctor, has posted a thing in the Discord server if you want to do some further reading of an actual article. Where did it come from, by the way? What's the source?
Where is it published? It's through PubMed.
PubMed.
Yeah. So this was done, I think, 2022. So like. Right
do you have the people who wrote the paper?
Yeah, but
I'm gonna give them a shout out.
Skills are not great.
I like to give shout outs to people who contribute positively silence whether or not it's good or not.
You could just give them the company that.
Here's a special shout out to the authors and co-authors of Potential Impacts of Synthetic Food Dyes on Activity and Attention in Children, a review of the human and animal evidence. Article 10.1186/S. I think that's supposed to be a space. 12940-022-00849-9 on pmcncbi.nlm.nih.gov. Mark D. Miller, Craig Stainmas, Mary S. Golub, Rosemary Castorina, Ruan Tilakartney, Asa Bradman, and Melanie A. Marty.
I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't giving like false information, like openly and totally like promoting it. Now people can do their own research.
Now people can do your own research. Do your own research.
Based off of other people's research.
Infinity bottle after the ad break. Campari, dude. Campari, dude.
Well, I guess I can.
There you go. All right, what'd I miss? Julissa being like, war paint on my fingies. I didn't do anything. I just put red food dye on my fingers. That's it.
Are you on an ad break? Why are you doing
No. I have an ad break in 5 minutes.
What?
Ad break in 5.
5 minutes?
Yeah.
What?
The infinity bottle doesn't work on your schedule. It barely even works on mine.
Where is the Campari?
It's over here. She's doing stuff. Michael out there saying, I didn't know she's a doctor. Heck yeah, dude. DPT.
I will not give you my full legal name and information, so you cannot actually verify that, but I do say I am a doctor.
Don't dox yourself, doctor.
Well,
Don't dox yourself, doctor.
I'm just making sure everyone knows that they should check their own information.
Eli out there threatening that they were going to repickle the infinity bottle, to which case I'm like, okay.
Oh, please don't.
Oh, I can't stop them.
Never mind, you are totally permitted to.
The only person who can stop Eli and their continued wrath against the bar with an X is you. The people. You have power here.
I missed it.
Yeah. Did I miss the baby? I might have missed the baby. I think I missed the baby, chat. I think I missed the baby. Cow King saying, Cam, you told me that it would be impressive if I popped it today, since I also got it on Monday due to the spam. I did say that, didn't I? You're absolutely right. I forgot the chow. I was too focused on synthetic dyes in my food. You're right, Cow King. I totally said that. Check that out. And you followed through magnificently. Like an absolute king. Royalty that I know you to be. It's beautiful. Wow. Eli out there pleading, don't stop me, chat. Join me. Join me in the pickling of the infinity bottle. Join them in their quest for dominance. It's funny, Eli, so I was having a conversation with somebody on Instagram who has been pleading for pickle in the bottle. And I was like, I got no say here. I got no say here. No say. No say. And they saw that today. And they were like, oh my gosh, you did it. Thank you. You finally did it. And I said, no. I can't take credit here. This was all Eli. And they were like, well, I don't know who Eli is, but I like the way that they think. And to be perfectly honest, I don't think anybody on the other socials has caught on to the fact that you were responsible for the Doritos and the pickles. I think that's incredible. Renzo out there saying, did I feed the bugs? Oh, I forgot to feed the bugs. The bugs have been a little bit wild recently. I need to get some extra things for the bugs. So I did not feed them today, because if I don't feed them, then I don't necessarily have to worry about things going weird with them. Necessarily. Because they don't fizz as much. I could also put them in the refrigerator, and admittedly, I have not. No! Tails, please! There we go. That's what I wanted to see. I bet I need to do this within 2 minutes, don't I?
I did it!
Yeah. Wait, what are you double checking?
To see how much the infinity bottle is mine.
How much the infinity... Oh, Anna's doing math right now. Love that.
Stage select.
Disney Queen being like, I am only 27%-ish of that bottle.
Just double check that number.
Oh wait, I don't want to do this. I did the wrong button. Sorry. I clicked the wrong button. I didn't actually die. I succeeded, actually. Cam get ready rank before death 400? Again. Oh, man. Eli being like, one day the other socials will understand my conquest for power. If I'm speaking openly, I don't know if they ever will. Only because Disney Queen has added to the bottle I don't even know how many times, and so has More Than Awesome. And nobody's noticed. One day, though. One day. One day. I did play with the idea of having a sort of, like, leaderboard here at the Bar with an X for the folks who have done the most requests, the folks who have caught the infinity bottle the most, but I don't like the implication of the incentive there, so I don't plan on setting one. Because I don't want people to feel like, oh my gosh, like, well, you know, I can take a lot of, like, Renzo's recipes because they're also a cocktail mixologist, right? And I don't want people to be like, I have to spam them with cocktail requests so I can get my name on the leaderboard. I don't want to incentivize that. The same thing with the infinity bottle. That's how I feel. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to stop you from setting up a leaderboard if you want to do it. Don't let me take it away from you, but I don't plan on formally ever setting up a leaderboard for stuff like that. We are going to add number 29 today. Yes. Eli says, Cam, question. Do you own horseradish or wasabi? No. Not right now. Also, I'm going to get the chow, and then the ads are going to start. The question is, what happens first? The question is, what happens first?
I did it!
I got it! What's the rank? What's the rank? A? Yes!
Sonic?
Take that! Predictions. And then the ads are going to start, right?
31% of that bottle.
Currently, Disney Queen is 31% of that bottle.
I have 9.
You have 9?
Yes.
But did you take into account the percentages?
No.
Well, then you're not that percent of the bottle.
Okay, so I took into account.
Then you're not that percent of the bottle. That's not how math works. Welcome to the ad break,
How
everybody.
many times I added stuff to it?
Uh-huh. But you're not that percentage of the bottle.
I added 9 times out of 29. I did not include the vodka.
This is by no means me trying to set a good example of how you speak to your partner, chat. Please don't do this. Don't do what I do.
I love you.
This is for comedy. We understand this now? We understand this, right? We have a mutual understanding? Great.
31%.
Skibbity boobity. Cow King says, I'm Infinity 28 and 29. Technically speaking, I'm Infinity 28 because I chose to take your suggestion. That video edit was super fun to do, by the way. I completed that yesterday.
Which one?
Mead. The mead. Yeah. So, infinity bottle after the ad break. We got 2 minutes. Chill out. Annie says, I love your doctor. I do more than just love that doctor. Know what I'm saying, chat? Yeah. High five me, please. It'll make this more appropriate.
What did you just say?
Please high five me. It'll make this more appropriate.
Yay!
Annie says, when does a streamer's chat go on shorts? When does streamer's choice go on shorts? 2 weeks. I finally caught up the Infinity Bottle videos, so they should be on a 2-week cadence ahead of when it actually happened. So that one should be coming out. I think it's 2 or 3 weeks from now. So I think 2 weeks from today is when that one will go out. I think that's how that goes. Infinity Bottle videos drop on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Renzo saying, I've got a Dante cocktail up for review when you get the request segment. There we go, there we go. Good shit, good shit. Cow King says, when do we get Naga chili vodka? Like very spicy vodka? When I guess I can get it, I suppose. Alexa, how expensive is Naga chili flavored vodka?
The top result is Mr. Naga Hot Pepper Pickle 190 grams. It's $21.99.
Why is it measured in grams?
Can I buy that in Pennsylvania?
No, no, don't ask it to buy things.
What are you looking for?
No, 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 no. Nothing.
I just want to know.
Don't ever inquire about buying things.
Why not?
Because it will and it can.
It can?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you give Alexa that power?
Do you remember the almost 50-gallon drum of lube? Does anybody else remember that? That was Kingdom Hearts, by the way. No. I don't have a 50-gallon drum of lube. The answer is no. Annie's like, lube? Yeah, somebody was out of the loop on that one. Which VOD? I'll never tell you. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. While you were out there supporting the bar with an X, I was, Really? My wife is the doctor, and I was having issues during the ad break. That's a diagnosis.
Why does this one say it's actually $90
That's a diagnosis. If it's $90 per bottle, it might be shipping costs and
It's
stuff.
also currently out of stock.
Out of stock? Damn.
It's on the liquor store. That doesn't make sense.
By the way, to anybody out there now, if you ever have a request for a video game to play, a bottle to acquire, or some other thing that we might not get to, for example, a drink request or a drink that you just kind of want my either consultation on or just want my thoughts on it or otherwise, you can use the !suggest command on any platform now. It works and it will send a ping to the Discord server where I can see it, you can see it, and that will make sure that I don't lose track of it, like what happens during the live streams. If you didn't know, it's kind of tough to go back to a chat message that happens during a live stream. There's timestamps involved. Sometimes the chats aren't actually saved. It really depends, and it's hard to go through the actual video footage to find it. So if you want me to remember literally anything, !suggest. And also remember, it is public. So don't suggest something that you wouldn't feel good suggesting to your grandmother.
You can find it on Cat's Cartel or the Bottle Club, and it is sold in Pennsylvania, particularly in Philadelphia at several retailers.
Why'd you dox my location? Why'd you tell the internet I live in Philadelphia?
I didn't tell you that.
I can't believe you just told the entire internet that I live in Philadelphia. I've been doxed. I can't believe it. Wow.
I just said where it's...
I'm ruined.
It literally said particularly...
I'm ruined. I'm ruined. I'm ruined. Now the entire internet knows that I reside in the greater suburban area known as Philadelphia. Metropolitan area.
This is your fault.
Now they know. Time to drown my sorrows. And he says, I suggest put lube in the infinity bottle.
Please don't.
My gosh.
I've never heard of that.
All right, let me get things set up over here. Y'all know how infinity works, right?
What flavor lube is that edible?
Did you just ask whether you can put flavored lube in the infinity bottle? This is your infinity bottle. Every single time we take from the bottle, we gotta put something back into the bottle, so let's give it a try so far. That way. Hello there, beautiful. Hello there, gorgeous.
Hello there, Cameron. I'm ready. Come on, I need to go to bed! I'm way too energized. Oh my god, it's 10. I need to go to sleep. This thing.
I know what you came here for. Mm-hmm. You came here for my bottle. I know you did. Would you like to try my bottle? I'm about to give you an exclusive look into what the infinity bottle is like.
This is Chat's bottle.
Many times.
Chat's bottle.
Many times I've been asked, may I sip for the angelical infinity bottle? I say no.
Yo, Cameron.
Mm-mm.
Shh. Pour the bottle.
Pour the bottle. That's what the doctor ordered.
I'm gonna do it.
She's gonna do it. I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
keeping me awake. Very sad.
All plank for the infinity bottle. You may rest your body easy now. It's just like night, Anna. Oh wait, never mind. Good night, baby. You can try it. You can try it first if you want to. And he's like, Disney Queen's a real one. Oh yeah. Counts like ASMR time. Yeah.
It's burning my eyes.
It's burning your... Is it really? That's what alcohol does. Dude, we could try to set the infinity bottle on fire. It's not gonna work. Certainly not high enough proof. A lot of gunk you guys have been putting in it. Try to copy Anna's expression.
I don't know what happened.
I don't know what happened. We put meat in the bottle, y'all. We put... This is the first instance of anything considered to be a wine in the bottle.
Oh, I thought you had vermouth.
Well, I guess, yeah, sweet vermouth is a fortified wine. But this is just a regular wine. It's technically honey wine. It says on the bottle, honey wine with, Actually, could you, Let me see if I can grab it from back here. Anyways, hold over there. The mead bottle says, Nordic honey wine with dried hibiscus and ginger.
Look at the afterkick. I can taste the ginger. Maybe?
All right, let's give it a try, right? Blood mead, to be perfect. It's called Viking blood. It is not made from blood.
Do not drink blood. Unless you're a vampire.
That doesn't really smell much different than last time, but I feel like it smells even more like popcorn now. A little more buttery. Yeah. Like, a little fruity too. It's actually kind of pleasant.
What?
I kind of like that. Spicy honey meets savory, spicy. It's like spicy honey meets like savory dill.
Oh, it's the
not bad.
pickle.
Yeah, it's the dill.
It's the pickle.
It's the dill, dude. I can still taste the dill. That is actually, yeah. It's like spicy honey meets a savory dill with a sort of extra flavor at the end that reminds me of... It's a bit dry. I can't tell you what fruit it is still. But it's a fruit. And it's probably in the stone fruit family. That's what I'd say. You want to try it again?
I'm gonna try that one.
Yeah, go for it. Take your time. Chat, you don't get to taste the infinity bottle. Actually, I did receive a question today. They were like, so when can I drink from the infinity bottle? And I was like, if you find time in your schedule for somewhere between 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Monday and Wednesday and you're at my bar, you can try the infinity bottle. But only after somebody else tells me to open it.
I can definitely see spicy honey.
Wow, your face changed a lot.
I think I'm getting a lot more whiskey notes because it's like that burn of the alcohol.
Sure, yeah.
The under flavor of it. I don't like the dill in there. It's like this surprise sweet kick, and then all of a sudden you have this dill that pops in, but it's on top of the sweet.
It's like
while you're burning your tongue, and then there's this alcoholic flavor that's like.
Yeah, it's like generally sweet, and I can really pick out the honey in there, right? But the other part of it too is just like it tastes like you could call this like a fruit liqueur, and I would believe you. Although if I taste it, the dill part is unique, and the slight savoriness and the slight kick. If anything, this is like a general fruit liqueur. It's not super tropical right now, but it is kind of like tree fruit. tree fruit or even berry. It's not even berry fruit. It tastes more like a fruit from a tree, like an apple, like a pear, like a peach or something like that, just because of the extra texture and stuff. But it's also a little spicy, but it's also got flavors of dill in it. And I don't know of any particular fruits that particularly go well with dill, but this kind of works. I totally see that.
I think if someone sweetened like a vodka or like took
Maybe.
a liqueur and then added spices, but not like the typical spice, like a dill, like added some cinnamon, but not like a lot, like maybe you like broke off a quarter of a stick, like that big or something,
Okay,
or
I got some-
leave it long.
Got some chats to look at. Let's see. I see Annie out there saying, how's that dealer's choice treating you? I'm happy. Thank you, Cal.
It's interesting.
Renzo saying, how many points to be a guest in the XBar? Infinite. Teehee.
What?
Brad saying, yay mead, I'm the first wine. It was the sweet vermouth. Also the first gin and the first fernet. That is very true.
I was the
Everybody's got their
first
firsts. You were the first one. Actually, no, I was the first one. I put the vodka in there.
Rude!
Yeah.
Okay, I was the first shochu. Is that the only shochu?
Only soju. There is no shochu in the bottle. Soju.
Where's the shochu?
It's most of one of them is not on the list, but the other ones are. Renzo saying, did you know that the Vikings actually used blood magic when forging swords? Probably. Cow King suggesting a mojito or a daiquiri, and then and Julissa being like, still tastes like dill. Yeah, I still taste the dill in there. If anything, it's not super vinegary anymore. Like I don't taste that sort of astringent, like acetic note that you would get from vinegar, like I got in the original shot. So we've kind of popped in a little bit. We've kind of evened out just a tad. It's not super bad. To Cow King's note on a mojito, I was thinking about this. So actually, I've been thinking about what drinks we try to fit the infinity bottle into, and eventually we will have repeats, but I have a whole list of commonly known cocktails that I like the idea of taking this very unique spirit that gets even more unique with every single redemption and inserting it into a recipe that doesn't really necessarily have an established ratio to it. Things like an old fashioned, you have typical ratios for old fashions, martinis, cosmopolitans, blue Hawaiians, pina coladas, and otherwise. And I want to put this in there to see if there are any complementary notes that I get that really, really work in cocktails that otherwise wouldn't call for a very specific spirit, liqueur, or aperitif like this bottle could potentially come out to be. And I've got my heart set on what I'm doing today because I did check my ingredients for it. So we're going to try this in a French 75. Just gotta find a glass big enough for it. Because I think the last time I did a spritz-style cocktail, I had to upgrade my glass, so I've learned from that occasion. I'm gonna get a bigger glass, so I actually have the space for it. But I like the idea of the mojito. Cow, I'd be lying if I didn't say a mojito did in fact cross my mind as what to do.
I talked to you about one.
Did you really?
Yes.
Wow, I completely ignored you.
No, you said that's a good idea, but you wanted to
Did I really? I have no recollection of that conversation.
right after dinner.
Ha-ha! Yeah, maybe. Big glass time. Big glass time. What does the internet say to put in a French 75? Because I was looking at the recipe earlier and I honestly forgot. I think it's gin, lemon, simple, and champagne. Typically. And we do have some gin in here, so I'm not going to add extra gin. French 75. Pull this up on my recipe. Oh, why am I doing this here? Why am I doing this here? I can literally show you all. I can literally show you all. Let me take out the control center. Oh, the music is dead. I forgot about that. This is in I put it in classics. There are only 12 classics. That's incorrect. I updated this list today. What happened? What the heck? I updated this list today. Synchronize. What are you doing? I updated this. I was literally updating this morning. What happened? Okay. French 75. I was literally updating it this morning on this computer. Something happened. Yeah, gin, lemon, simple, champagne. What do? You put it, fill a shaker with ice, cover, still very cold. Then you top with champagne. Yeah, okay. That's how you do things. And I don't have a lemon twist. What'd you say, love? Yeah, I have champagne. You're good. Thank you, though. All right, let's get back to it. Do we hear the music again? That we do. Yeah, I've got it. I've got the ingredients for that. We'll be fine. Infinity French 75. Infinite French. Or something of the sort. So actually I need to shake this. I shake this, then I put it in the glass, and then I top it with champagne, or about 2 ounces of champagne. This is a much bigger glass. I'm sure it'll be just fine. Awesome, welcome in, my guy, welcome back. Let's grab a shaker for this one. Start with 2 ounces of our Infinity Mix. Using this guy. You like my bartending flair? I've been flipping things and trying not to drop them. And I think it's been working okay. Renzo out there saying, "Oh, Cam, back to the DMC TTRGBG. You and your friend were playing around making OCs and backstories and had a really cool idea for an ability to eat certain parts of demons to absorb some powers?" I feel like that's a thing in something I watched. It's called Real Life, and it's about eating the placenta to gain the baby's power. That is a joke. Unless it's not. That sounds interesting. I need a little extra in this, because my Glencairn did not, in fact, hold a full 2 ounces. If I didn't say it already, let's start with 2 ounces of our Infinity Mix. As we always do, every single time. I was telling you all I was having a conversation with a family member before the stream actually started, and I talked with them for 20 minutes about the Infinity Bottle. So apparently my family is getting concerned now. I think that means we're doing good. Let's keep it going! Let's add... do an ounce. Do I want to do an ounce of this? I want to do half an ounce. Half an ounce of each of these. I think I'm doing a half an ounce of lemon juice and a half an ounce of simple syrup. I don't think we need too much extra sweetness here, but just in case the half an ounce of lemon juice hits a little bit harder than the simple syrup would account for, I think it'll be balanced out by the sweetness that is residual in the Infinity Bottle already, which to me is enough for now. Let me get my lemon juice and simple syrup. I should have both of those, and thankfully I do. Oh, and chat, if you wouldn't mind reminding me, I do want to feed the bugs. I do want to feed the bugs. I forgot to do that. So if you remind me after the Infinity Bottle, I have that, but I also have something else involving a piece of Ginny Baby that I took off without telling you. I'm honest. Ooh, hello there. Don't break. Thank you. It's one of my good glasses. Or at least I try to be honest. Half an ounce of lemon juice. Do with that. Again, technically, there should be gin in this, but there is gin in the Infinity Bottle right now. So, I can feel it. One of these days, somebody's gonna be like, "It's not a French 75, there's no gin." And I'll be like, "Actually, there is. And it's aged. And Brad was responsible." Half an ounce of lemon juice. Anything curdling in there yet? Shouldn't be. Not yet. Awesome's like, "Feed the bugs, explain." Where are you? Are you on vertical? Ginny Baby, their ginger bug, and Clementine, our orange peel bug here at the Bar with an X. And about anybody wondering about the other bug, the honey chong, I found mold on it, so I had to toss it. And for the other raspberry orange peel bug, the lactoferment, that's not done yet. It is not yet inflated, so it's taking its sweet old time. And we try not to rush perfection at this bar. Because nothing really comes out perfect anyways. It's just perfect if we call it perfect. It's perfectly imperfect, and I like that. Half an ounce of simple syrup. Just a 1-to-1 ratio. Previously on the show, I would use 2-to-1 simple syrup because it keeps for longer, but I'm less lazy than I used to be, and I've gotten better at keeping the stuff good and fresh, so if I ever needed to make more simple syrup, I'll just show you again, because it's really easy. Those are some really good sounds. Oh, man. Awesome's like, "I thought you meant actual bugs. On me." Nah, we talked about that on Monday. I didn't wind up bringing the bugs home with me. But somebody was talking about ant wine, and I am so freaking curious. Throw some ice in here and shake it. Or is it add ice in here and give it a shake? What's my line for that? Line! Well, according to the stage manager, who doesn't actually exist, I don't have to say anything. I like that. Not a lot of pressure on the show. You're telling me I don't have to do anything, correct? Excellent. Pressure's gone, all of a sudden. All of a sudden, mixology feels so easy. I feel so free. The only confine that I have is my mortal shell, and whatever lies inside of that decanter. Yikers. Cow King saying it was ant milk, not ant wine. Oh, excuse me, King. Renzo says mice wine, though. Awesome out there saying a third sugar, 2/3 of water, simple syrup, bang! Emerald. It's good stuff. And my bag of ice. That's fair, that's fair. Nachos, welcome back with queso and salsa. Dude, I was watching another creator, coffee creator. I think, I don't remember what the name of the handle is, but it's Caitlin, who's the 30-year-old, aka 31-year-old now, who does coffee for a living. I cannot remember her handle. But she made a game day loaded nachos spread, and it just looked beautiful. And she was watching hockey, and I was like, oh my goodness, I want to be there right now. Caitlin, if you're out there, I am such a fan of your content. I love your positive vibes, and although my favorite color is not purple, it is blue, and I think that is at least a common trait that we both have. Shake it. Feels good to me. Renzo's like, and hams. Yeah, nope, too high for this? You damn right you are. Awesome saying, bro Cam, you should make some simple food ideas when drinking. Nah, I'm not a chef. I keep my own lane. You know what this would go well with? Pickles, though. That's what I think. Nachos like, I know, those nachos were me. You were eaten by Caitlin? Lucky you. I guess? I don't know, that feels a little on the nose. Strain this into a large goblet. Excuse me. Strain into a large goblet that I'm throwing ice into and top with champagne! Champagne, he says from a distance. Champagne! Don't break the glass, Cam. Don't break the glass. Do I dare throw it? I'm not gonna. Yeah. Yeah. I got chilled champagne too. I chilled it ahead of time because I knew this was happening. How's that? Strain this into a wine goblet over ice and top with champagne. I got my champagne right here. Very good. Very nice smack. Very good smack. Like a good smack. Smacking very good. Smacking very, very good. Champagne. Pop. Every single time I do this. Oh, you like my glass, by the way? It says love on it. It's a pretty glass. Is that the full thing of champagne? Oh yeah, I'm putting the full thing. Apparently, I'm putting the whole thing in here. That worked out pretty well. Oh man. What I see out there? Awesome out there saying it's good to have something on your stomach when you drink. Correct, which is why we have bar snacks. What if we as a community gave you simple and cheap ideas, less than 20 bucks, and will be a redeemable option, a quarter of the points as the infinity bottle, first come, first serve? I don't have food items. I'm not a cook. Like the camera angles and stuff are not yet set up to be able to do cooking or any sort of basic prep and stuff like that. But it's an idea. It's an idea. I should say, I don't try to deny any particularly good ideas that happen on this stream because I don't know what it'll be like in the future. Keep bothering me about it. We'll see where we get with that. They get it all? Every last drop. All right. Alrighty, though. Already. Excuse me. Oh, my goodness gracious. Wild. Awesome's like, Ryan, you heard him. Ryan, are you out there? Miss you, buddy. Renzo out there saying, I have one hard requirement when I start dating. They need to be willing to play as many fictional characters and then cuddle while watching a movie. Thank you for sharing, Renzo. Man, you are high. Juan out there, welcome in, dude. Good to have you. If you've been here before, welcome back. If not, it's good to see you. Infinifrench 75. Or do we call it an Infinifrench Infinity? Do we call this an Infinifrench 75 or a French Infinity? I don't know. Oh, I should probably... Oh, hold on. Before I go for this, it's going to be all champagne. I'm going to mix it. Give it a little agitation. There we go. Awesome's like Infinify. French Infinity. My man. My man, Abe. Wow, that is so much better than I thought it was going to be. Actually, that actually has much more of... dude, I actually get a lot of flavor from that. Wow, that's really tasty. Oh my gosh. I feel like I can really taste what's going on in there. Oh my god. Oh, I know it. Oh no, I know exactly. Oh my god, I know exactly what this tastes like. Wow, that tastes like a cheesecake. That's like, oh man. It's like a lightly raspberry, almost bubblegummy cheesecake. That is incredible. It's like, oh man, it's like lemon custard and raspberry cheesecake with fresh herbs had a liquid baby, and that baby for some reason was bubbling uncontrollably. That's really tasty. We've made something beautiful, chat. Oh my gosh. That completely took me aback. Holy wow. My gosh. They'd be like cheesecake. Cheesecake Factory? Cheesecake, man. It's like cheesecake. No freaking way. I gotta check it out. Oh my god. Yeah, dude. Like zest. Lemon zest. I'm getting the cream cheese. I'm getting like a light raspberry topping. Even a little bit of that popcorny note kind of reminds me of graham cracker. This is really good. Oh my god. I don't think I've ever been more proud of this infinity bottle than I am right now. It's great. Caleb, welcome back, dude. This is what it's all about. You're damn right it is. This is what infinity is all about. It's these wild flavor combinations. It's the adventure that we took to get here. It's however the heck we made pickle vodka taste good with a bunch of other crap. Oh, wow, that's awesome. Wow, that's so cool. Wow. Ozzy being like, Cheesecake Factory, take notes. Take notes, my guy. Cow can be like, you sound teary-eyed. A little bit is that my acid reflux acting up. My mouth... I am uncontrollably salivating right now, and I'm trying my best to hide it. Granted, despite the fact that it's a damn good drink, the champagne is a bit acidic, the lemon juice is acidic, the infinity bottle is mildly acidic, so this is a very acid it's not super sour, because there's a lot of balance happening, and this champagne does a pretty good job of hiding some of that sourness that you get from the lemon, but it is very acid, and my body is having it right now. Awesome out there being like, can you add a little heavy whipping cream to get that actual creaminess? It wouldn't really work in this recipe. If I add heavy whipping cream to this, there's probably going to be a bit of curdling that happens. It might not necessarily float up on top just because of the whole weird density stuff with the champagne that we put in there, which is relatively light. It also kind of takes it in a different direction. If there is like a cross between like a French 75 out there and like a White Russian, for example, or what other drinks typically get a float of cream on top of them? White Russian is like the thing that comes to mind. Some shots often have heavy cream put on top of them. But this is really good. This is really tasty, dude. Awesome's like almond milk. Oh no, I'm not adding any milk to this. No. This is perfect. So there's no curdling. Awesome. You have never seen almond milk curdle before, have you? Almond milk, coconut milk. Oh, they can curdle, and when they do, they curdle spectacularly, and everybody knows. It is unfortunate when you open up a thing of coconut milk or almond milk. It's happened to me in both cases, and you're like, oh my god! I have red on my hands. Forgot about that. For a moment, I was freaked out. I was like, oh my god, how did I cut myself? It was the red food dye conversation from earlier. Wow. That is tasty, dude! Man. Renzo out there is saying, I may be high, but I'm still in control. That's what they all say. I may be drinking, but I'm in control. Or are you the one in control? Don't forget to smash that like button. I mean, to you, Twitch, don't forget to smash that like button. YouTube, do whatever you want to. I'm not your dad. Awesome saying, what about the idea of me getting a Sonic stirrer? Did you say that somewhere? Because I probably missed it. Thank you for repeating yourself. A stirrer? Like a stirrer with Sonic's head on it? That sounds cool. Oh, Cow, don't forget about the bugs. Don't forget about the bugs. Oh, okay, hold on. Let's do the infinity part first. Who did that? Cow, that was you, right? Right? You did the infinity bottle. Oh, with the biddies. Yeah, it was definitely you. Oh, man, dude. Y'all remember Cow King? Campari's going in the bottle next. I've been waiting for this. And I know at least a couple of you have been as well. So, let's take 2 ounces of this. Let's take 2 ounces of this. Put that into the infinity bottle. And then we'll come back on this and check again next time. 2 ounces of Campari. Dude, this is like getting low on my Campari bottle for this. Watch for the color change. What a color. What a color. To those of you joining me on the live stream, you know that there's a little indicator back here that I measure up to every single time to compensate for taste testing. Oh, yeah, dude. Awesome, like, not a big fan of Campari. Well, you might be after this if it starts tasting like cheesecake. Maybe. Renzo out there saying, a truly historic day in the history of the bar with an X. Yeah, I guess so, right? Yeah, in a way. In a way, it's pretty historic. What did I say? Did I do my lines? Did everybody do my lines? We'll take 2 ounces of that, put that into the bottle, and then we'll check on this again next time. Those are my lines. And I have them memorized. It's almost like I made them up. Because I did. It's true. Awesome. You saying you don't like Campari. Have you ever tried Aperol? I should say that in the microphone. Have you tried Aperol? Aperol tends to be a little bit sweeter. Also, the infinity bottle is getting kind of dirty. So before I put it back up there, I'm going to do the mark. I'm going to upgrade the back end, and I'm going to clean this thing off a little bit. It's looking a little weird right now. Number 29, y'all. 29. One more till 30. And I don't know if y'all caught it about a month ago, but I stole this idea from... Do I have it over here? I think I do. I stole this idea from Official. This is a sample of the infinity bottle as it tasted after edition number 25. This is Infinity 25 right here in this jar. I took a little bit extra so we can taste test this over time. This was, I think, 1 or 2 after, or the one right after, the pickle. This is history. And I am scared of history repeating itself, which if Eli has anything to say about it, I am sure will happily remind us. Yeah, dude. Awesome's like, how much? Take my money, number 25. Nope, it's not for sale. If anything, what I would like to do with the different samples of the infinity bottle is I would love to auction off samples of the infinity bottle, each $25 increments, for charity. I would love to do a charity auction with this thing. I don't imagine it's ever going to be worth anything in particular one day, but mark my words, at a charity auction event, that will be the only way that somebody's getting that will be, hopefully, the only way that somebody gets a chance to take this bottle home with them. And then it's on them whether they want to drink it or not. I'll leave it to them. Not my choice to make. That'll be your choice eventually. So start saving, chat. Awesome's like $100. No way, dude. No, dude. I can't even give you a fair price on this. At the very least, what you would probably wind up paying for this is more so than the amount of money that the bar has been able to collect because of this bottle. And if you think that we've only made $100 on this bottle, I'm happy to say it's more. Campari has been added to the infinity bottle. Now, actually, if you're on YouTube, I want you to give the !infinity command a try. It'll tell you exactly what's in the bottle in more or less estimated amounts because estimation and stuff like that. But if you type in !infinity, it should tell you what's in it. It works on YouTube now too, and it's been fixed on Twitch so that it doesn't randomly show up on my feed here. That should work, I think. Hopefully. Cow King being like Professor Evil smile out there. Yeah, Eli. Yeah, I have to work on for whoever just procced it on the YouTube side or the vertical side. I need to change up the delimiter because it cuts off words in the middle, and I need to code around that. And I haven't done it yet. I was up till 2 o'clock in the morning last night, making sure that worked and making sure that the suggestion also worked. So if you're on YouTube as well and you're either new around here or returning, there is a suggestion command that I've made notion to on the Twitch side that also now works on YouTube. And I'm happy to say that I think it works pretty well. Although I can probably stylize it a little bit better. Flames of Glory coming back. Welcome back, dude. Ozzy being like, it gave you 3 different messages. I got a strange feeling it gave you more than just 3. Let's clean off the infinity bottle real quick, only because it's getting a little dirty, and I would like to clean it off. So I will do that. I need to grab the right rag. It's over here. There we go. Yeah, I basically just take a little wet rag to this every once in a while. Just give it a little wipe down, just as I can. Cow King being like, hoiminoi? Mimo Nino Hamabamo. Caleb being like, that's a lot. Doritos? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, dude. And also, if you came here from the shorts or from the Instagram or from the TikTok, yeah, I absolutely called them the with the definite article because I'm a heathen. Everything that is in the infinity bottle for now is always in the description of the video. I say for now because there are character limits. And if this bottle really does go to infinity, I'm going to have to get really creative with how I report what's in the infinity bottle. Because there's not an infinite character limit. We don't have all the characters in the world. So eventually, I'm gonna have to start getting smart. Dave, welcome back. Is that our infinity bottle? Every time we take from the bottle, we gotta put something back in it? Yeah, dude. Oh man, Dave, did you just get here? I think this is probably the most legitimately good tasting drink that we have made. Aside from the flip. That flip was pretty damn good. This Infinity 75 is delicious. It tastes like cheesecake. Dearest is back. Do you want to try this?
No, I can't cheesecake.
It's not that cheesecakey. It just gives vibes of cheesecake. It's mostly sweet champagne. Sweet wine. Got you. I got you. I got you. You,
Yeah, I'm gonna see.
you got it. Well, have a good night, my love. Thanks so much for checking in on us. Oh, that's what I didn't get about the sign language. My sincerest apologies. I got you, dude. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh, man. Oh. Everything's okay, chat, by the way. Everything's fine. Anyway, what's going on, y'all? Awesome's like, go kiss her, dude. No. She asked for a hug, not a kiss. And even if I did kiss her, I wouldn't kiss and tell like that. It's just not my style. Tails, welcome in, by the way. I see you out there. Caleb, I saw your message again about the Doritos, and all I can say in return is Doritos, all caps, no interrobangs, just a period. And then 2 other periods. That's called an ellipses. Out loud. Dave being like, the shorts format is really coming together, Cam. You can see the effort you put into each of them. Thanks, dude. Thanks, dude. If I can also give a more, value-driven representation of the value of editing that goes into those shorts. If you didn't know, I don't know if we got any TikTok creators out there, but I recently was added and got the opportunity to join the TikTok Creator Club. So you actually earn money, not on ads for the videos, but just on analytics of those videos. And apparently, depending on what part of the program that you're in, you get awarded and I quote, an additional reward for good edited content that is unique and serves a particular niche. And I've earned more from that additional reward, which again, you get more of for a specific niche with well-edited content than I have from anything else so far. And that was only just recently. That only started this month. And again, if I haven't said it already, I wouldn't be at this point without the people who, first of all, were really in love with those Kingdom Hearts drinks, as well as the folks who have been following the journey of the Infinity Bottle. Freaking wild, dude. So, but to be perfectly honest, my wallet can only benefit so much. I much more appreciate the folks popping into the live and be like, hey, I see the effort that you're doing, because that type of validation and appreciation, I think, can keep anybody going for more time. So thank you, Dave, for passing that along. It's really good. Renzo out there saying, do a spreadsheet with the Infinity Bottle redemption and share the link in the description. I don't want to do that, only because it brings people off platform. It makes it more difficult for people to get the information that they want, and I am all about accessibility as well. A lot of what I do here on the show is to attempt to also make mixology as accessible as possible for anybody out there. So anytime somebody's like, hey, can I get a recipe? I try to paste it where I can. It's extra work for me, but honestly, I would like people to put in the extra work for me as well, so I try to give it in return. For the folks who are like, trying to think of other things. Even the most basic questions I try to answer and stuff like that, because in my opinion, you know what? People got busy lives. Just because it's in the description of the video, just because it happens during the live stream, just because I repeat myself all the time about this doesn't mean that people actually get it. And I don't need you to get it, but if you ask for the information, I want to give it to you. And I don't want to be a bitch about it either. That's just not my style. All right. A clean infinity bottle and a clean conscience. Maybe. Let me redraw chat's infinity bottle out. I gotta wipe it off real quick. I'll be good to go. Holy shit. That was just the wine preserver. We're fine. What I see out there? Flames out there saying, Cal, you got to pick 2 streams in a row. Yeah, one time was because Cal bothered me enough. And I'm happy for it. And this time was because Cal sat there looking pretty for long enough. And also got whatever benefits you get from being a subscriber on Twitch and giving bits every once in a while. So it's good stuff. Dave out there saying I was poorly misquoting one of the things. Dude, it's called telephone, and that's how history got its first set of stories way back when, millennia ago. I love it, dude. XbarwithanX bow ties would be mint, like chocolate chip. Ooh, like chocolate chip mints? That sounds tasty. I like that. Awesome out there saying, Cam, we need some merch. Oh, merch! I don't like the idea of merch, too. I like functional merch. Actually, I've had multiple conversations with Disney Queen about XbarwithanX merch, and honestly, I don't really believe... I don't really like the idea. I don't want to give you a mug. I think that's stupid. I don't want to give you a t-shirt. I think that's dumb. I would rather give you something that is very on-brand, something that's kind of unique, not something that you can just like, you know what? I collect bar spoons. I collect coasters. If anything, I would love to make some coasters, and I would like to make some bar spoons out there, because to me, they are functional. Dave's like, what about shaker? Yeah, what about an interesting shaker? I don't know how you can get the whole with an X theme on a shaker, but like, I'm not totally against that. It's just mugs and t-shirts and index cards and whatever are all, and buttons and stuff like that. They're all so easy, and everybody's got them. If anything, I would also want to give you guys, not something that you necessarily have to pay for either. I want to be able to like go out to conventions and stuff like that and give you stuff for free. So like buttons and pins if I can get them. I like, we're a pins family here, if you didn't tell by the stuff that I got on here. I don't know how to make custom enamel pins, but I do know how to make buttons. And we have the means to make XbarwithanX buttons. They're stupid easy to make, and they're not expensive, and I can just give them away. And that's what I would want to do. That's what I would want to do. I'm not trying to extort you for money. If anything, I'll charge you for something that I've made myself, because I put the effort into it. Or I would want to charge you for something that actually has, like, I know all the details of, and I would personally endorse. Like, I've had brands already reach out to me, but like, do you want to rep our fashion brand? And I was like, no, I don't know, no idea who the hell you are. You might make your fashion in sweatshops, and that's not cool with me. Not my shtick. Not my shtick. What do I see out there? Cow King recollecting that you saw your YouTube shorts from last year, and in one of them, you looked either tired or depressed instead of your jolly mood. Depending on when it was, I might have been, to be honest. Sometimes I'm depressed and not so jolly, even during these streams, but I try to be a little bit more honest about that now because, dude, if you're out there and you're just like, why isn't the streamer happy all the time? Serve me good vibes. I'll try my best. But, you know. Anyways. I'll tell it to you this way, chat. If I didn't want to be doing this, I wouldn't be doing it. That's not the kind of person I am. Dave's like, I'm confused with what you mean by buttons. Oh, it's just like, it's got needles on the back. You push pin things. Kind of like this, but it's got a safety pin on the back of them. That's what I mean by buttons. Not like buttons on the, not like these buttons. None of those. Shot glasses would be interesting. I don't like shot glasses, so I wouldn't do shot glasses for the most part. Beer mugs aren't actually sold as much, to be honest. A beer mug could be interesting. Instead of a Stein though, maybe pants, because I joke about my pants a lot. Guillermino being out there being like, give crisp high fives. Dude, high fives and hugs. I'm a hugger. I would do that. Awesome saying an infinity deck of cards. Dude, we're getting so many ideas. I'm not going to necessarily remember all these ideas. If you have I guess if you have suggestions for merch that you would actually buy, best way to do that is to crowdsource, I suppose. That's why we have an !suggest command. And it works on YouTube now. Right. Yeah. Anyways. Before I forget, I'm gonna check on the bugs. I'm gonna give you an update on the bugs, as well as an idea of where these bugs are going based off of the current situation. If you've been around here recently, you might have noticed that I have 2 mason jars that have been sitting on the bar top. This is our ginger bug. Her name is Ginny Baby. This is Clementine. Their name is... Oh, this is our... Sorry. This is our ginger bug. Her name is Ginny Baby. This is our orange peel lactoferment bug, and their name is Clementine. They have been fizzing. They are active, and I've learned a lot from this particular first run of active fermentations like this. I have made some wine in the past. I would like to make some mead, but these are like live cultures that I can continue, kind of like a sourdough starter. These are also considered soda starters or lactose starters or other starters, what have you. I have learned from Ginny Baby that, first of all, when you do a ferment like this, you want to make sure that the stuff on top is covered or is completely submerged. Ginny Baby has been developing some pretty interesting smells, and the flavor has been in an area that I'm not quite sure is necessarily good for me. And I know that because I've been trying to make a soda with Ginny Baby as well, and I did have some success. But when I tried this the other day, it did not smell good. And if something doesn't smell good when you're doing a lacto ferment, it probably means that you shouldn't put it in your body. This, I haven't tried. I put this back in the fridge. I pushed the air back out of it, and some of those flavors do seem to subside over time. But anytime you do something like this, if there's any off flavors at all, if there are any off smells at all, you want to make sure that you get that shit out of there. Also, if there is any mold developing on these, you want to get that shit out of there too, because you don't want to be putting that in your body. Botulism's like one of the worst things that can happen, and I'm not well versed on that enough to say whether I do or do not have that in my bottles. Right now, it doesn't seem like I do. So Ginny Baby, what I'm likely going to do with Ginny Baby is I'm going to completely filter her out. I'm going to take a good piece of the liquid, not all of it, and I'm going to put it away for a little while in the refrigerator and keep a piece of Ginny Baby in sort of cryostasis for a little bit until I have purchased the materials to make this a little bit better. A smaller jar or a bigger jar with more liquid in it. A fermentation weight usually comes in glass, as well as an airlock so I don't have to keep burping the damn thing, and to make sure that all the stuff that rises to the top stays under the water to make sure that there's no mold or other weird stuff going in there. So what I'm going to do with both of these, actually, and I wanted to give you guys the update, is I'm going to siphon off some stuff from here, and I'm going to put them away in cryo storage until I have the means to bring them back and make them a little better, or maybe try some other stuff. I do have another lacto fermentation currently happening with some raspberry orange or blood orange peels in the liquor closet right now. That's a completely different batch, so I can take what I learned from these 2 batches and bring it back. I want to put them away for a little while, just because I have been very, very bad at keeping track of them every single day, and I'm afraid that these things are going to explode with my current accommodations, and I don't want to do that. And I'm kind of attached to these guys. And they're not completely bad yet. Yet. So I'll say that. Chat out there talking about if anybody deck of cards. It seems interesting, awesome. Dave saying you said pins and buttons, and I guess I always call them the same thing. Fair. My wife will fight you on that one. A deck of cards with drink recipes on each of the face cards. Do they grow SCOBY? These won't necessarily... That's a really good question, actually. SCOBY, for those of you who don't know, is an acronym that stands for a symbiotic collection or something of... Oh my god, I knew it. Bacteria and yeast. I think it's a symbiotic colony of bacteria and yeast. The stuff, when I talk about a lacto fermentation, what I am specifically referring to is a strain of bacteria known as lactobacillus. They eat sugar and they poop out lactic acid and carbon dioxide and sometimes a little bit of alcohol depending on the strain. When we talk about yeast, we're talking about I think it's Saccharomyces cerevisiae or something like that. That is a small bacteria that eats sugar and poops out carbon dioxide and alcohol. These two are different microbes, right? In SCOBY, which is typically found in kombuchas, it is a colony of both of those things together working in tandem, producing carbon dioxide, producing a little bit of lactic acid, producing a bit of alcohol and whatever and whatnot to create things like kombucha. These, I don't think Ginny Baby is going to develop a SCOBY. Maybe. Because to my knowledge, this is only yeast. Clementine, on the other hand, to my knowledge, is lactobacillus. So there is a piece of me that did have the legitimate question, if I took a piece of both of these and I combined them together, could I make a SCOBY? And honestly, I don't have a good answer for you on that. Not yet, at least. So for now, for the time being, let's burp these babies and see where we get with them. I need a thing over here, because my fingers are slipping a little bit. Dude, excellent question out there, Dave. Excellent. What do I see out there? Caleb out there saying meat is fun. I agree, I want to do it. Awesome saying, Cam, the link to the Discord is not clickable when you say exclamation point suggestion. I can see it, but I can't copy it. Really? Really? Hold up a second. That is... Where are you out there? Where are you, Dave? Oh, I know why. Who is that? Awesome. That was awesome tubing out there. The YouTube vertical stream will not allow you to click links, so you have to copy and paste it. That's just a weird quirk with vertical lives. If that is annoying to the folks on the vertical side, I can make adjustments for that. So feel free to let me know if that's bothersome to you. Jordan out there asking, were I a chemist? No, I was an engineer, actually. Electrical and computer engineer. And I still am. For now. Awesome being like vertical. Yeah. There we go. Get this girl open. Like I said, active colonies. Right now, very gingery. Not as weird as it was previously. But yeah, just a reiteration. If you're in the vertical YouTube live, which they officially call the immersive live, because I learned that on my meeting today, you can't click links. I can give you links. You can't give me links, but I can tell you links, and those links are not clickable. You have to copy and paste them. It's kind of annoying. Awesome saying you can't copy and paste on mobile. Oop. Here's another, actually, what I can do, actually, if you could do me a favor, what you can suggest for me to do is I remembered the other day, because I was so smart apparently in the past. I actually have links on my website that redirect to all the important links. So instead of discord.com/random strings of numbers and letters, you can also go to CameroxnWithAnX.com or just CameroxnWithAnX.com/Discord. And that'll take you right there. And that's a heck of a lot easier to type into your search bar than whatever the like discord.gg/k68. It's stupid. Wild. It's wild. Anyways, Dave out there saying, am I gonna try to make kombucha? Maybe. I just answered the kombucha question. Excellent. I'm so immersed. Excellent! And Cole out there saying meep. Cole, I had a message for you. Bother my mods about an event in the Discord for that charity event that you're doing. I would like you to give you permission to bother the mods about setting up an event in the Discord server if you would like to. You're more than welcome to. So let's give Ginny Baby a feed. Put a little thing of. What the frig is the suspicious yellow substance? White substance. It's called sugar. I forgot it for a second. I phased for a little bit there. Spoonful of sugar. Makes the Ginny Baby happy. Ginny Baby. Lily out there being like, bother us on Discord if you want that, Cole. It'll get lost in here. Oh, yeah. Yep, actually. Yes, you can, Cole. Cow King out there saying, couldn't you boil the bugs or boil the bottle? What would that be in the end goal of Cow? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. If you bring these up to a really high temperature, you're gonna kill the bugs. I don't want to kill the bugs. Instead, what I do, or let me expand on what's happening, right? When I put this in the refrigerator, these cultures thrive at room temperature situations, room temperature environments. The lactobacillus actually thrives in oxygenless environments. I don't think that's the same about yeast, but I'm honestly not so sure. It might be a little bit different. I'm honestly not so sure. I'm not as well read up on that. But if you take these and you put them in the refrigerator, if you put them in the freezer, it might kill them. It might not. I don't really know on that. But if you put them in the refrigerator, fermentation slows so far that it almost grinds to a halt, but it doesn't kill anything because you don't really want to kill things if you want to keep these going. You wouldn't want to kill your sourdough starter or your kombucha SCOBY or otherwise. The cool thing about a SCOBY, actually, going to Dave's comment, because I was doing some research on that the other day, is if you have a SCOBY, which manifests as this gelatinous disc, you can cut off a piece of your SCOBY, just like I can take a piece of this ginger bug and send it to somebody, and you can continue. You can buy other people's SCOBYs. You can buy other people's, like, bacterial colonies. It's just like buying a packet of yeast from, like, your local brewing supply store. It's so cool! Oh my gosh. Maybe I should have been a chemist. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little bit of sugar to clementine. Not as much. Clementine is in a smaller container. I topped them off of water. And if it spills, I wanted to make sure y'all could see it because there's a roving ferment right now. So get ready for clementine. All right, not as aggressive as I thought, but still very aggressive. Can you hear him? I'm gonna turn the microphone up a little bit. I want to see if you can hear Clementine. Anyways, I turned it back down. That thing's bubbling, dude. I love it. I love it. This is also, too, for the sake of completeness, this is Ginny Baby is my first ginger bug. Clementine was my first successful, not my first successful lacto-ferment, but the first successful lacto-ferment from a vacuum-sealed container, because technically I set this one up before the peppers that I did the other day and correspondingly ate. I've done a couple more since then, and it is my current obsession. I like fermenting things. Fermenting things are cool. Let's see. Dave saying some sourdough starters and SCOBY are years old. Correct. Caleb saying, yeah. Dave saying with lots of children dispersed into the culinary world. That's the beauty of it. It's kind of like horse breeding, but I choose not to deal with horses. I'm not an equestrianist. I'm a mixologist. Different. Ryan, welcome in, dude. Just got done with playing a bag of angry cats while drinking whiskey. How's the stream going? Clementine sounds amazing. I'm glad you got to hear them. I was just talking about the ginger bugs to give you a very quick update. We just had the infinity bottle proc, and I have a French infinity here, a riff on the French 75. It's delicious, tastes like cheesecake. It is awesome. The ginger bug and the orange peel bug, I'm going to probably put away in cryo storage until I get specifically airlocks for mason jars and glass fermentation weights, so that I can make better use of the materials that I have and not kill these ones like I did the one that I was admittedly more invested in, which was that honey chong that was so tasty. I got to taste it once before I found mold on it, and I was so excited to put it in tea. I was excited to do some workshopping with it, and then I found fuzz on it a week later, and I was like, damn it! You learn your lessons. So I'm gonna take one more sip of that before I didn't even put sugar in Clementine. I completely forgot to. Awesome out there. I love the reference. I love it. Dave saying, you sound like Brad Leone from It's Alive. Oh, wait. Somebody was telling me about It's Alive the other day. That's the show about, what am I doing over here? I don't know why I'm in my freezer. My sugar is over here. I completely lost track of that. Yes, I've never actually watched it before. Dave, is that the show where they're doing fermentations? It's Alive. They're working with live cultures and stuff like that? Because somebody recommended me to watch that the other day, because I didn't know it existed until, I think this weekend. I think it was Easter weekend I learned about that. Half a bar spoon of sugar for Clementine. I don't want them going too crazy. Not yet. Awesome, like yellow sugar. Yeah, don't eat the yellow sugar. Actually, do eat the yellow sugar. It's probably got more molasses in it. And it actually tastes really, really good. And might taste like rum. Depending on your thing. It's good stuff. Okay. Sugar in my bugs. Now, there's one other thing that I want to show you guys before I have to I gotta take a bathroom break after this, y'all, so just giving you a quick heads up. Yeah, I tell you what's going on in my bladder. Why? Because it's important to know. My nephrons are osmoregulating. I took a bit of ginger bug, a little bit of Ginny Baby, and I added some orange chamomile syrup that I had from last week's Monday pre-game cocktail, and I combined it with a bit of water to make a probiotic soda, a ginger bug soda. I wanted to try this before I put these ones away, just because I could. And I've been letting this sit at room temperature to increase the pressure, and then kept refrigerated to correspondingly stop the fermentation and make sure the bottle doesn't explode. And I want to give this a try and show it to y'all. So I'm gonna pre-prep a glass, specifically one of these, with a little bit of ice. I'm gonna pour this over ice and give it a try. We'll see how that works. It's pretty cool. Oh, actually, I have an ad break, so we're gonna wait on that. All right, cool. Actually, I'm gonna run to the bathroom right now, and I'm gonna try to click this button to see if anything works, but I will be back before I say, Ryan saying, have you heard of a thing called Cannonball Rum? I have not, and I need to poke a single hole in the top. Correct. Eventually. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be RB. That one there. I'll return. there, I'm back. I am no longer burping. Thanks for waiting. What did I miss? Number of Cam P breaks, 2? It's been more than 2, my guy. What are you talking about? Dave talking about the It's a Live show. They do a lot of things. Live animals, harvesting, a lot of life pathos. Ooh, that's so cool. Cow King being like, and I'm out. Thanks for popping in. Awesome telling Ryan that I gave y'all permission to bother me. Yeah, y'all are always allowed to bother me, right? I think I did say on Monday, don't DM me. I'd like to take that back. You can DM me if you want to. However, I am not going to give you any guarantee that I'm going to respond, because if you noticed how damn good those shorts look, it's because I'm spending most of my time editing them. So, I'm not going to guarantee a response, but I can certainly try. Anyways. Ryan saying the Cannonball Run, excuse me, is where you drive from New York City to LA as fast as you possibly can. I was talking to a couple of friends tonight, and we might possibly, allegedly, be attempting it. Dude, more power to you, and more power to your wallet to pay for all that gas. Interesting. I thought you said Cannonball Rum. My apologies. The run. That's so interesting. Wow. That's pretty cool. Dave out there saying, didn't I turn the mic back on? I did now, or it doesn't look like the mic model. Oh, yeah, this is... And now you can hear me again. Hyperx. All right, let's try this Gingerbug Soda, and then we'll get back to the game, and then eventually I'll have enough brevity to want to have a chat request sometime later. I'm working on a system for that, too. Dave saying it's only about 1,500-ish to drive cross-country. Hey, that's not so bad. Awesome saying, you want me to make deep-fried shredded buffalo chicken cornbread bites. That is so specific. Wow. Levy out there asking, have I played a Harvest Moon game? I did when I was a child. I have not had the pleasure of playing a Harvest Moon game since I was a kid, and I wanted to ever since, but growing up, I had people in my life say that that's not a game for boys. And to them, I say, fuck you, I'm gonna do what I want with my life. So one of these days I will. I would like to do Harvest Moon drinks. One of these days. That is on my list of things I'd like to do. One day. Levy, you said you played? I remember playing it on GameCube in your childhood. Dude, same. Ryan out there saying it's highly illegal and is 100% frowned upon by all local jurisdictions that you have to drive through. Oh, I guess you have to drive through as fast as you can. Wait, that doesn't mean that you're speeding the whole way, is it? Well, efficient driving, so long as alcohol is not involved. All right, let's give Ginny Baby Soda a crack open. All right. Not as carbonated as I was hoping it would be, but all right, let's give it a smell. Admittedly, it does taste a little bit like ginger ale that's been left to sit out for a little while. Just giving you a heads up, I will definitely not drink the whole thing, and if it tastes even remotely weird, I'm just gonna toss it. Try it again next time. Gabi saying, Stardew enjoys everyone? Yeah. I got a friend of mine too. I am at liberty to share that I have a friend of mine who is also super duper into Stardew Valley and has specifically helped me consult on some drinks. You know who you are out there. I'm sorry that I have not reached out to you. I'm sorry I haven't reached out to you about the Stardew Valley drinks. I'm sorry that I haven't reached out to you about the Monster Hunter drinks. And I'm sorry that I haven't reached out to you about whatever the heck I'm supposed to follow up with you about. I've been busy. Hydrate. But I'm working on it. I got plans. What do I see out there? Dave saying that you drove from Boston to Reno, so that was interesting. That was what you were basing it off of. The current record is 25 hours and 33 minutes. You could make it across the United States in a full day? Almost a full day and change? Interesting. Ginny Baby Soda. Aside from this very, very, very slight, almost sweaty flavor, it's bright, mildly gingery. I would say that this tastes like a very undercarbonated ginger beer with not a lot of sweetness. Not that bad. It's not that bad. I'm gonna give it one more sip, only because that's as much as I am comfortable putting in my body. Yeah, that's about all I want from that. It's not bad. It is very possible. I am not that well versed in kombucha. And I might start buying kombucha because I think I need to start realizing what kombucha tastes like. This might taste like what kombucha tastes like, and if it does, it's totally fine, but I'm not familiar with this flavor, and I made this myself. That's all I got from that. It's not that bad. It's not that bad, but the end is a little... Actually, it's got that... It's a kind of numbing my tongue a little bit. Just like what we got from the Gingerbug Gimlet, like last week or so. It's very dry. It's very dry. It is very, very dry. And for some reason, I just got a random note of gingerbread out of nowhere. That's all I'm willing to do with that. I'm gonna dump this. Yeah, there is something undeniably gingerbready about that. Big Callan popping back in. Good to have you back here, Callan. Would you prefer me calling you Big or Callan or just Big Callan? Because honestly, I'll go with either of those options. Gabi out there talking about Harvestelia, after Levy talking about Harvestelia as well as Rune Factory. Never liked Rune Factory. I've never played out of those games, actually. Are they very similar to Harvest Moon? Interesting. Dave's saying it kind of tastes like kombucha. Okay, well, if it seems to taste like kombucha... I'm gonna go to the store. I'm gonna buy kombucha. I'm gonna try to see what the heck kombucha tastes like, and if this tastes like kombucha and it tastes safe, because I have to, that's the thing, right? I'm an engineer. I've been trained in electricity. Voltage is nothing without a potential difference, and if I don't have anything to compare this to, this means nothing. So I'm gonna let this carbonate again, potentially against my better judgment, potentially, and we'll see where we get with it this weekend. And we'll see what happens. If you noticed, I squeezed out all the air from the bottle. When this thing carbonates, because it will, it's gonna puff back up again. I'm gonna put this over here with my babies. Ryan, like, Postmates some kombucha? Nah, dude, we gotta have budget for that. Big Callan saying, Big Callan is sick, but any of those options are good. Great. I like an easily pleasable person. Easily pleasable. I like that. Awesome saying, but they're, dude, in all caps, but they're fire AF. You think that cheesecake drink tastes good? Just wait. Those bites have some cream cheese in the middle. What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? About the food? Okay. I think I've been hanging at the bar for a while. Just to get an idea. Oh, what the hell was that? Ryan out there with how many memberships? 10? 10 memberships? Ryan, dude. Ryan, one of the things that I want to do, I'm trying to take a lesson out of something I was reading. I want to be a little bit more hospitable on these streams. I want to give a huge shout out to Ryan, because Ryan, in particular, is one of the reasons why I was able to figure out how to get a point system working on the YouTube to begin with. It is facilitated by a bot called StreamerBot, and it is because of Ryan and Theorvara, but mostly Ryan, because I really felt that Ryan wanted to put stuff into the infinity bottle, and he didn't have a reason to do so, and he just also really didn't like Bezos. But thank you so much, Ryan. First of all, for being a part of the community. Second of all, for being an influential member of the community. And also for, I assume, looking damn good in a fez and playing bagpipes. Cheers to you, Ryan. Gee whiz. Ugly God being like, anyone else excited to get the Switch 2? Pre-orders go live tomorrow. I'm not spending money on that. It's too much money. It's too much money. Technically speaking, it is Theovara and Ryan were the two people that I had in my mind when I was trying to figure out how to get the point system working on YouTube. So you can thank the two of them. Levy saying, do I like cotton candy? Yes, and I've always wanted to make my own. All right, let's get back to the game, shall we? Set the category to this. Excuse me, dude. Bring this back up. I'll see how far I get into this guy. Big drink. Big drink. And even larger egos. Oh, actually, I realized this doesn't actually work. So actually, I've realized, y'all, if I have a straw... Actually, does this work? Then it wants the drip. How do we feel about the drip, chat? Do we approve of the drip? If you approve of the drip, I'll keep it. I'll keep it. Also, you can't even see my face. How am I supposed to be a broadcaster if you can't even see my face? I have to get there in 3 minutes? Oh my god, dude. It'll be wild. Ryan's like, no straw? No, then I don't get to drink it. I gotta keep my hands on the device, dude. I wanna drink my drink. Drink my drinky drink. Awesome's like, it's so good that you spat it out. Oh yeah, dude. Ugly's like, I agree it's a lot of money, but I want 4K Zelda. That's such a good point, dude. That is such a good point. Oh, son of a gun. Get it? Because that's what their label is. It says gun right on them. Big Callan out there being like, Mr. Tender, I started an infusion today that I'm excited about. What do you have in your infusion, Big Callan? What's in your infusion? Is it a candy infusion? Is it something in follow-up to that deliciously delectable supposedly drink that you shared me the other day with some sort of cream in it? Tell me, Callan! I demand it! But don't think you have to follow the random stranger on the internet to me. But I demand it nonetheless! Skeetle out there saying, I should definitely put an umbrella. Oh, straws ruin drinks? Maybe. Depends. And it kills the turtles. That's it, right? Who is it that said, I'm done, I'm bringing back the plastic straws? Was that our president? Was that the US president? Oof, dog. Oof, dude. That's not the reason we're bringing back the straws. In my humble opinion, the reason why we're bringing back the straws is it was easy to use, and I'm all about making things easy to use without the weird pulpiness that you get in your drinks. I'm a drinker, y'all. I like plastic straws. Just stop throwing your plastic straws in the ocean. And that's not a message for the people. That's a message for the corporations. It's the businesses, my guy. They're the ones making all the waste. And yet, for some reason, they try to tell me I have to recycle. Bitch! The city of Philadelphia doesn't want me to recycle. At least not in the way that they've been combining all my trash and shit together. I can read a room. Anyways. Who was saying? Awesome out there. It's 4K only when docked, apparently. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. I guess. Big Callan saying, banana Laffy Taffy. Oh, yes, the banana Laffy Taffy that you were sharing with us the other day. I believe you were telling me you put even more in it. More banana Laffy Taffy into more vodka. That sucks, dude. Not the Laffy Taffy, by the way. Tom being like, metal straws are legit. Yeah, I get that. They're just kind of annoying to clean. And a lot of people just don't clean them. Right? If anything, I find that the biggest advantage of disposable things that you put on your mouth or put in contact with your body is the fact that it's clean every single time, and you don't have to worry about weird microbes and stuff like that. Not everybody washes their hands, dude. I'm not gonna put it past anybody to make sure that they clean straws thoroughly. But that's just my opinion on the matter. If anything, like, our waste management systems are the people that we should hold accountable for things like straws in the oceans and stuff like that. And, like, the people who throw shit on the side of the road. That's not really cool either, but there's only so much that you can do. But we can have better systems in wherever you are to clean up after stuff like that, because people are just gonna people, dude. Unless you have some potentially really, really bad things, or potentially really, really wholesome things that happen, you're not gonna convince people to not be people, you know? Yeah. Cole saying, Cam, we need the umbrella in the drink. Make me. I was thinking, y'all. I've got plans for redemptions for the channel that are like making more lacto fermentations or distillations, maybe. I'm not legally promising that. But like, I'm not gonna give you a redemption that says modify a drink, like add a splash of vodka to it or anything like that, but like, do y'all really want, like, are you interested in something that's like, oh my gosh, I just gave you 2,000 points to put a straw in it, or to put an umbrella in it? Because, like, I can do that. I can do that. I don't think people really want that. But if you want it, like, I can give it to you. Awesome out there saying they switched from plastic straws, wrapped paper, to paper straws wrapped in plastic. Make it make sense. Dude, preach. Preach. Tom being like, infinity metal straw microbiome. You're right, dude. Fractionally blending the microbiome inside of my straw every single time. Oh, man. But yeah, to Ryan's point, wouldn't be surprised if people get sick from unwashed, poorly used metal straws. Yeah, it's the same thing, dude. It's the same thing about your plates being properly cleaned at like restaurants, right? You can hold a restaurant accountable because if they serve you something that's got, I don't know, E. coli on it, you can sue the restaurant. You can have like legal action to be able to hold people accountable to their actions. But like, you know, if your mom forgets to change the straw every single time you put the metal straw in there, what are you gonna sue your mother?
Stage select.
It is America after all. Who am I? Who am I? Ryan out there being like, infusions? Yup, infusions. Infusions for redemption. And the reason why I really want to add infusions to redemption is that I realize that I take so much time for some of those infusions. And not just time on the stream, by the way, either. It takes a lot of effort for me to make sure that these infusions stay okay. And to make sure that they're like at a quote-unquote like optimal percentage and stuff like that. I was kind of very devil may care about the infusions previously, where I'm like, we're gonna leave it for a couple of days, maybe a week or so, and I want to change that because that doesn't help me grow as a mixologist, and nobody gets any good results from that if I'm not keeping track of things. So if it requires more effort, it'll be something that I put behind a request in the future. Gotta make it worth it, you know? Big Callan out there saying that it'd be cool, but can we add garnishes too? If I have garnishes available. Like orange, lavender, and whatnot, if I have them. That's the other thing too, on one of my tenets of trying to be sustainable even at my home bar, I'm not just gonna buy a shit ton of limes, lemons, and stuff like that just to make sure a garnish is available. That's not sustainable. That doesn't help like the environment. It doesn't help me stay true to my own contribution to the world's waste, which I try to hold myself accountable on. So I'm not gonna promise things like that, but I will say that like, hey, you know what? One of these days, maybe I'll come up with a system that's like, hey, I want lemons. I can go and buy a lemon. And then with the skins of the lemon, I make a syrup out of it. Maybe I make an infusion of it. Maybe we make a limoncello from it. From the juice of the lemon, I make a super juice. And son of a bitch. Can't believe that. And we're back. Anyways. Awesome out there saying, what if you made a non-alcoholic Long Island iced tea? What, you want me to put Coca-Cola in water? Ew, sounds disgusting. Or like a bunch of NA spirits? Those NA spirits cost money too, by the way, awesome. Skittle talking about can't put an umbrella in it, you'll have to ride in your hands. I don't agree. I don't believe you. Dave saying should have just been a chemist at this point, tracking all this data in test tubes. I literally do. I literally do. I did like my high school chemistry class, mind you. And it was my AP Bio high school chemistry teacher who wrote my recommendation for me to get into college to begin with. So thanks. Ryan out there saying infusion redeems for testing and the super chat for half a bottle of Base the Cure for a full run. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. If anything, one of the things that I will let you know all about is I want to do larger infusions. And I'm not quite convinced whether or not I want to put that behind a request wall, which just means it's free. You just have to sit around and wait for it. Or whether I put that behind a paywall. I think that one's going to be a super chat or bits level thing, only because liquor bottles cost money. The jars cost money, the space costs money, and I would love to do Doke Orion level stuff on this channel, but I need to make sure that I can keep space for it. And then what I want to do after the fact is if you were like, hey, I just gave you 30 bucks to put, I don't know, banana Laffy Taffy and blue curacao, then I can strain that out and I can process that because you put your trust in me as the mixologist and bartender, and then I can put it on the stock and let everybody else know that, hey, this is Big Callan and Ryan's combination of curacao and banana Laffy Taffy, and if you want me to put it in a drink, I have enough of it where I can do so. And I can take readings for sugar with my refractometer. I can take readings of alcohol so that you could potentially add it to the infinity bottle. Just some thoughts. Things that have been on my mind recently. Rant's over, I think. Big Callan out there asking, what are we drinking? I have an Infinity French 75. This is 2 ounces of our Infinity bottle, a half an ounce of lemon juice, lemon super juice, a half an ounce of simple syrup, 1-to-1 ratio, and topped with about 4 to 5 ounces of champagne, brut champagne specifically. And it kind of tastes like cheesecake.
Very good.
It's pretty good. Dave, like, not the blue banana. Hey, I don't make the rules. I mean, I technically do. Renzo out there saying, actually, first Eli, because I see Eli's message up there. Pretty little drink umbrella, or we revolt against you, streamer man. First of all, you don't have the authority to tell me that. Second of all, this one looks like a hibiscus flower. I don't like riots. Riots are not cool. Don't riot, drink instead. Anyways, Renzo was asking, random question, but what is the most valuable lesson you've learned in life? In life? What's the most valuable lesson that I've learned in life? A lot of really good lessons. If I had to pick one in particular, I feel so on the spot for that. Oh my gosh. Most valuable ever? Dude. Be you. That's all I got. Be you. You were born you, so you have the unique opportunity to be you. So just be you. That's all I got. You might be a person that society isn't ready for yet. That's all right. In the most extreme cases, dude, if you are born to be a serial killer, that's what we have a justice system for. But if you were born to be a rock star, do it. If you were born to be a streamer, do it. If you were born to be Tails Wachowski from the Sonic the Hedgehog Paramount universe, do it. Although I'd recommend against being you who hurts people, but that's just a recommendation, not necessarily a rule. That's all I got. Anyways, what are we talking about that? Pretty Drink Umbrella. Tails, welcome in, by the way. It's Mike Wazowski. No, it's not. It's Tails Wachowski. Welcome back, by the way. If you noticed, I'm playing you today. Or at least the version of you that exists in the games. In the game universe. A little bit different, I imagine. Tails says, guess what? Oh, I don't fall for that one. I don't guess one anymore. I will guess why. It's a pretty legitimate guess, all things considered. I'll do that. Skittle's like, no, it's the Big Lebowski. No, it's the Big Skittle. Or Big Callan, honestly. I'm not gonna guess what, Tails. I won't do it. I won't do it. You can't make it. I will guess how and nothing more. Please?
I did it!
I'll do it for a compliment. Not about me. A compliment about somebody around you here at the Bar of the Next. Somebody else in chat. You gotta give it to somebody else. Oh, shit. Oop. Sorry about that. Awesome's like, don't mess up. That's for you, Tails. Don't mess up. I think that's a pretty fair thing to ask a stranger on the internet, right? Right? Big Callan is step advice. Is step. Or is it E-step? Like an electronic step. Tails out there saying, I got 2 out of 7 Chaos Emeralds. Dude, you couldn't even pay the price of a compliment to somebody sitting next to you? If I weren't in the driver's seat today, Tails. Actually, who am I to tell you what to do? Live your best life. Just be you. Big Callan saying, always put your best effort into every relationship in your life, even platonic ones, so if anything ever happens, you know because you put your all into it, you can't blame yourself. I think there's a certain limit to that. In my opinion, you shouldn't put your all into everything. Put your all into the things that matter to you. If you go 120% every single day, you've got no effort left over for the things that are truly important. It could be family, it could be friends, it could be your career, it could be anything. I am definitely not a believer of putting in 100% every single day, because I think we have studies now that specifically say that leads to burnout. And burnout does not feel good. I felt that at least once or twice so far. Tails out there saying that you've got the yellow and the white Chaos Emeralds. Do you have them with you? Can I touch them? I could put them in a cocktail, right? Do you think, chat, do you think if we put Chaos Emeralds in a soda stream with a cocktail or something else entirely, do you think we would be able to super carbonate the Chaos Emerald? Because I feel like that's possible. Something about me thinks that a Chaos Emerald in a soda stream would mega or ultra carbonate something. And I'm totally down with that. From a mixological point of view. Not from a physics point of view. It seems like it could spell out the end of the world. And that seems dangerous.
I did it.
Maybe? E-Step saying electronic step. I got you. I get you. Awesome out there paying a compliment to Ryan. Ryan is a good-looking man. His YouTube channel profile says so. Yeah, look at that beard, dude. Check out that beard. Take a closer look at that manscaping. You heard me. Anyways. Tails has got these Chaos Emeralds apparently in a secret safe. Renzo out there saying that you figured out how to make Sonic in D&D. I guess a lot of decks, right? Because that's typically where your initiative bonus comes from. And make them really, really small, because then you get a movement bonus, I think. For size, right? Big out there saying, what about my profile, Mr. Tender? So, just letting you guys know, I don't see profile pictures on Twitch. I do see some profile pictures, but it's so incredibly small, and I don't think I can even make out most of them with my glasses. Ryan has been around here for a while, dude, so I can very clearly see... Big's profile picture is the very sad SpongeBob. Yeah. SpongeBob manscapes, too. I guess he... is SpongeBob a man, or is he a boy? I don't want to go into those details. We don't talk about kids. If you're a kid, get out. I say, please. Please get out. You're under the age of majority in your local jurisdiction. Please leave. This stream is not for you. But I'm not your dad. But if you make it obvious that you're here, we'll ban you. It's for your safety. Ryan says, it's not called manscaping, it's called good hygiene. ¿Por qué no los dos? Why can't we manscape and practice good hygiene? At the same time? I don't know, man. Big's like, thank you for noticing. Thank you for holding me accountable to notice. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have commented on it. I did notice it the other night, actually, Big, because I was editing the request that you made on Monday, and I was like, nice profile picture. And that's about as far as my mind went on that. Ozziel out there being like, what about my pic? Oh my goodness gracious. Is that a small Ed Sheeran? That looks like a very small Ed Sheeran. 7 out of 10. 7.5 out of 10 if I'm actually wrong on who that person is. You get more points if I'm incorrect. That's how my systems work. Oh, you got me. No, please don't hurt me. Oh, man. I was gonna... Oh, man. Levy out there being like, SpongeBob lives on his own and has a job, so he's probably a man. That's a fair point. That's a functioning definition of at least an older individual. I think. Big Callan's like, will I become a short? Yeah, dude. Every pregame drink gets a short, every request gets a short, and every infinity bottle gets a short. Have you caught on? Awesome saying, wait. Awesome saying, can you say Gracie log? Can you say Gracie log in and come chat with us? Yeah, dog, if you wanna, yeah. Gracie, if you're out there, join the party crew. I'd love to have you. Ryan out there being like, is Cam rating profile pics on stream? Yeah, evidently I am, because you asked me to. It's Skittle out there saying, what about my profile picture? Yo, I'm just keeping my glasses on at this rate. Glorious, I rate your profile picture an 11 out of 10 because it's a dog and dogs are beautiful. Awesome's profile picture looks like a very, very heavy glare image of a person with a filter on Snapchat. 7 out of 10, appreciate that. What do we got? It's Skittles looks like a screaming child with glasses. 5 out of 10, but an extra half points because I am also wearing glasses. Tails out there saying, I am located in the green Chaos Emerald. I rate your profile picture a 3 because I honestly can't make out what it's supposed to be. Renzo, Foxworks Studio, love your art. I like that. 8.5 out of 10. Levy, looking good there, pal. 9.5 out of 10 for being uniquely you. I like that. Anyways, I now have my glasses on. You've asked for it. So here I am. Dude, everything looks so clear. Tails out there saying, I made this myself. Tails, can you describe your profile picture? I will not promise any more than 3 to 5 extra points for a description of what it is, because I genuinely can't tell. I could zoom in, but boundaries. Both yours and my own. Big Callan out there saying, I've been cooking my next drink idea since last stream. I'm excited when the opportunity comes up. Is it more banana colada? Because I swear, Callan, I swear to you. Give me a heads up so I can get the bananas. And the piña. And possibly a coconut. Because I want to put a coconut in it. If I'm going to make a banana colada, I'm going to make it fucking worth it, dude. Tails saying, it is a mixture of modern and boomtails. Cool. I like the ingenuity. 8.5. With an extra half. Because it's OC and like that. Cole out there, Cole Menez out there saying, like, what about my profile picture? Come on, guys. Where are you? Where are you, Cole? It's a cat. I love cats. 12 out of 10. 12 out of 10. Ryan, I've been drinking. You get an extra 2 points. I don't remember what your score was, but that's for you to keep count of, not me. Callan saying it's a riff on a pink squirrel. Oh, excellent. A cream-based drink with a bit of... I want to say pink squirrels have grenadine in them because pink and red and white make pink or something like that. Alexa, remind me what's in a pink squirrel cocktail. Now. Wait. Laundry's done. Think about that response for a second. I asked the machine to remind me about something right now. The implication being, if I ask the machine to remind me of something now, then the latency between the ask and the response always makes that now response in the past. But, like, it takes a certain amount of time for light to reach your eyes and for your brain to process the world around you, so is anything ever now anyways? Like, I gotta take my glasses off. I'm thinking too hard. Like a nihilistic breakdown at, what, 11:30 in the morning? Afternoon. Evening. Oh, God. I can't even tell time anymore. Hi, Tails. I see you out there. Ryan out there saying that you rate my profile pic a 69 out of 69. Yeah, dog. I'm gonna die. I'm taking the L. Taking the L. Oh, man. That was wild. Awesome saying, if I wear my glasses too much, I'll start to look older. I'm an adult! Let me look like an adult. I don't want to look like a child. I get carded, and at least in one case, a U.S. Census representative asked me whether I was over the age of 14. I was 20 years old, dude. They asked me if my parents were home. I said, no, I live with my partner. They were like, where do your parents live? I was like, that's none of your business. Although technically it was the census, so I guess it was their business. Yeah, apparently, internet, my face doesn't look a day over 14. I think you need glasses. I got facial hair. If there's anything causing 14-year-olds to have facial hair at this age, let's just blame it on the chemtrails and let the people who get angry at that statement fight over it. Anyways. Eli out there being like, breaking news, engineer discovers philosophy. Yeah, I don't like to do philosophy. Actually, I do. But I would reserve more of the philosophical talks on the time when my Twitch streaming career encompassed me speaking alone in a Minecraft server that I played by myself because the person who I used to play it with excommunicated me. For reasons that still confuse me to this day. Actually, That was on me. That was on me. Not on them. It was on me. I take responsibility. Big Callan out there saying, "Oh, I forgot. A pink squirrel is a nutty, thick dessert drink." Damn right it is. That's the part. Because squirrels like nuts. Anyways. Levy out there being like, "My birthday's coming up next week, Friday, May 2nd. I'll be 25. Dude, you've just given every piece of information for someone to know your birth date. So let's quickly segue from that and instead give a birthday song. The lyrics to that song go, "Happy birthday to Levy," eventually. "Happy birthday to Levy." I don't know when the date is, so let's not be too specific on it. "Happy birthday to Levy," eventually. Levy, Levy, Levy. Yeah, that's what I got. That's what I got. Dude, happy almost birthday to you, my God. But I will send it. I will use this as a reminder to let people know I can't stop you from doxing yourself, but I would like to warn you against it. There are people out there who might want to do you harm. Or steal your personal information, like Facebook, and Mark Zuckerberg, and potentially Jeffrey Bezos. Although that's a... Oh, come on, open up the door! Dang it! Oh my gosh. Anyways. Ryan saying, according to the 2020 census, you don't exist. Lucky man, lucky man. Awesome saying, no one uses a notebook anymore. Speak for yourself, I have a notebook. It's a cocktail notebook. I don't share it to you guys, because you'd make fun of me for it. Renzo saying, I miss playing Minecraft with people. I wouldn't say that I'm significantly affected by it, but I understand the need for social activity, especially in a virtual environment. Y'all want a community Minecraft server? Bother me about it. I probably won't play on it. I'm too busy. Caleb out there saying, Nexus the... You guys want my social security number? I'm not gonna give it to you, because if I did give it to you, I'd be lying to you probably, because that'd be stupid. Also, I don't want to set a bad example. Get him, dude. Get him, dude. Get him, get him, get him, get him. Ah! Awesome out there saying, next sponsor is Beard Kit to help you grow a beard. Is that a thing? Beard Kit? Wait a minute, wait a minute. The implication of that statement is you think I need to grow a beard. Okay, actually, to everybody out there who thinks I can't grow a beard, I would like to tell you to go back to the shorts and streams in February 2024 when I played Dream Daddy for Valentine's Day. That is as much as a beard that you're ever gonna get out of me. Ryan's like, everybody needs to grow a beard. Says the man who wants to speed at 85 miles an hour across the country. Yep, sounds about right. Profile. I got your deets, Ryan. I got you. And if I hear news headlines about the bearded man wearing a fez speeding across the United States, I'm gonna be like, yep, I know that guy. At least I think I do. I'll be the guy watching the television screens at his bar being like, yeah, that's one of my regulars. And then I'll point at the other people at the bar. I'll be like, that's Ryan. I know that guy. I don't approve of these activities. Man. What do we see out there? Awesome saying, Cam, what's the thickest alcoholic drink you've ever consumed and drank? The thickest? Cement mixer. Look it up. It's lime and cream. Lime and Baileys, that's it. It's not disgusting, it's just very thick. Open the door! Open the door, get on the floor. Dinosaur, dinosaur. Damn it! Big Callan saying, how do I see how many points I have? Exclamation point, points. Son of a gun, dude. I need to take a hot second to just collect my thoughts. Levy saying, do I play Super Smash Bros? Yes. Bluigi and Daisy. Ryan saying 85, that won't make it in time. 112, yeah, I still know that guy. Awesome saying has a notebook, but still asks a machine to remind him for something. Tisk tisk. Tisk, 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 he says. You guys are awesome. Never change. Ryan's like, but can you draw a perfect circle? No, I'm not a mathematician. I'm a mixologist. We've been over this. Actually, technically, I could steal my wife's goniometer and probably draw a perfect circle. Probably. But I don't know where it is, and apparently the day has ended pretty rough anyways, so... Boundaries. Owlboy, welcome in, dude. How's everything going for you? In follow-up to the coffee conversation that we had yesterday, I just finished one of the bags of coffee that I have, and thanks to the recommendations, I might pick up some quote-unquote good coffee based on your recommendations. So, thank you. I appreciate it. Together, we will make the world have better drinks one of these days. Ryan out there saying, that honestly kind of sounds dirty. I have no idea what a goniometer is. Oh, it measures the angles of your body parts. Alexa, what is a goniometer?
One, a vast tropical region in East South America, bounded by the Orinoco.
Alexa, stop. I thought I said Guyana, like the country. Speaking of which, did you know that Hamilton 86 rum, I believe, comes out of Guyana? As the famous Knuckles from Sonic Adventure 2 Battle once said, Ryan's like, haha, enunciate, you first. Renzo out there saying, date, I come from a broken home. Bob the Builder bites lip. How broken? wait, what the? Wait. That completely caught me off guard. What the? You're right, though. You're right, though. Because Bob the Builder would be totally into that. Does Bob the Builder have... I don't want to... No, that's a kid's show, dude. I choose not to. I choose not to. Wowza. That caught me off guard. Thanks for that, Renzo. Owlboy out there saying, ready for this week to end. It's been a long one. It is Wednesday, my dude. I'm ready for these tail stages to end, dude. I am not a fan of the tail stages right now. That's not so good. Big Callan asking, what did we add to the infinity bottle? I'm never here in time for it. If you use the command !infinity and see what the final option is, you'll be able to tell exactly what was put in the infinity bottle so long as I held myself accountable to add it to the list. It was Campari! It's the bitter red stuff. Eli out there saying, I'm sure fanfic of that Bob the Builder exists somewhere on the internet. It's the internet. Of course it exists. Rule 34, my guy. Rule 34. Levy out there saying, if and when we get a new Smash Bros. Game for Switch 2, what characters would you like to see playable? Which ones? If I had my pick of the lot, honestly, I don't know. I really don't know who I would want to pick. We already have all, like, my favorite characters in video games already in there. We got Sora for Kingdom Hearts. We got him already. We got Steve from Minecraft. We got him already. We've got Sonic the Hedgehog. I'd like to see more Sonic the Hedgehog characters. That'd be pretty cool. Silver's telekinetic abilities, you know? Renzo being like, Riku? Yeah, dude, more Kingdom Hearts characters? How about more characters from the games that we already have? I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. Owl out there saying there's been nothing going on at work. You're very bored, but you did get your Audible book credit, so at least you got an audiobook to listen to. Ooh, which one's next for you? Every time that I want to listen to an audiobook, I re-sign up for Audible, get the free credit that they give for the trial, and then cancel it immediately afterwards. I think I paid for an audiobook once in my life. Once. I think. Nice. Glorious out there saying YouTube's first video turned 20 years old today. It's true. I set myself a reminder tomorrow to remind me to set a reminder on my calendar for today so I can celebrate YouTube's 21st birthday a year from now. I got you all. Get all the guys out there. Get the 2 guys over there and snipe them. Hello there. Levy saying I want Rundas from Metroid Prime 3. I think it'd be that. What character was Rundas? Rundas? I've been doing a little bit of research on Metroid characters recently. I was doing some research on it when I left for Puerto Rico, but I didn't get very far. So far. Oh my gosh, that would have been so good. I'm gonna miss it. Nope, no. Oh, dude, it would have been so. Ah, man. Yeah, I got that. Al was saying Iron Gold, the 4th book in the Red Rising series by Pierce Brown. I'm impressed. I know nothing of that. It sounds cool. What kind of book series is it? They're like fiction, non-fiction? Owl out there saying I feel like the Metroid should be a riff on the Melon Ball. Yeah, because of the floating heads and the Metroid larva. That's a solid idea. I like that one. I like that one. I'm thinking cocktail spherification if I can get that to work. Give me that. Oh, I got him already. Great. Lacey out there. Awesome out there saying, why use a G meter to measure your body part? I just used my Pokemon 12-inch ruler from elementary school. Yeah, but it doesn't measure angles unless you want to bend it. Unless it's one of those flexible rulers, in which case, that shit slaps. Literally. If you ever slapped somebody with a ruler that bends, it fucking hurts. I know. I slapped something, not a person, I would never fess up to that, so hard that I broke the flexible ruler that I used all through middle school. I didn't think you could break it from brunt force alone. But I found a way, and I did it. And I probably didn't hurt anybody except myself. Maybe. Maybe. Owl saying that book is a sci-fi fantasy. Ooh, that's kind of up my alley. The only, like, legitimate nonfiction books that I've read recently were Cyberpunk, actually. And short stories. I read I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream recently. That was the most recent, like, it was a very small book. I read a lot of technical literature. I read a lot of cocktail books. I read content creation books. I've been working my way through Unreasonable Hospitality as a recommendation from one of the bartenders that I met in Puerto Rico, actually. And I'm reading through Tropical Standard, and I'm reading through, what else am I reading through? That's all I remember off the top of my head. Awesome out there saying we need a live-action Kingdom Hearts. I mean, I think that's what we're getting from, what, the newest trailers that I was seeing. Not really, not really. It just kind of looks like a very specific style, but it might just be like a costume in the particular area that we're going to next, which I can't remember the name of. Renzo, you probably know which one it is. I can't remember the name of the city that we're supposedly starting out in. Cole saying, Cam, could we do a charity stream on Monday? Like this coming Monday? No. We will be having a charity event happening probably in June. We try to do that every year based off of a charity that we pick internally. Not this coming Monday, though. I got other plans for Monday. How many points do I need in this area? I will not be moving on until I get the A rank. Prison Lane, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, 4th mission, A rank. $26,000? That's all I need? That's really close, dude. That is really, really close. Really, really close. That's solid. Cole, I imagine, is this in regards to the charity event that you're participating in? You're always welcome to ask, by the way, dude. Shoot your shot, at the very least. Okay. Yeah, I got some things planned for Monday already. In terms of something that I gotta showcase. Skittle out there being like, I Have No Mouth, but I Must Scream was an amazing read. I would agree with you. I thought that I Have No Mouth, but I Must Scream was like a chapter in, like, I don't know why I thought this, like the Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared series, but it was not. Instead, it was an interesting read about what it means to be human and the potential side effects of technology on civilization if things go horribly wrong. And also, it was kind of metaphysical in a way. It talked about the computers seem to have powers that only a god would be bestowed, but so it kind of makes the question of, what is higher powers? What is power? What is a being like God capable of if in physical... It was, dude, so much packed into that, dude. I read it randomly on a deep dive that I did during one day where I was really, really bored with work. I do that sometimes. I get distracted. Yeah, I do. Owl out there describing the book that they're reading. Basically, a dystopian future where humans are separated into a colorized caste system, interestingly enough. And the main character, Darrow, a red, becomes a gold to bring about liberation. I assume those are some of the colors, right? Interesting. Good series, 7 books total, although the 7th one isn't out yet. Oh, so it's an ongoing series, too. Interesting. I can't remember who exactly wrote I Have No Mouth But I Must Scream, but I wanted to read more from them, but I didn't have the time to in the moment. I see you there. More points, more points, more points! Don't hurt me. Nice. Ryan out there saying, I can't remember if you said you like history on religions, but The Gods of Death Who Hold Your Fate by Vortex Mythology on YouTube is great, short, 23-minute long video. I like to think about philosophy and religion and stuff sometimes, but honestly, it's not something I think about too often. I had I don't want to continue on the topic because I try to keep religious stuff out of this context, just because it's something that people got very, very heavy and potentially very angry opinions on. But I had a very weird relationship with religion growing up, and I still kind of do. So I'm, for the most part, kind of agnostic. If anything, I want to believe that there is something out there, but I'm not going to say that it doesn't. And that's where I'll leave that. Don't talk about religion. It makes the dog want to bite its crotch, and we don't like that. The dog with an X gets antsy. Owlboy talking more about the book series. The red is the lowest color, and gold is the highest. Oh, man. Okay, so he makes his way up from nothing. Is it a coming-of-age story? I realize the way that I've been saying coming of age sounds really, really weird. I don't mean it. I see Awesome Tubing out there saying, I'm a charity case. Alexa, define charity case. I've learned something new today. I've only heard the term basket case thrown around, but I don't really know what that means either. Alexa, define basket case. Alexa? Alexa, maybe. Define basket case. Alexa, stop. Yeah, you misinterpreted the question again. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I understand. I tried my best. Owl out there saying, in a way, this book is indeed a coming-of-age story. Excellent! I don't know why I'm so obsessed with coming-of-age stories. Maybe it's because I came of age once, and I still haven't gotten over it. Oh, come on, get the guy above. That's what I wanted. Yep, that's what I wanted. Speed and brevity. Speed and brevity. I can get the perfect. I can get the perfect. I can get the perfect! Maybe. Did I get that? Okay, extreme is fine, too. Moving on! Big Callan out there saying that you're writing your novel right now, and the main characters are like super, super religious. Well, there we go. Well, if anybody wants to explore religion, we can look at Big Callan's book eventually when it comes out. And who else before? Will Cry, I believe, was also making a book. Pretty cool. Wub Wub out there, popping in. Good to have you. Saying basket case is someone who has, like, mental problems. Oh. I will not be using that term, apparently. Thank you for the education. That seems mean. Welcome in, by the way, Wub Wub. Clear hard mode. Don't mind if I do. Oh, there's more of it? Wow, hello there. Hello there. Right in the face. Hi. Hello there. Awesome out there saying, simple and easy to answer. What is God? Omnipotent and omnipresent. Order than time itself. Yeah, that's just your opinion, you know? That's just your opinion. And that's cool. Owl out there saying, apparently the phrase originally referred to soldiers who were transported in baskets, apparently. Origin during World War I. Dude, we got a couple of etymologists out there. Those are folks who study words. Apparently. No, stop. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. I'm innocent. Hi there. This is hard indeed. Oh, there was a gap. I didn't realize that. Whoops. Hello there. I knew you were there. Ryan out there being like, I'm absolutely a basket case. Yeah, dude. Depends on what you consider to be a quote-unquote mental problem as opposed to one mental quirk and whatnot. We don't discriminate on stuff like that. For the folks who are quote-unquote, for the folks who are of any particular mental state, proud of you. You're doing fine out there. Oh, hi. That's pretty cool. Yo, I see Piano Bingo Cat out there. Malcolm being like, Cameron, today's your birthday. Just wanted to pop in and say hi. Why are there so many birthdays out there? How dare you all continue to be bored? Happy birthday, dude. Thanks for sharing a piece of your special day with us. It's good to have you, dude. I know you're just popping in and whatnot if you are otherwise, but it's always good to have you, whether you come by the bar with the next every month, every day, or otherwise. I gotta restart. That's not what I wanted. Ryan being like, we call it neurospicy. I like the term. I honestly really do like the term neurospicy because it provides a little bit of a comedic or playful context to something that people like. I don't know. There are folks who are mean for people out there just because they are the way that they are, and that's stupid. And we don't tolerate that kind of stuff around here. It's dumb and annoying. Think of the person. Nobody chooses their brain. To my knowledge. To my knowledge. In any case. Oh, there's an ad running apparently. Oh, I didn't realize that. Sorry about that, yo. Just want to remind everybody out there, when I say we don't try to talk about religion, we don't try to talk about politics, I am serious about that. I will not be acknowledging any comments regarding to particular deities or otherwise arguing about them or more or less discussing them. That is something that we keep away from the bar for the sanctity of the people around us and so that we don't bother the dog. Thank you for your understanding. Big Callan out there describing more details on their book. There's a group of four violent inquisitors forcing their religion, this is in the context of the book, into the world around them, but the main character is an old elder of the group, finds his god again, and stops him and whatnot. Interesting. So it's kind of like, it's almost like a crusader type stuff, in a way, but kind of the opposite, where somebody's trying to fight against the crusades? Interesting, interesting. Wubbo out there being like, separation of church and stream. I think of it this way. I saw a short one time that was like, what type of service do you want from this is a skit between a bartender and a patron, and they're like, what kind of service do you want? And they describe multiple tiers. They're like, we have a system here at this bar where you agree to the tip amount ahead of time, and the tip amount that you agree to ahead of time correlates to the type of service that I'm going to give you. At the lowest possible tier, I'm going to give you your drinks, maybe give you a couple of side eyes and whatnot if you don't tip me at all, but otherwise you get service at its bare minimum. No talk, no interaction, barely even a glance, because I got a job to do. And at the maximum level, I think it was they're like, if you donate, if you commit to a 30% tip or more, you can talk to me about your day, you can talk to me about your family, you can talk to me about your religion, you can talk to me about the politics, you can freaking vent about your entire life story to me, and I will smile, I will nod, I will acknowledge you, and I will talk back to you, giving you all the validation that you could have ever wanted from every single important person in your life for the next hour. And I was like, I love that skit. That just gives the idea, that just kind of brings me back to the whole, like, talking about certain sensitive topics with people can be very, very draining for them. And admittedly, when I kind of go deep dive into these rabbit holes, it's kind of draining for me. So that's where the kind of stuff kind of comes from. So appreciate your understanding on that. This is not a place to discuss that type of philosophy. And that's where I'll leave that. In any case. What being like, separation. It's in the streaming constitution. Streaming is not a democracy. It is very much a dictatorship, and I am the dictator. There we go. Awesome out there saying, Cam, can you explain what agnostic type you are? I will not be expanding on it further, at least for this stream. Appreciate your understanding. Pop Cheesemo saying, don't forget to be polishing the same glass every single time. There we go. Pop, welcome back, by the way. Welcome back to everybody, by the way. The ads are officially over. We can get back to the game. What was I thinking of the other day? Pop, actually, I had a question for you. If you don't mind me picking your brain about the salmiakki, actually. because I was doing a little bit more research in follow-up to... Oh my god, hello there. That's the wrong button. I was doing some more research in follow-up to what we were kind of chatting about the other day. Alright, how do I get past that? I just gotta run. Or I die, and everything's fine. There we go. Big Callan be like, a constitutional dictatorship? Yeah, sure, dog. Sure. Whatever you want. Whatever you want. You can have it. Eli up there. I love It's Not Rocket Surgery. It's my favorite Malafor. Malafor? Malafor? I'm not familiar with the term. I only know of a metaphor. It could be a new term, and if it's hilarious and has a sort of ironic undertone, I want to know more about it. So I can educate people on it and mansplain to people, just like my genes tell me I have to do. I will mansplain mixology to you, internet. I will. It's a promise. I do it unintentionally. I do it out of love. Hello there. That was a pretty close call. Nice. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Hello there. I hurt you. You hurt me. Great. Let's see. Low-key want to start a virtual book club? Dude, could be cool. Could be cool. Go for it. Follow your rainbow. Wobo out there saying, when do you upload your drunk making shorts? Because I completely missed it. Drunk making shorts? You mean like the requests and stuff? Those come out typically on Fridays and Tuesdays. I don't publish to the subscriber feed because there's some weird nuance about exactly how... There's some weird nuance in YouTube on exactly how things get recommended in a shorts feed depending on whether you notify your subscribers and stuff like that, so I turn the feature off. So, just in case anybody has the question, pre-game drinks, including some of my original recipes, will typically come out Mondays and Thursdays. Requests will typically come out Tuesdays and Fridays, and Infinity Bottles typically come out Wednesdays and Saturdays. Typically nothing on a Sunday unless I got something cool. You know, Lord's Day or something like that. Lol. Let's see. Dr. Super Penguin, welcome back in. I almost missed your chat. My apologies. Things are kind of getting active around here, and I am trying not to die as best as I possibly can. Please don't hurt me. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Please. Oh my gosh. Please don't hurt me. I'm so low on health, dude. So low. What I see? Go right ahead. What was on your mind? My question for the salmiakki was, apparently I did some more research. I can't get it here in the United States, but I've been told from Reddit posts and whatnot that you can apparently get a product that is not the same, but similar by purchasing salmiakki brand salted licorice and just dissolving it in vodka. And as a Finnish native or somebody who's at least tried the liqueur before, maybe, I wanted to get your thoughts on that. Going back. I gotta quit. Yeah. What else did I miss out there? Eli loves linguistics. Indeed. You wrote a paper on the development of language for your history class. Oh, excellent. Excellent, excellent indeed. Pop being like, wouldn't Malafor be like a brightest pencil in the shed shit type Oh, wait, did I miss the comment? I kind of mixed it. Kind of missed it. Oh, Cole out there calling a good night. Peace out there, Cole. Owl saying Malafor is the incorrect mashing of common idioms and metaphor. No way! Like, it's not rocket surgery, it's rocket science. It's an intentional misquotation. Oh, I love those! I learned something new today. Thank you, chat. I'm gonna take a big old swig of water, y'all. I'm feeling it. Official, by the way, welcome in. You are still out of town, just popping in to say hi. Dude, good to have you. Good to have you indeed. In any case, what did I miss? Awesome says squish. Okay. Big Callan out there wanted to try to finish your first chapter done by this Sunday so you can share it with your awesome English teacher. Dude, you got it. You got this. Also, did that thing hit me from nowhere? Dude, hard mode is hard. Hard mode is hard. They're shooting really fast, and I don't good. Also, I think the game is on double speed right now, and that just doesn't help. Got you. Get it. Hi there. There. Big beam, like chug, chug, chug the water. You know, you can make me drink water, Big. It's one of the redemptions. Curious of what the redemptions here are at the bottom of the next aren't you? Type in ! redeem with no arguments and you might find some answers. I don't know what the hell that was. I would like to apologize to anybody from the Gaelic region of Europe. The Scots, the Irish, the Germanics. I'm sorry. That was on me. Oh no! That was truly unfortunate. Wow. Okie dokie. Pop out there saying, yeah, I've done that before. It works when you can't get the real stuff. It worked better with the basic salmiakki than it did with the pine tar flavored licorice that you tried once. I feel like I can get specific salmiakki style candy. And if I'm correct in saying, if my research was correct, salma, or however the root word might be, just means, like, salmiakki just means, like, salty licorice. Or salm just means salt. Am I correct on that? I thought that was pretty cool. It's literally, it seems to be literally called exactly how it is. Salmiakki is called that way because it means salty licorice. And I thought that was really cool. But I might be able to get the candy. I'm not going to make any guarantees, but try my best if I can. Because I'd like to try. I've never actually had salty licorice before, so that's a new concept to me in general. Let alone in liquid form. Hi there. Please don't hurt me. Okie dokie. Owl boy out there being like, you can lead a camera with an X to water and you can make him drink. You can actually. You can make me drink water. You can't make me drink alcohol, but you can make me drink water. You can try it. Awesome out there. I suppose in follow-up to the squish content, I'm out and it's late. Well, I hope you have your safe buddy with you. Going out late and alone? All by yourself, handsome? I say trying to get a sip of my drink. Why are you going away from me? Why are you running? Why are you? Stop that. Stop that. In this context, the straw is indeed red. And I don't quite appreciate it. Hello there, big dude. Big dude, big powerful energy. Are you kidding? Dude, you're kidding me. No, dude, you're kidding me. Hello there. Pop saying you can also do it with fisherman's friends. That's pretty good. Oh, I did see that, Brent. That did pop up in my research. Fisherman friends in particular. Dude, I appreciate your feedback on that. I would like to give it a try if I can. Even though I can't get the official. Don't hurt me, please. Oh, hi there. Yeah, that makes sense. Hi there. Good there. But technically, salmiakki is just the name of the ammonium chloride salt. Oh! Like sodium chloride is table salt, salmiakki flavored licorice with the ammonium chloride. That was the piece that I was missing the other day. I forgot about that particular detail, that it was ammonium chloride specifically. Dude, I love learning new things. Especially for drinks. Oh, did I miss it? Did I miss it? Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, hi there. I didn't realize that. Okay, that's new to me. Get out of here. Get out of here, y'all. Let me get my golden piece. Okie dokie.
I did it!
Big Callan out there saying, Mr. Tender, can you order me an e-cab? I'm to drink to e-drive. Yo, Uber.
Very good.
This is with an X. Get him. Got you. Silver the Hedgehog popping into my chat on the Twitch head side. What's going on, Silver? I've been trying to make a drink for you for the longest time, and you're giving a lot of problems. For some reason, I can't get my homemade white chocolate liqueur to work. For now. Welcome in, Silver. What else do I see out there? Owl saying, you know, it's a really interesting story. If you're interested in the existential and psychological horror, House of Leaves. Dude, I am. I love cerebral shows. I like existential shows. I love any show that discusses what it means to be human. Like that question and all of its glory. I love it, dude. I love it. It's something that I wrestle with. Also, we got a B-rank on that, so that was pretty good. Very, very good. Almost there. No, I need more health! This is wild, dude. That is wild. Owl saying that House of Leaves is a beast to read through. It's written in such a way that feels like you're going insane while reading. Has anybody out there ever read Ulysses before? Because somebody told me that's what Ulysses is like, but I've never actually read it. It's very stream of consciousness. Big out there saying that Severance is a really good show about what it means to be human? Really? Wow. Interesting. Pop out there saying, too, that Phaser is a brand to get for the OG salmiakki, and because of the little diamond shapes they come in, we call them diamond shapes like that salmiakki powder. Just so I don't forget, and by no means, don't feel like you are obligated to do so, but I have an exclamation point suggest command on the YouTube side that works now. If you've got specific brands that you want to share with me, I just want to make sure that I remember them. So if anytime anybody ever wants me to remember something that's been discussed on stream, that suggest command is the best way to do it. It creates a marker for me, so when I'm editing through things that I should actually go back on it later, and it sends a little ping to the Discord so that I don't miss it. I appreciate that. And the only reason I say it is because I have been drinking. I get a little tipsy sometimes often. And I want to make sure I don't forget, so I can further iterate on these conversations as the days go by. Hello. Don't hurt me. I am fragile. There we go. I am still fragile, and I would still request that you not hurt me. Like you. Don't hurt me. I see you there. All right, let's get it. This is gonna be. I got a bunch of the dudes. I see you over there. I'm gonna get you, and then I got these guys. Then I go up here. Don't hurt me! I'm so... yes, I'm innocent. Did we get it? We might have gotten it. I don't know how many points I'm supposed to get in hard mode, but I'm guessing 25,000. Just under it.
Very good.
Oh, man, dude. I want to know exactly what that number is. I'm gonna Google it. I'm Googling it. This is, fifth mission. What do we got? 26,000? I'm here for it. It might just be Prison Lane all night, chat. That is apparently how we're doing. That is how we do it. Oh, I just realized, Big Callan, I just saw you use the suggest command with nothing after it. Apparently, I need to add a check for blank suggestions. Thank you for that. I didn't program that. Actually, I'll write a note for myself. Blank exclamation point suggest. Thanks, Callan. Dr. Super out there being like, what are we sipping on? I'm still sipping on my Infinity cocktail. This is 2 ounces of our Infinity mix, a half an ounce of lemon juice, a half an ounce of simple syrup, and then topped with about 4 to 5 ounces of champagne, depending on how much that bottle had. It is awesome, dude. It kind of tastes like cheesecake. It's really tasty. I'm a big fan of this one. This is probably one of my favorite Infinity cocktails that we have had to date. This and the Infinity Flip were 2 of my favorites so far. Very tasty. Penguin being like, I do enjoy cheesecake. Oh yeah, dude, tell me about it. Hello there, evil enemies. Pop out there saying, if you're a math nerd, you should check out the book Flatland. I have! Yes, I've read Flatland before. I read that a couple of years ago. Oh, that was a cool one. For those of you who don't know, Flatland is basically a story of a 2-dimensional creature experiencing other dimensional realities by the hands of, I think, a 4th dimensional creature, I think, who pulls them out of that. Dude, it is cool. Geometry, dude. Geometry. That was a cool one. Oh, I agree with you, Pop. I agree with you heavily on that one. I think there's an upgrade that you can get as Tails that gives you more health or something, and I might need that at some point, dude. This is just annoying. Gosh. I am getting the feeling, chat. The annoyance. I am getting... I just need to take a breather for a second, dude. A breather. And have y'all ever get enthused about the sounds that straws make when you blow into them? It's kind of like a slide whistle, but it's a straw. I think that's pretty cool. Dr. Super Penguin out there being like, Infinity Mix sounds better than plain pear wine. I mean, if you want your wine to taste like dill pickle every once in a while, maybe. Or if you want the internet to decide what your pear wine tastes like, maybe. I haven't had a pear wine recently. I think I actually did purchase a pear wine once upon a time, and I really don't know what happened to it. I wish I remembered. I think it was probably from Mount Hope Winery out in Pennsylvania, out in western Pennsylvania. Got you. There's gonna be an evil dude coming out here to try to make bad things happen. Hello there. Owl out there being like, I should make some pear wine. Yeah, with you with all your fermenting magic. Make pear wine, make apple wine, raspberry wine. Hell, make some more mead. Why the heck not? You've only got one life to live, I think, at least according to the conversation that we were having earlier, although that's apparently debatable, depending on your walk of life. I gotta kill you first, and then I gotta kill you. Then I gotta kill you guys. Please don't hurt me. Thank you. Oh my god. No! It was the last moment. That would have been the run, too. That would have been the run. What do you mean I can't click the death? Stop that. Stream Deck, what are you doing? Let me click the death button. My Stream Deck was giving me a warning logo. It's like, you can't click that button. Like, what do you mean I can't set a chat request? You dumb. Eli out there with the threat. I will repickle the infinity bottle. Enjoy the good drink you have while it lasts, because mark my words, the infinity bottle will become a pickle. I love that the infinity bottle is beginning to develop like fan groups. Your philosophy on the bottle could remain dominant. Like, Eli is all chaos, dude. Doritos, pickles. There's a whole train of thought that's just like, drown it in Everclear. It's wild, dude. It's wild, dude. I love it. I love the meta-narrative that has developed over this freaking bottle of liquor, dude. It is much more than I ever thought it was supposed to be. It is, you know, it is called the Infinity Bottle, but it is still more than what I thought it was going to be. And remember, chat, that was a Christmas present to you. You're the one that was making the most of that bottle. Wouldn't be here without it. Technically. Excuse me. Pop out there saying, here in Finland, pear-flavored items are as popular, if not more popular than apple, especially in ciders and in juices. Pears? If I had to pick between pears and apples, I'd do pears any day. I freaking love pears. I don't even care what type of pears. Pears, to me, are apple's softer, more flavorful cousins. And I mean that. Bartlett pears, I mean Asian pears, I mean pears that are probably called pears, even though they technically aren't a different family of fruit than pears, but like, pears to me are a wonderful texture. And I love the flavor. Any day. Anyways. Owl out there saying something really on the lines of cherry. I have cherry wine in storage. Computer, you need admin permissions for this action. Me, I own you. Yeah. I'm a power user. I try to hack my way around things that don't let me do things in my computer and whatnot. If I had a Linux machine that I actually felt comfortable doing everything on, I probably would, but that is never gonna happen. Super user! Pop out there saying, too, that I love mead making. We make a lemon-flavored mead with brown sugar every year. For the first day of May, it's called Sila. Dude! Love to see a fellow fan in fermentation. I would like to do more fermentations here at the Bar with an X, and I mentioned previously I've kind of got a sister location that we were fermenting things at, but haven't had a lot of progress in that regard. It's just one of the factors of working with other people who aren't as passionate about it as you are. No offense to the people who are at the sister location, so to speak, but y'all definitely do not spend as much time on this as I do. One of these days, you're gonna match my passion.
I did it!
One of these. Big Callan out there saying, I love that from this angle, the bottle looks comically large. Oh, what? You mean the glass? Yeah, a little bit. Or actually, Big Callan, you guys are on the vertical, so you might actually be able to see the infinity bottle. I can't remember.
Stage select.
Dude, we finally got through Prison Lane. Oh, man. To Eli's point out there, we will create factions surrounding the infinity bottle and go to war with each other over it. What team are you on? Team Chaos? Team Everclear? Are you a part of the Great Cleanse? The Everclear Infinity Bottle? Are you part of the Great Chaos? The Chaos Infinity Bottle? Are you a part of the Great Sweets? Liqueurs in the Infinity Bottle? Are you a part of Great Spirits? Many base spirits in the Infinity Bottle? We make our own Long Island iced tea in the bottle. Or are you a part of Team Thread the Needle, where you somehow play me by my own game to make me put things in the bottle that otherwise wouldn't be available, which I think is more or less chaos. I don't know, dude. That's your decision to make. This is your Infinity Bottle, y'all, not mine. And the last time any of you all got to put stuff in my Infinity Bottle was because I made a mistake. Dr. Super out there saying that you've done a bit of mead making as well. Make it in your time. Nothing major, but a few. Hey, dude, you've got more than I have. I've never made a mead. I have the ingredients for a mead. I have the equipment for a mead, but I haven't done it yet. I've been meaning to, but I want to do it with enough research that I can put it behind the camera and hopefully not screw it up. Granted, even if I do screw it up, I don't really care because... At least for me, because I'm on the journey of learning and whatnot with all of you guys. If I fail and I catch it on camera, that's a learning experience. And that's a win to me. Big Callan out there saying, I mean the glass. Oh, the glass that I got. I must make the bottle any other color than brown. That's going to take a lot of effort because brown is kind of a combination of a bunch of colors together. Cobby out there being like, I'm in the 99 banana faction. You mean just like always 99 bananas, nothing more, nothing less? Hey. Banana faction. With your powers combined, Gobby, it could be infinity bananas. You know? It must be... Who is it? Owl saying, you should check out Doing the Most. He's got a lot of tutorials and information. I've heard of them before, actually. Why do I remember the... I think I remember the name, Doing the Most. But I don't remember from what context. You should probably check that out. If you wouldn't mind sending me a suggestion of that owl or like pinging me for it, I would love to check them out. Because I feel like I do follow them, but I don't remember. I'm like vaguely familiar with the name. Dr. Super out there being like, I love me some 99 bananas. Why are you people so obsessed with 99 bananas? It's wild, actually. Somebody, 99 bananas has yet to be added to the Infinity Bottle. I'm not trying to give you ideas, just basically telling you what's available, right? And somebody watching, I think one of the more recent videos was just like, dude, 99 bananas spotted. And I was like, yeah, it's a nice liqueur. Why? Apparently it's got a fan club. Gobby out there saying, more cultist for 99 bananas? Wow. Big Callan out there being like, actually, no, I'm a part of the 99 banana cult all the way. It's a cult? No, I didn't jump. I jumped at the wrong moment. Yeah, we're restarting that. Dude, I didn't realize that the 99 bananas cult was a thing. Please, please, introduce me to your leader. Son of an absolute... I don't know what I did. I don't know what the sun is, to be fair. Yeah, dude, if there's a 99 bananas cult or just a 99 cult in general, by all means, introduce me to your leader. I don't have all the 99 flavors, but if somebody was just like, here's a party pack, I'd be like, yeah. And to be perfectly fair, by the way, I could just get a party pack of all the 99 flavors, the 99 flavored 99 schnapps collection, but they usually come in small nips, and so I wouldn't have enough for the Infinity Bottle. Not really. Technically, a single nip is enough to go in the Infinity Bottle, but only if I taste absolutely none of it. And that's not going to work. So I need a full, I need at least a 350 bottle for Infinity Bottle stuff. That would be my request. If I can make demands, that's my demand. But apparently everybody agrees on this whole cult vibes of 99. That's wild, dude. That's wild, dude. I love to hear it. More cult liquor classics. Let's keep them coming. Pop out there saying that I agree with him that mead doesn't require all the chemicals and additives. Mead should be a natural process. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I don't necessarily think that you need, like, from what I've learned from the various bits of information that I got from Golden Hive Mead and, oh my goodness, what is the channel I'm thinking of? I watch them almost every single week of the stuff that he puts out about his other wines and stuff like that. I think it's Craft a Brew. I think it's Craft a Brew. I watch Golden Hive Mead and his mead stuff, as well as Craft a Brew and the stuff that the various different wines and stuff that he's been making for information on how to do meads, wines, and other stuff and whatnot. So shout out to those two very, very cool content creators. However, admittedly, I'm nervous about it. I typically wind up muddling on the thought of making something, especially for fermentations, for a long time before I actually go into it, because I just want to make sure I get as much information as I can on it. I waited for a really, really long time to do any sort of lacto fermentation because I'm a dummy and I fall into the sand literally all the time. But because I didn't want to, like, blow something up or something, you know? All right, let me get some more water on my system. Use a little bit of that. Dude, I'm telling you, this Infinity 70, this French Infinity, this Infinity French 75, swear to goodness, tastes like cheesecake. So tasty. And supposedly you're supposed to garnish this with a lemon twist. I didn't. I forgot to. I don't think it needs it. I really don't think it needs it. Thanks for the reminder, Omachow. I can tell it's dangerous. Get rid of you, and then you guys over here. Points. One of these days, y'all, like I was saying, I would really like to be able to do more fermentations. More fermentations here at the Bar with an X. I was kind of teasing before that one of the ideas that I had was I make the fermentations as a sort of request, where whatever ingredients that I've got, you can tell me to infuse a liqueur. You can tell me to lacto ferment something and try to make a drink out of it. I got a lot of ideas. Some of that just requires scale. And I can assure you all that the scale is absolutely coming. I've looked at the analytics. I am no professional, but the channel has been growing wildly on all of the social medias. And I've been doing my math. Got big plans for the Bar with an X in the future. And technically even bigger plans. It wouldn't be the first time that somebody asked about, like, will the Bar with an X ever get a location? And oddly enough, I was watching a video the other day on, and I don't remember whose content it was, but I swear I watched an Instagram reel of somebody saying, we often get, oh, I remember who it was. It was Quincy's Tavern. Quincy's Tavern on TikTok. Quincy LTV, I think, is the user that he goes by. But I saw a video of somebody saying people have asked whether or not Quincy's Tavern is getting a physical location, and it did. I think they got like a pop-up or something like that. But it's possible that they actually have like a legitimate, like, hard location, brick and mortar location. I was like, whoa, that is so cool. I have no legitimate plans to make a brick and mortar location as of right now, at least from what I understand of how being a bar manager works here in Philadelphia. I am Liquor Control Board certified. I'm RAMP certified, so I've taken the owner manager course, and I am also seller server trained as well. So I took a class on this and have a certification on this. But if you are to be a manager of a bar, at least here in Pennsylvania, you have to, like, give the Liquor Control Board reason to believe that that's what you focus on. That is your main thing that you do. So I don't think you're technically allowed to be a manager at multiple locations. I might be misquoting that one, so don't quote me on that one. But if you are a manager, your prime position is tending to that bar when it is during operating hours, regardless of what those operating hours happen to be. Which varies depending on whether you're a club or whether you're a bar or whether you're something else. The club is a specific term, at least in the Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board laws. It's interesting, dude, and it is incredibly nuanced. And that is a world that I would love to be a part. I wouldn't have gotten the certification and taken the class if I wasn't very, very, very interested. One of these days. I see Big Callan out there being like, I'm a part of the new gens, the new generations. That's fair. To be fair to Big Callan's point, there's a whole generation and probably a larger generation of users. Oh, sweet, A-rank. A larger generation of users that are here at the Bar with an X who didn't really know what was going, or wasn't a part of the early, very, very early growth of the channel before I had a chance to take my hiatus, before I had a chance to combine video gaming and mixology together and make that a little bit more, what's the word? Smooth. I'm gonna say smooth. It's cool, y'all. I am, speaking openly, I am more excited about what's happening here at the Bar with an X, and just generally speaking, in my life, than I think I've ever been, y'all. And I can only take some of the credit for that. A lot of it is just me spending a lot of time focusing on the content, the drinks, and just building the community and stuff like that. But the community is made up of people like you. The only people who watch the content are you and some of my close friends and stuff like that who have been there from the very beginning. You know who you are. It's cool, dude. Like what I was saying before about like if I had any piece of advice. Actually, going back to when I answered the question, Renzo, I was a little dishonest. You asked me what was the most valuable piece of advice that I ever received. I think that was your question exactly. Nobody ever told me. Well, I was gonna say nobody ever told me to just be me. Actually, you know what? No. There was one person, and that was my mother. That was my mom. So shout out to Mama with an X. I remember now. You told me that when I was younger. I know some of y'all can sympathize, but I was bullied a lot in middle school, and I was like, what do I do? And they were like, she was like, be uniquely you, try to make a joke about it. And that's exactly what I did, and I've been doing that for the rest of my life, so. Dude, fucking cheers to Mama with an X. Thanks, girl. Anyways, Dr. Super Penguin out there being like, first saw Bar with an X via Insta with the Infinity Bottle, followed immediately. You. I'm like just like a lot of other people too. That Infinity Bottle really took off, y'all. So for a little context, for anybody that doesn't realize, like, if you're curious about the origin behind the Infinity Bottle, I had been watching creators. I've been aware of the concept of an Infinity Bottle for a while. I don't know if it was started by anybody in particular. I haven't done my history research on it. But channels like the Whiskey Tribe, for example, gave details on how to make the most of your whiskey infinity bottle, how to make your own infinity bottle, and they kind of set the precedent and kind of popularized that. But I saw that, and the thought randomly occurred to me, I wonder if I let the people of the internet, most of the community, because it only works if you're in the live stream, what if they got to choose? I imagine it was probably going to get really, really weird really, really quickly, and it most certainly did, and y'all have made sure to follow through on that completely. But, like, I was always curious about it, so I was like, you know what? I bought a decanter from the thrift store for about $8, and I was like, let's see what you guys can do with it. Y'all latched on immediately. And I was like, this is kind of cool. This is really, really cool. And I've been having so much fun with it, dude. I am all about experimental mixology here. Like, if the Bar with an X were an actual location, it would be an experimental cocktail mixology laboratory, or whatever you might call it that, as I try not to be... I'm already sounding pretentious because I'm using the term mixology and not just bar, but I mean that. I mean that. And that's what I believe, dude. That's my philosophy on it. I think it's freaking awesome. Oh, I'm here to collect rings. Didn't realize that. I am here for rings. I forgot about that. I already got the event. Whoops! Anyways. What do I see out there? Big Callan being like, 99! Dude, we'll get there one day. Dr. Super out there saying, when the year ends, what do you do with the leftover Infinity Mix? I don't know, dog. It's the beginning of it's the first year I've done something like this. It's an Infinity Bottle, right? So I don't plan on getting rid of it at the end of the year. That's still going. It wouldn't be an Infinity Bottle if I swap it out every single year. I'm gonna do everything in my power to make sure that bottle lasts for as long as it possibly can. I have a couple of rules in place that I've been determining over time, but I've got a pretty good set of rules for it to make sure that it doesn't get, like, weird with certain exceptions. So the only things that are allowed to go in that bottle are spirits that are at least 15% ABV, because anything lower than that could potentially make it low enough in alcohol content that things start to grow. Nothing cream-based, no cream liqueurs, because if I had any sort of cream liqueurs in there, then things would wind up curdling, and I could add cream liqueurs to it, but I don't want to have to filter it, so it makes it easier for me to deal with. And then nothing that is explicitly unfiltered, like unfiltered beers or things like that, with certain exceptions, right? Like, I got this bottle that I've got my eye on that uses, that's got luster dust in it, but it's a bottle of vodka, so that's fine by me. Goldschlager, which is a cinnamon liqueur, uses, has gold flakes in it, and that's technically not unfiltered, but it's not like a hazy whiskey, if that thing even exists, which I don't think that it does, but, so those types of bottles are not allowed. And I think those rules are in place to preserve the longevity of the bottle, so that ideally, I only clean it every 20 or 30 redemptions, and that'll last forever. One of these days. Anyways, Eli out there saying, Cameron Tomodachi Collection Me update. He is now friends with the Roach. Oh, you mean my character inside of your Tomodachi world? Oh, dude. When I think of the Roach, all I can think of is either somebody who eats the blunt, because that's a term for the Roach. It's the very, very end of a joint of marijuana. Or it's Papa Roach, who did, I think did the Christopher Walken song. Walk without rhythm, you don't attract the word. It's kind of vibe I get. That's what Roach has in my life. Or it might be a particular me character who just looks like a Roach, in which case, oh, excellent, dude. Am I friends with Eggman yet? I know you were telling me apparently I can become friends with Eggman, and I don't think I've ever wanted anything more in my life. Did I miss the things? We'll see where I get with these. I didn't realize that there were so little rings. Huh. How many rings are even in this stage? I never remember. Cool. Doing all right. Papa Roach, says Dr. Super Penguin, also did Last Resort. I don't think I'm familiar with that one. That one's new to me. Are there rings in here? Nope, just animals. That's cool. Rings, 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 rings. More animals. Eli saying, oh, it's a literal roach that you made with some me eyebrow Oh, dude, beautiful. An actual, I've made friends with an actual live animal. That's awesome. Oh, so that, oh, hello there. That looks breakable. That looks breakable. Is that breakable? I thought that was breakable. I was wrong. But apparently I haven't met Eggman yet. Oh, one of these days. Ooh, one of these days. I'll meet that Eggman yet. One of these days, hopefully. Don't hurt me. That was a really quick drop to the floor. That could have been very, very dangerous. More rings? More rings? There are not a lot of rings around here, in there. Where are the rings? Where are the rings? Are there any rings like back here? Rings, 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 rings. Nope, no rings. All right. I can go this way, apparently. Oh, there's rings down. Ah, hello there. Rings, rings. Yeah, rings. I'm gonna go back for those rings. Yeah, that's what I thought. But I did it. Eli out there saying, I am friends with Agent Stone. Oh, dude, from the Paramount series. And I'm acquainted with President James A. Garfield. It was an actual president, wasn't it? Something, something Garfield? Alexa, which president had Garfield in his name?
Sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
All right. Real president from real life. Yeah, that's what I thought. But apparently the machine is stupid. By the way, get a little bit low on my infinity bottle here. So I'm going to click the button that tells you guys that I am accepting drink requests. It does nothing but put a message in chat right now. There will eventually be a better system that tracks things. But I don't have it set up yet. My plan is to basically have a thing where, like, there's a chat command where you can put in your request, and for the folks on YouTube where there is a character limit, it will circumvent that character limit with repeated requests. And then I get to look at all of them, and I can be like, oh, which request do I want to do? And I get to ultimate. It just makes the system a little bit easier to use. For me, and hopefully for you. So I can get through things a little bit better. Because I try to build out systems that make it easier for me when I am inebriated to continue doing the show. Makes sense to me, right? Callan being like, here's my moment, potentially. You got one last time, Big. If you got something, I might give it to you, but I prioritize folks who are new and folks who haven't done it before, if you're here. Dr. Super Penguin out there being like, I wish I could come up with drink ideas. It can also just be something that you Google, right? So in case you don't know already, and it should probably be a part of the chat, this is the stock. It's on CameroxnWithAnX.com/stock, and that tells you what I actually have here at the bar to mix with. If you got questions on what I got, you can always ask me. You don't have to make up a recipe. You could literally be like, you know what? I see that you have, let me just throw something out there. I see that you have hopped whiskey. I've never seen somebody make a Manhattan with hopped whiskey before. I would like you to try that. Do a hopped old fashioned with that hopped whiskey that you've got from something distilling company. I don't remember what it is. And I'd be like, oh yeah, dope. Dope, 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 dope. And I could try that. I see Big Callan out there saying, twist on the pink squirrel, not the thin mint, but the thick mint. I'll put it in the Discord. At the very least, Big, do me a favor of putting what the ingredients are here in the chat. Hopefully it's not too cumbersome for the chat perspective. But that way I can tell you whether I actually have all the ingredients. Because I want to say a pink squirrel typically uses heavy cream. And I don't have any heavy cream off the top of my head. And Ryan, I know you're screaming out there. You're like, why don't you have heavy cream? Because it's not very shelf stable. Give me the rings. Rings. I'll say this. If you do end up having a really, really cool idea and the internet likes it, apparently I'll never forget about it. And I will continue to shout you out for your really good ideas, like Eli out there, who had a dream about a highball, and the internet freaking loved it, dude. Love that. Eli, you are both infamous and also famous at the same time on these social channels. It is wild to me. Eli saying, if you got apricot brandy, which I happen to have an apricot tangerine drink saved. You could probably sub it out tangerine with orange. If I have, or I don't have any orange on me, I would have to de-thaw it. I also lost all my rings, and that makes me very sad, so. But, like, apricot brandy and orange tangerine. I don't have tangerine specifically, but I got orange. I think I'd have to de-thaw it, though. Oh, and I fall in the sand again. So that could work, potentially. I do have apricot brandy, though. I do. I'd like to get a more authentic apricot brandy, not just brandy that has been sweetened to taste like apricot, like the stuff that I get from Jacqueline's. Probably made here in Pennsylvania, but it's not really that good. Very artificial flavored, but it's consistent every single time. And in the world of spirits and stuff like that, like, just because something tastes sugary and whatnot and has a bunch of artificial gunk and whatnot in it, if it tastes the exact same every time, there's a factor of consistency there that I feel like people who are purists just don't really have a chance to appreciate. They're like, oh, you must use good blue curacao. Yeah, but like if you get it from some small distillery and they don't have any consistency in their quality assurance process, how are you supposed to make a really good cocktail every single time? Tails, are you kidding me, dude? Bro. Big out there with a recipe using chocolate-infused rye whiskey, McGillicuddy's menthol mint, dark creme de cacao. I'm telling you right now, I might not have enough menthol mint, but I might. And the amaretto, walnut chocolate bitters and stuff like that. Big, did you come up with that in 5 minutes again, or have you been just researching on my website? Because if so, that's kind of cool. Pop out there saying, I see that you have cardamom pods. I love cardamom. We put cardamom in our cinnamon rolls here, and it tastes great. I love cardamom, dude. One of my favorite combinations of cardamom was a latte that was served at a coffee shop here in Philadelphia that no longer is open anymore. But it was a rose cardamom latte. That combination of rose cardamom is absolutely going to be in a Drinkspiration one day. I just haven't gotten a good piece of inspiration for it, for what character or concept that would map to. One of these days, dude. I gotta go down here for the rose. Big Callan out there saying cream of any kind unless you don't have it. I have cream liqueurs, but it's the closest you're going to be able to get out of me, unfortunately. Cream liqueurs. Could function well, but like, I wouldn't say that cream is in the same category as cream liqueurs because they tend to be sweetened, and cream to me is not that sweet on its own. It just depends, though. Oh, no tails. Thank you. I'll tell you this, Big. If it requires cream in it, which it looks like it does, I will just make a note to pick up heavy cream because you're not the first person to bother me about heavy cream, and I should probably have some heavy cream here. I'll write that down. Write that down. Big's like, I look at your website. So wait. You're telling me that you look at my website and you're like, I think I can make a cocktail based off of exactly what this guy has. You study the website for that. Am I correct in saying that? Because I never thought that anybody would do that. What a freaking honor, dude. What an honor that you spend your the admittedly brief moments that you have of your life on that unfortunately poorly made website. Oh, man. Pop out there saying you should try a cream liqueur mixed with cinnamon and cardamom. Maybe cinnamon whiskey? So, cream liqueur with cinnamon and cardamom. So, I've got this horchata cream liqueur, which would totally follow through on that cinnamon. That could be really interesting. What else do we got? Cinnamon? I don't have a cinnamon cream. Oh, the horchata is kind of cinnamon creamish. I don't have anything that is mostly cardamom based, but if we really, really wanted to work with cardamom, I have means to rapidly infuse the flavor of cardamom into anything. For drink requests like this, a technique that you might not be aware of is you can take a pressurized chamber like a whipped cream maker and put things like cardamom in it or herbs and whatnot, and I can rapidly infuse spirits for so long as I've got the ingredients for them. That's not the same as, oh, I left X in a jar for a week until something interesting happens. Not quite the same thing. This is, I pressurized a container of X and Y together, and now it tastes different. Oh, dude, that was so close. Is that 10 right there? That was the 10 that I needed. Oh, man. Big being like, I do. Dude, that's so cool. This is why I'm very, very open to being like, oh, let me know what liqueurs you'd like to have at the here, because if you were if I know that the users are actually looking at the website, then I know that the stuff that I put on the website on a daily or even weekly basis does matter to inspire new drinks. One of the tenets going back to what I want to do here at the Bar with an X is I want to inspire another generation of mixologists for those of you who don't actually have access to stuff like that. And I see myself as an arbiter to be able to tell you whether or not the drinks are good. Not that I'm really a good judge on that anyways, but I try my best and I'm learning more every day. Eli saying, I've got a recipe from a book called Roman Holiday that uses Punta Mez, sweet vermouth, vodka, and orange. I actually haven't even cracked open that bottle of Punta Mez yet, actually. Right now, just to let everybody else know, I am leaning towards Eli's because I've never used that Punta Mez before. I will prioritize recipes from newcomers, as well as prioritize recipes that make me get to try something new or otherwise. Punta Mez is basically a vermouth, by the way, so once I crack that bottle open, I gotta start taking care of it. But I'm down for it. Pop out there saying, do you have a mortar and pestle for cardamom seeds? I do. I absolutely do. Love to see how a cardamom vodka would turn out. Yeah, one of these days I'm going to wind up, like I was saying before, I want to provide a system that works well for me. The previous system with infusing things worked well for y'all, but it really didn't work well for me. For infusions of certain things. X herb into Y spirit or something like that. So I have requests of infusions on hold for now. But rapid things would be a little bit different. Like if we put cardamom inside of a container with vodka, we essentially are concentrating, or what's the word I'm looking for? We're infusing. We're basically making a cardamom tea if instead of water we used vodka, and instead of it being hot, a hot infusion, it's a cold infusion at a very high pressure. Like I think like 40 bar or something like that, 40 psi I think or something like that. I can't remember. I don't have a gauge for it, but Gabi out there saying, "How in the world did you fall, Tails? Come on, dude. me take a pause a moment here. Gabi saying, I try to look at the website for new ones I can look out for yourself. That's another thing. Would it be beneficial for y'all to have an indicator on the website of new spirits? Because what I've been thinking about doing is whenever I do a liquor store run or I get new spirits, I post it on the socials and stuff like that, or I post it in the Discord. But I was thinking also of having a little indicator on the website that says, hey, I just got this bottle within the last week or so. It's a hot commodity if you want to use it. Or like I don't know, random picks or like random things for the evening, like suggestions of like, hey, I don't know. If you got suggestions, that's what we have a suggest command for. Eli out there saying, I love the website. Started reading books about cocktail basics, and half the time I had the stock website open on your phone. No way, dude. I am floored that y'all are getting a utility out of it. I think of it this way. The website is built in such a way that it is the cocktail resource that I wish I had. Or at least the spirits resource, in a way. And I have more information on the spirits than what is exposed to the website, like what the proof is, where it's from, what it's distilled from, what its flavors are. And I can try to expose that for the more power users. Because I'm a power user. So, if there's interest, I'll add it. Oh, hello there. Let's see. Big out there saying, how about this? Honey whiskey, raspberry wine, apple liqueur, and lemon juice. Oh, okay. The raspberry wine is intriguing to me too because I also haven't cracked that one open either. I don't remember what brand the raspberry wine is, but I think I know what you're talking about. Big, do you remember what brand that is? Also, for any of our power users out there, if you're like, I really wish I just knew off the top of my head what whiskeys he had, ! Whiskey will send you to the website filtering only the whiskeys. Although it doesn't have a search bar yet. Not yet. Still working on that. Oh, no, camera, please. Camera, no! Ugh. What else is y'all saying? Sorting by new, or have a little start next to it to indicate that it is new. Scrolling to see what new weird things that you can add to the infinity bottles. I like that little indicator would be great. Could maybe even mix it with tea if you've got it. For what? Honey whiskey and whatnot for like a time? Oh, the Raspberries Balick Winery. Yeah, that's actually a local winery from around New Jersey. Almost my hometown. Not quite. This is cool. All right, I'm just looking at my time right now. It is 1 a.m. for me. I am making barely any progress on Tails, and I would like to do a drink request. The question is, what do we got so far? We had something from Eli for that Punte Mez. This is why I need a system for this, y'all. I am, how many drinks in? 3 drinks in? Yeah, I am 3 drinks in, and I'm trying to process this right now. Water, by the way. Very good idea. Very good idea. Glad I thought of it. Big has something with that raspberry wine. Pop has something for the cardamom pods. I'm going to default to... Thank you, Skittle. I see that out there with the hydration. I'm going to default to Eli's because I want to try that. I want to try that Punte Mez. And because Big and Pop, you guys got your requests on Monday. So that's what we're going to do. I've got an ad starting in about 3 minutes or so. So after that ad is done, we'll take it back to the bar. We'll do Eli's drink with that Punte Mez. Eli, would you mind sending that in the chat again? I think it bubbled up and I lost it. Oh, I died. I forgot.
Stage select.
That's what we'll do. Big, I love how you were celebrating for the sake of Eli's drink. I love this dude. This is what community is all about, y'all. This is what it's all about. Don't hurt me. I see you there. Are there any rings in these pots? I've never actually checked them before. Any rings in the pot? Nope, no rings in the pot. Eli saying I could put a photo of the recipe in the Discord if you want. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Hello there. Any rings down here? Probably not. Excuse me. This is fun, y'all. I like mixology. Aw, man, Tails! Come on, dude. As you couldn't tell, y'all, I like mixology. Shit's fun, yeah? How? How in the world? Eli's got that recipe thrown in the suggestions? Excellent. Thank you for helping out a potentially tipsy Cameron. I appreciate that. Hold on, I'm gonna mark that's funny. The broadcaster admitted into being under the influence of alcohol. That's funny. That should go in the edit. That's funny. That should go in the edit. Boop. And depending on whether Sober Me agrees with that sentiment, we'll see whether or not it actually makes the edit. Oh, hi there. Were there any rings that... I don't think there were any rings down there. There were no rings down there. No rings at all. Don't touch me. Come on, come on, come on. There you go. There you go, little buddy. Rings, 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 rings. Rings, 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 rings. Got you. I don't care about you. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. Everything will be alright, and I'm standing next to you. Something about my infinity bottle. Oh, no, 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 no! Oh, Tails, why? Oh, gosh. Oh, Gabi, thank you for the claps. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yo, Gabi out there with the 1,140 points. Love to see the support out there. Now, this is going to be a calm run. I'm going to turn my volume low. Chill run. What if everything in your life was chill?
Stage select.
Welcome to the ad break. I'm the kind of guy, chat, who gets anxious during awkward silences, but I think I've realized the dramatic irony of silence and staring at the camera, especially during moments of that, like that. Like, I am 99.9% convinced that quote-unquote premium quality content could literally just be me staring at the camera with this dead expression. Does it do anything for you, internet? Water's cool. You ever consider hydration? Anyways, thanks for watching the ads. It apparently supports the bar with an X. Did you know I make about $5 on ads every week? I'd love to see it. Anyways, when we come back from the ads, we'll do a cocktail from Eli. Oh, I should bring up the recipe from Eli. I should do that. That's a really good idea. Excuse me. That was the wrong button. That was a request that I put out to CapCut about their stupid editing software. Roman Holiday. Check that out. Cracked ice, vodka, Punta Mez. Oh, let me get the Punta Mez. Let me get the Punta Mez. Oh, I also need the orange juice. Ah, I need the orange. Yeah, I gotta get that. I gotta. Ooh, okay. I gotta get orange juice, which means I need to go put a. I need to put an orange in the freezer and then I need to get orange juice, so I'm gonna go put an orange from my freezer in the microwave. So hold up. Orange. Welcome back from the ads. I realized for this recipe I require orange juice, and because the orange juice I had in the bottle was weird, I need to go get an orange from my freezer and put it in the microwave. So please excuse me a moment while I go get an orange. Please enjoy this really awesome track from Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. All right, chat, I got you. The ad break is over. I'm back. Winter Wolves, welcome in. Said hi on the YouTube. If you're still out there, after me being away from my bar for a hot second, welcome back. I took a moment to step away from the bar for a moment to go collect some ingredients, because I've got a drink request from Eli Peach Soda out there, something called the Roman Holiday. It's from a book. I had to go defrost some oranges, so I split the difference. I know you were talking about tangerine, so I have an orange. I don't know if it's a blood orange, but we're about to find out. And I also have clementines. Let's see how the hell that works. So we'll give it our best shot. Got this recipe from Eli called the Roman Holiday. You require cracked ice, vodka, punta mez, which is basically, it's an aperitivo. Un punto di vermouth is what it says on the bottle. So in my mind, punta mez is a vermouth, a sweet vermouth, a red vermouth, but it's also an aperitivo. I've never tried it before, so I really wanted to try this drink because I've never actually had punta mez before. I got it at the bar, I think I got it at the stock about last month. Let's see, an orange, a splash of orange. Oh, did I not need to get the whole orange? I need the orange slice for garnish, so that's what I'm gonna use. Pop out there saying, if you want to get into making mead, I recommend looking into Zerim Zimmerman. He's a bit of an oddball, but his techniques are sound. I'll take that as a request. You wouldn't mind putting the exclamation point suggest. I ran up the stairs, dude. I was like, I got a drink I gotta make. I'm out of breath, dude. whoever out up there is tracking how often I take a bathroom break. I give you this for free. I went to the bathroom. You're welcome. You are welcome. And just for clarification, it is exclamation point suggest and then whatever after the fact. I got you. I got you. Great. So, Eli, what book does this come from? If you wouldn't mind me asking. The description of this cocktail is swank, civil, and seductive. That's what the book says. You don't have to fly off to the Eternal City to indulge in a... I feel like I need my... You don't have to fly off to the Eternal City to indulge in a classy aperitif mingled with Bon Mez, a frisky, bittersweet vermouth with its own spicy aura. Master mixologist Peggy Boston created this orange-scented elixir for Zephyro, an outpost of Mediterranean cool in Portland, Oregon. This Roman holiday is the quintessential celebration of romance in a glass. Very Audrey. I don't know who the hell Audrey is. Atomic Cocktails is what this one is from. The authors are in the text bit of the message. That's cool. I like that. Atomic Cocktails. We'll see if this is atomic indeed. In any case. Skittle out there saying, but was it number 1 or number 2? We must know. I'm not telling you that. That's not it. I'll tell you when I go downstairs to use the can, but it's none of your business of what happens while I'm in there. Hydration. Good stuff. And that one says take a shot? I will not. A shot is about 1.5 milliliters, 1.5 ounces, and I definitely had at least that in my thing here. So, let's go with that. This one calls for, fill a cocktail shaker with ice, add all the ingredients, except the orange slice, naturally. I love how they specifically articulate that you're not putting the orange slice in the glass. I love that. That is very on point. Strain the mixer into a cocktail glass, garnish with an orange slice. I'm gonna take this to mean that this goes into a chilled glass. I'm gonna use a chilled glass for this. Do I have any? Yeah, I got some. Vodka, Punta Mez, sweet vermouth, orange juice. Yeah. Let's give this a try, shall we? I'm very interested. This cocktail recipe. Yeah, let me take this and put this off the side. I'm done with my infinity drink. That was really, dude. One definitely in my top 3 infinity drinks so far. That French infinity was beautiful. Tasted like cheesecake. So I think what I want to do is, this recipe calls for Punta Mez, a specific spicy aura'd sweet vermouth, according to this book that Eli shared with us. Never actually tried this before. So what I'm going to do, because I like to get the fresh bottle crack on the edit, is I'll start mixing the cocktail, I'll put everything into the shaker, and when I give this a crack, I'm going to take a little bit, I'll do a little sidebar on this to taste what this tastes like on its own, as my palate kind of adjusts from the sip of the spritz that I just had. Because I'd like to try it. It's interesting, because when people talk about sweet vermouths, or when people talk about vermouths, when they talk about Punta Mez, they seem to call out this particular bottle, like, specifically by name. And I was like, well, I gotta have this at the bar. So, with some of the contributions from y'all, I was able to pick up a bottle. So this one calls for a shaker. Every single cocktail this evening is called for a shaker. I'm down with that. I am totally down with that. First, we're gonna add 1.5 ounces of vodka. And I have been, oddly enough, y'all, I have been running a while back. I pitched a video idea to a friend of mine, and I was like, I think I need vodka. I think I need vodka for infusions. And they're like, oh, you want vodka? We'll give you some vodka. So they gave me a bunch of vodka, and I am almost out of all the Kettle One vodkas that I have. But I have a shit ton of Grey Goose. So I'm gonna use the good stuff. Supposedly, it's the good stuff. So, start with 1.5 ounces of vodka. I'm gonna get a bottle pop. Hell yeah, dude. Grab one of these measuring the jiggers. Grab one of those ones. 1.5 ounces is what we're starting with, or about 45 milliliters for our folks across the pond. 1.5 ounces of vodka to start off with. I'm realizing I'm putting this in the wrong side of the shaker. I like to mix in the small side of the shaker, only because if I do overfill, I can see it very easily. Go with that. Do a 1/2 ounce of Punta Mez. 1/2 ounce of Punta Mez. Fresh bottle crack, by the way. Oh, that's magnificent. That was a good one. 1/2 ounce of Punta Mez. And again, what's interesting to me about this particular recipe is that it calls for a 1/2 ounce of Punta Mez and a 1/2 ounce of sweet vermouth. Punta Mez is technically vermouth. And I think it's technically sweet too. I don't know. Never actually tried it. So, I'm gonna try a little bit of this punta mez on its own, because I've never tried it before. Just a little bit. It's kind of nutty. It reminds me of a, almost like a smoky sherry. Or like subtle notes of like prune or something, just on the nose. Oh, that is mighty sweet. Oh, I like that. I can see what people say about the spiciness of punta mez. It's got a subtle bitterness to it. Reminds me a little bit of cough syrup, but like in all the best of ways. There's a slight savor there that reminds me of herbs. Exactly what herb? I got no clue, but I'm pretty sure it's a flower. I also taste the grape. Probably because it is a wine. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. It's also a little nutty. There's a little bit up there that kind of reminds me of like almond skin. As I do with all of my vermouths, I put a little bit of inert gas on top of it to make sure it doesn't oxidize as fast. And I will keep this refrigerated, which means I have even less space in my refrigerator. That's fine. That's not your problem. That's my problem. Let's put this away and swap it with... Next we need half an ounce of sweet vermouth, which is not inclusive of that punta mez. I love that crap. Oh my god. It sounds so good, dude. It sounds so good. I'm at the very bottom of this bottle of Carpano Antica, by the way. A gift from More Than Awesome. That was a good one. Second verse, same as the first. Put some inert gas in here to keep your vermouth for good for forever. And then put it in the refrigerator. Yep. I got space in there. What else do we need? A splash of orange juice next. I have these tiny little clementines. I'm gonna use them, which means I need a juicer. For me, I'm going to use a single pump of clementine juice. Just feels right. So let's cut this thing open using this mighty small cutting board that I have. Little, whoop. This knife could probably be a lot sharper. But it's not, and you work with what you got. Half of this is gonna go into the freezer, so I don't forget about it. So I can just refreeze it for later. And I do think I need a bit of this for garnish too, so I'm gonna save some of that. This was the bottle of, oh, I put the vodka back. Ooh, I almost forgot about the vodka. Wow, that would have been interesting. Goodness gracious. Alrighty. I'll do a single pump of that clementine. Did y'all hear that? Just a pump. Just a little bit of sweetness from that clementine, apparently. Oh, there's a little bit extra. Hold up. Don't forget the rest of it. Again, I don't know if that's exactly what they wanted in there, but I'm going with it. And I'll try it. I will try it nonetheless. Cutting board I'll keep because we need a little slice of that orange for a little bit later. We got our... This thing specifically calls for 1.5 ounces. 1.5 cups of cracked ice or 6 ice cubes. Add ice to your glass. The recipe calls for 6 cubes exactly. So, 6. All right, I'm really glad I didn't knock that over. Because if I did, I'd do the whole thing over again. All right, top this off and give it a shake. Cool. Strain this into a chilled coupe glass and garnish with an orange slice. You got any left? This one sounds interesting. Here's my chilled coupe glass. And here's the strain. Got a liquid in that one. Cool. I'm opting to double strain this because I feel like it. I just feel like I don't want ice shards. Yeah, wash line. I will take it. All right, and then we get a little orange slice. I'm using the big knife for this one. I did use the clementine, so I'm gonna keep with the clementine. Just feels right. What kind of slice do I want to do? I'll do, I'm blanking on how I want to do this slice. It doesn't matter. This is not super specific. I don't need to be super specific on this one. There we go. There's a easy one. A little. Put this on the inside and just. Boop, boop. Actually, smells beautiful. I really smell it. I really smell it. That's good. I'm gonna take my extra pieces and I'll put them away as well. I still got juice in them. I'll take that. And this one I'll also put back in it. So. Ooh, excuse me. I see a question from Pop out there saying, do your sources carry Laponia liqueurs? Laponia is another name for the northern region of Finland called Lapland, where you're from. We have a cloudberry liqueur that I strongly recommend. Oddly enough, you speaking of Laponia and cloudberry specifically, I don't believe that my local sources do, but I was doing so. I think I was mentioning on Monday that I've been doing some research for some drinks inspired by Sweden for a game that I want to play in the future called Little Misfortune. Oddly enough, I was looking into specifically certain, I want to say it was specifically bilberry liqueur, European blueberry, and I want to say Laponia came up in my search, but I don't believe that I can reliably get them. They're certainly not sold in the local stores, but it seems like some of the stuff that's close by, like at the local Total Wine and stuff like that, I might actually be able to get certain things like that. It's not the first time I've heard of cloudberry before, but this is the first time that I've heard that cloudberry is an actual thing, and apparently it's from around Europe, so that's really cool. That's cool information. So the answer that I have is maybe, but I don't know. I see Daft out there popping in. Daft Brian, welcome in, my friend. Good to have you. I put my wine preserver away. Give this drink from Eli try. What was this called again? This was the Roman holiday. Swank, civil, and seductive. I mean, any well-made cocktail is seductive to me, so consider me seduced. Oh, man, that clementine smells beautiful, dude. That's great. Oh, there's a bite from the vodka in there. Hello there. That's boozy. Dude, the proof from the vodka cannot hide. But the combination of the Carpana Antica and Punta Mez is like, it's pleasantly herbal. I'll say, like, overall, the cocktail is a little bit dry for what it's worth. Let me dive in here a second time. There is just, oh man, yeah. I'm getting, from what I tasted of the Punta Mez, it's very herbaceous. Tastes like the vermouth that went inside of it. The orange, the clementine kind of offers like a slight brightness to it. Just a very, very slight brightness that it comes across the palate as a little bit more. It's certainly not sour, and it's certainly not tart, but it's as if you took the aspects of sour or tart and just inched it in that direction, and I am struggling to find the correct articulation to describe something that is very, very, very mildly acidic. Bright is what I want to call this bright, but I don't really have a better means to articulate that. It's vermouth forward. You get the proof from the vodka. It's leaving this very dry texture on my tongue that honestly I enjoy. And if I had to pick out anything else in particular, I want to pick out some specific flavor notes in there. And there's almost a subtle, it's almost like, there's almost like a subtle chocolatey sweetness on the roof of my tongue that I can taste in there. Gotta be one of the vermouths. I think it's the Carpano Antica. Oh man, this is the kind of drink to kind of make you stop for a second and be like, take a breath and enjoy. I have a preference towards short drinks like this that tend to be very spirit forward. This is absolutely in the Manhattan family of drinks. You have a base spirit, you have vermouths built on top of that. There's a splash of the orange in there. If anything, this is kind of taking the Manhattan and shaking it, which you wouldn't typically do with something like this, right? Unless you are, you wouldn't necessarily do it with something like this unless you have more citrus juice in there, but there's not a lot of citrus. There's only a splash of orange, so this drink is one of those ones that kind of like defies my expectations. It's essentially a shaken Manhattan with just enough juice to make it worth your while. And you can still pick apart those delicate flavors from the vermouth. And I'd say the vodka too, but there's not really much flavor that I'm getting from the vodka. It's mostly just providing the proof. Like, despite, like, overall, if I can get my final notes on it, it's a very spirit-forward drink, but it doesn't taste super alcoholic. You really get an opportunity to piece through the vermouths there. There is just enough aeration from the shaking to provide a brightness that really supports the underlying flavors of those vermouths, which to me are very herbaceous and mildly cocoa-like. And it's pretty dry. But I like that. That's a win. That's a win in my book. That's pretty cool. Pop out there saying, if you can get anything bilberry flavored, I strongly recommend it. Bilberry is everything blueberry wants to be, but better. That's from what I read of it. I really want to get access to that. Dr. Super out there saying, having a good night, Cam and chat. Dude, Super, thanks so much for popping in. If you got any ideas for what you may want to do with cocktail requests and stuff like that, by all means, let me know. I would love to hear it, dude. Thanks so much for popping in, and I appreciate your support as well. This is real, dude. I like this. Eli. I think I've needed, to be perfectly honest, I have needed a vermouth-forward drink that I can test vermouths with. I might have found the drink for that, actually. I also just love that smell of the... Dude, I love the smell of it. I know it doesn't call for clementine, but I love the smell of the clementine. Oh, man, it's tasty. Wait, I'm about to finish the whole drink, so I gotta... excuse me. I'm gonna put that down for a second. This is drink number 4 for me tonight. Just as a let everybody know out there, I have been drinking fully alcoholic cocktails this evening. Try to make sure that I pace myself along the way. I've been drinking water the entire time. This is a concept of mindful drinking that we try to encourage here at the Bar with an X. But I'm only one person, and I only have one liver. And I probably won't be going much longer. Probably maybe another half hour. I'm gonna give these Tails missions a couple more attempts, but I'll get there. Eli out there saying, I love it when I say something I know nothing about, and I'm right. Hey, you know what? Dude, take the wins that you can get. Cheers. Winter out there saying, what would you give to someone just starting to drink, somebody just starting to drink? Like somebody who's like fresh, like legally able? Honestly, if I had to start anybody off with a drink, I would start with something that is not super forward on alcohol, that just has an interesting flavor that you might not necessarily get to have if you are, let's say, not of legal drinking age. If anything, if I had to give myself something low ABV, something, a highball, like a Jack and Coke, whiskey and Coke, gin and tonic, or something like that. I tend to find that people who are younger, speaking from experience too, tend to find things that are a little bit more sweeter, things that tend to hide the alcohol a little bit. Honestly, if you're first starting to drink, try something like a Cosmopolitan. Cosmopolitan is typically made with vodka, orange liqueur, and some cranberry juice, and maybe a little bit of acid in there to adjust things like lemon juice or something. It gives you an opportunity to explore alcohol in its base form with sweetness on top of it. If you want to explore a little bit, if you know that, if you're like the Cosmopolitan, you're like, I like this, but let's say I want something a little bit more explorative, you can try drinks that continue to have that sort of added sweetness to it. Tends to be shaken for stuff that have that has whiskey in them. If you want something a little bit more woody, if you want something a little bit more herby, if you're a fan of tea, I would recommend something with gin. You start with something like a gimlet, which is essentially gin, lime juice, and simple syrup, just equal parts sugar and water by weight. I would, if I had to give a succinct answer, because I'm kind of rambling on this, excuse me, I'm a little drunk right now. The recommendation I would give to anybody who is just starting out to drink, who's just starting to do so, if you know something you like already, if you're a fan of Coca-Cola, try a whiskey and Coke. Not a fan of whiskey? Try a vodka and Coke. See where you get with that. Try something that you know that you're already familiar with, but if I had to make a general recommendation, sour drinks, daiquiris, gimlets, cosmopolitans, sweet drinks. Go into a bar and be like, if you were to go to a bar and ask for something and it's your first drink, be like, it's my first drink. I would like something that tastes like X. Cranberry, for example. And you might be better off. Put your faith in the bartender. They might serve you well there. I hope that answers your question, by the way, Winter. It's a very, very solid question. Very broad question, too. And it depends on who you are as a person. So you've got any more details of your flavor preferences. If you have dabbled around the block with certain spirits and stuff before, you're free to be honest about that stuff, and I can throw some more specific recommendations in your direction. I see Pop out there saying you live 15 minutes from the Swedish border, and we go there to buy ciders and wines because they are half the price there. Spirits, they're cheaper there. Salmiakki is also popular in Sweden, but it's not a national term of pride like it is here. Coffee is also a massive cultural aspect in all Nordic countries. Dude, one of these days, I'm going to make my way back out across the pond, and I would like to go to the more Nordic countries. I love coffee. I would love to experience more of the stuff that they serve out there because I just can't get it over here in the U.S. Great. Winter out there with the thank you. You're absolutely welcome. Cheers to future drinking of yours, and I hope you enjoy the experience just as much as you can, you know? I see the one Dorian out there saying, I love your shorts. They are made with such quality and care. Mad respect. You deserve the recognition. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Very, very kind words from you. I work a lot on it. I have a day job, and I have my editing job, and then I have this one. And I like at least 2 out of those 3 things. Wink. Pop out there saying, too, for your Swedish-themed drinks, salmiakki and coffee are definitely on the table, as are all berry-flavored ciders and wines. I am going to make sure that I take a picture of that comment, if you don't mind me doing so, because I am very interested in getting to know that. Salmiakki for Sweden. That's not something that I've thought of before. That is going to be a part of... Pop, I'm going to try to put that as a part of my research for the drinks and whatnot. Thank you so much. And also, too, I know you just popped in on Monday, but, like, I've been thinking about it, man. You have helped me think about specifically in terms of like very specific cultural flavor. If I'm rambling a little bit, by the way, I'm sorry about that. Got a couple of drinks in me right now. I'm gonna be getting a little bit more flush, a little bit more. I don't know what the word is. In any case, but when I was thinking about the salmiakki and the other flavors that I can't necessarily get there, I had this feeling of like, I don't know what you call it, dude. Like I'm missing out. I don't typically feel like I'm missing out on things, but there was a piece of me of just like, dang, you got some really cool things overseas there. I really wish that I could have a piece of that. And I have had wanderlust more so in the last couple days than I have had like ever in the last couple of years. And I think it started with your comment about the salmiakki. So cheers to that, my guy. Cheers to that. I see Moko Bandit out there saying, what's good, nephew? Favorite GameCube game? Oh yeah, it's one of my favorites too. Speaking of which, I made my cocktail request. Thank you to Eli for the suggestion. I'll be sipping on this for the rest of the evening, probably the next half an hour or so, to see where we get with that, as we continue our 180 emblem run of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Let's get back to it. There you go. There you go. Pop out there saying, too, another good beginner drink, in your opinion, is the Moscow Mule. Oh, excellent, dude. Ginger beer, a little bit of sweetener, optional, lime juice, and vodka? Oh, yeah, dude. That's a solid one. Especially, another thing that I'll say about the Moscow Mule in particular as a, quote, beginner drink is it introduces you to the flavors of wholehearted ginger. And if you've not had a drink that is spicy and packs a punch, but also is balanced typically in terms of the flavors that you're experiencing, Moscow Mule is great. Moscow Mule is very, very tasty. Or any renditions on the mule. One of the drinks that I've been meaning to try out is I want to do a riff on the mule for one of the Sonic characters. Specifically Metal Sonic, if I can. That'd be pretty cool. Eli out there confirming, doubling up on the Moscow Mule's Delicious. One of your first cocktails was a dark and stormy, and it's still your favorite. Yeah. If you didn't know, too, the dark and stormy is, at least according to a bartending class that I took once upon a time, is a trademarked drink from Gosling's. They have a line of ginger beer, they have a line of rum, and the supposedly trademarked dark and stormy is equal parts Gosling's ginger beer and Gosling's Black Seal rum. That is the combination of drinks. That is the combination of ingredients. Although, to be perfectly honest, you can get a better dark and stormy if you add a little bit of sweetness in there, maybe add a little bit of lime juice on top of it, just to kind of even things out a little bit. But you didn't hear it from me. Instead, you read it on liquor.com, and you asked no more questions. In any case, Pop out there being like, glad to hear it. If you want to experience rural Finland from the 90s, your childhood, there is a game called My Summer Car, and it is a masterpiece. Dude, feel free to request that. I would love to get a more in-depth look at Finnish culture, especially. When I was in Puerto Rico, I was talking with the folks that I was hanging out with, Puerto Rican family, who are also game developers, actually, about games that take inspiration from the country that I was in. I picked up a number of different Puerto Rican spirits and stuff like that, and I stick with inspired drinks based off of the video games that I play. So if there is a video game that is made from, admittedly, wherever you're from, I would love to get to know the game, I want to know the culture, and I would be honored to make it. Oh, hi there, Rings. I would love to have the opportunity, dare I say, the honor, to be able to take as much as I can learn about that particular culture and quite literally distill it down into something that people can enjoy in the comfort of their own homes, or maybe in a bar one day. I don't think there's any greater honor than somebody saying, hey, I tried something that you made, and I liked it. And I shared it with somebody else, and they also liked it. There is, I think, no greater honor as a creator, especially of a potable art like cocktail mixology and food. I love that. Big Callan being like, sorry, I'm back at the gym right now. How's the drink? Oh, it's great, dude. Why do you keep apologizing? You do not need to apologize to the stranger on the internet for living a life, dude. You're out there pumping those gains, dude? Don't apologize. Please. You should be like, Cam, I'm popping in, dude. Been really lifting those power weights right now, man. No apologies from me. I'm working on my dad bod. I'd be like, yeah, dude, go for it. Go for it. But naturally, if you're saying, and actually, I struggle with this too. I wind up saying sorry because I'm specifically looking for forgiveness. If you're looking for forgiveness, you got it, dude. Don't even need to ask for that. You got it. Oh, man, dude. This is cool. This is cool, y'all. Son of a gun. Between you and me, chat, these are my kinds of drinks. I like spirit-forward drinks that, even though I'm a couple in, can be like, oh man, this still hits. Another death. Because to me, drinks that are actually, you know what? This is a spirit. Wow, dude, that was impressive. This is a spirit-forward drink that is also shaken. One of the things that they say about why you shake certain drinks and why you stir certain drinks is that when you are stirring drinks, you are being gentle with the ingredients. You are preserving these subtle flavors that you can get from the ingredients that go inside of them. And a piece of that is a little bit of hoo-ha, but there's also some science behind certain compounds being beneficially aerated in terms of the flavor that you experience there for them and otherwise. This is a shaken drink with things that aren't typically shaken, and I like it. It's vermouth forward, and the vodka is providing enough extension of the flavors of the vermouth to the point where I can still really appreciate it. It's awesome, dude. I like it. Atomic Cocktails was the book, right, Eli? I have to find that one. I like that one. Big Callan saying, I'm thinking about putting some drinks in your book. Would you like to be a mixologist consultant? Yeah, dude. Hit me up for whatever you got. Any mixology stuff? Hit me up, dude. I would love to. I would love to. The only thing that I'll throw out there is because I would like to do this in a... If I'm doing any sort of, like, professional capacity stuff, like, I do take out, like, cocktail commissions and stuff like that. If you've got the means to go for it, I imagine that for the vast majority of people, you don't have hundreds of dollars to spare around just to get consultation on the cocktail thing. I understand, dude. I completely understand that. But yeah, cocktail consulting? Absolutely, dude. Ask me questions anytime. Pop into the live. Feel free to DM me. You got my number. And by that I mean my Discord. I got you, man. Pop saying, do you have Pisang Ambon? It's a banana liqueur from the Netherlands. I'm gonna say probably not, only because of the banana liqueurs that I can even get my hands on, most of them are artificially flavored. No shade against 99 bananas, but it tastes like artificial banana, and it does a really, really good job of tasting like that. I don't think I have Pisang Ambon, but I might be able to get it. I don't know. I'd have to look at that a little bit further. I know in particular, so the local liquor stores around me, because I live in Pennsylvania, the local liquor stores are Fine Wine and Good Spirits. So if you find that a particular spirit is available at Fine Wine and Good Spirits, it is most definitely available for me because I live in Philadelphia. And Total Wine has locations all across the US, but there are some Total Wines that do carry even some specific products. And I'm also aware of a couple of local liquor stores that can actually custom order stuff, but it heavily depends on what is in it. Incredible. That camera completely screwed me up. That was wonderful. That was great. Something about the name Pisang Ambon like rings a bell, but don't ask me why.
Stage select.
Actually, you know what? I just died, so let me check this out. Pisang Ambon. He sang Ambon. Pisang Ambon. Pop saying too, we have a really fun drink called Ville Valaton, which is Dennis, the Menace in Finnish. Is it really? Oh, that's cool. Does it use that Pisang Ambon? Pisang, wow, that is a, dude, that is a chat. That is a very bombastic looking bottle. Check that out. It is bright green. I have never seen a banana in that flamboyant a packaging. I love it. It's green. It's a green banana liqueur. It's a brand of Dutch liqueur produced and distributed and marketed by the House of Lucas Bols. It is a dominating banana flavor with additional tropical fruit nuances and bright green color. It is based on the recipe of an old Indonesian liqueur. A purple version has been released called Pisang Ambon Garana Lime. One of my pet peeves as a cocktail mixologist is that any drink out there that is green is going to taste like melon liqueur because of the freaking Midori. But the opportunity for something that's green that tastes like bananas? Oh, Shantae. Tell me more. Can I buy that? FineDrams.com, Cask Cartel, Liquoria. Who dat?
Nice.
Oh, Big Callum with the super run. $10, dude? Damn, dude. I need a drink that's like Hister Old Fantasy. Like it needs to be able to be made on the roads with little prep work like old Italian fantasy with everything you're thinking. I love your opinions. Feel free to DM me and I will get back to you when I am sober. That is a promise. I appreciate the support, by the way. And dude, for the book, oh man, that'd be so cool. Pisang Ambon, the original green banana liqueur. Interesting. Cocktails 2 years ago. I bought a bottle yesterday, but then again, if you're from Denmark, Pisang Ambon is not sold outside of the EU, at least according to a Reddit post I was able to find, Pop. Apparently, Pisang Ambon is not sold outside of the EU. However, between you and me, chat, I've got a bottle list that I keep that I'm never gonna... I don't think I ever want to showcase anybody, but it's bottles that if I ever find it somewhere, I would like access to it. Oh yeah, dude. In follow-up to Pop saying that Dennis the Menace drink is highball glass, fill of ice, 20 milliliters of vodka, 20 milliliters of banana liqueur, I assume that Pisang Ambon, and then 10 milliliters of whole milk. For our folks over here in the US, or using the standard units, that is about 2/3 of an ounce of vodka, 2/3 of an ounce of banana liqueur, and 1/3 of an ounce of whole milk. Ooh, so it's a milk-based drink too. That's intriguing. Oh no, I missed it. I want those. I might have to worry about those. I might not have to worry about those rings in particular. Yeah, dude. I love mixing drinks, y'all. And I have been trying to get better at mixing drinks on my own in terms of the time that I'm able to spend on it. And actually, I was doing some math earlier today, and I've got this concept that I'm working on in terms of how I actually divvy up my workload. It's something that I'm just kind of coining. It's certainly not an original term, but it's thought workshopping. where for certain cocktail mixologists, if you kind of know what you're doing and you're well-versed in certain spirits, you kind of have the ability, and I wouldn't say that I'm good with that ability, but I'm learning, right? This ability to kind of know what a drink tastes like before you actually taste it and you actually put it in the glass. Naturally, that's something that saves a company money, and it saves people like me who have a budget cash as well. So I'm trying to get better at doing these sort of research sessions on what I call thought workshopping, where I do as much research as I can on a subject, whether that be a video game character, a setting, or otherwise, and I try to think of what ingredients might go well together. I do research on those ingredients, what they taste like, are they sour, are they sweet, are they high alcoholic, are they otherwise, and then try to form the drink before I even have the bottles. And I think, I have been very, very low output with my original drinks as of recently. I've been putting a lot of thought into this as well. I've been very, very low output with it, but I think I can increase the output after a certain point this year. I've got some plans in the mix that might come to fruition, might not. If I can, hello there, Spring. If I can do all of that thought workshopping ahead of time, ahead of the opportunity that I may have coming up, to be able to think about it a little bit more and actually get my hands on some more bottles and stuff like that. Also, I try to remain as transparent about the stuff that happens here as possible, and admittedly, we get money from ads, we get money from support, and all the stuff that winds up going to here, got a bottle budget, y'all. And it really does help. It really does. I would love to do this stuff. I would love to do this stuff full time. Chat with you guys all the time, make a bunch of drinks, and in general, be able to bring whatever exists of mixology today forward one more step. But alas, that's just the ramblings of a drunk man on the internet. And for now, I'm cool with it. Pop out there saying that the pisang kind of tastes like banana ice cream pops sold under the name Vila Valatan. You can substitute the banana liqueur with pear liqueur as well. Also, you're sure 99 bananas would probably work? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know, something about, from what I was able to read about that liqueur only on the Wikipedia website alone, if it's banana and other tropical flavors, that feels like 99 bananas is not gonna cut it. 99 bananas, by the way, tastes like that artificial banana flavor with vodka, with the proof of vodka. It's 99, it's called 99 because it's 99 proof, so it's about 50%, 49.45% alcohol. It's pretty high proof. It's interesting because the bottles are labeled liqueur, but I thought it was banana schnapps, which tend to be not as forward on sugar. But like, I don't know. For all intents and purposes, I have been meaning to get a much better banana liqueur here at the Bar the Next for a while, but the only banana liqueur that I can buy here in Philadelphia is 99 bananas. So I think the last time I ran out of it, I went to the liquor store and I was like, I'm finally gonna drop bottles on a bottle of Tempest Fugit or Giffard, and they only had 99 bananas. I was like, are you kidding me? So that's all I got. Until I take the journey across the border. Which for me, by the way, y'all, means New Jersey. My home state. My origin. My villain origin story starts in New Jersey. Pop out there saying, never tasted 99 anything, so I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's a valid guess. It's a valid guess. Having read at least that, and having tasted the liqueur myself, the 99, nah, probably not. Camera, hello. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is 16 rings here. Go back up here, and then continue onwards. Go up here, and hopefully get a little bit faster. Where was I? I found a bunch of rings at one point. Pop asking, do I have a decent pear liqueur? Me on me right now, not at the stock at the bar, but I have been looking into, apparently creme de poire is a thing, and it's possible that the brand around here, Gifford, does something like that. What I've really been interested in is I want to get a pear eau de vie, a pear brandy that's actually distilled from pears. I want to say Clear Creek Distillery in New York, I want to say they're based out of, does a wonderful expression of pear. Haven't been able to get my hands on a bottle of it. The only Clear Creek that I've got is, I want to say it's this bottle of Slivovitz, or plum brandy that I've got, which I haven't worked with very much, not since I played Dreaming Daddy once upon a time. There's gotta be more insanity, dude. I see Winter out there saying, what's the difference between liquor across the US? I'm gonna be more specific on that. If you mean on terms of like the distribution of liquor, like different states have different policies on what is or is not liquor. It's kind of a remnant of prohibition, which is when we outlawed basically all alcohol in the United States for a little while. It does really depend. The difference between liquor and liqueur, slight different turn of phrase, slightly different spelling, is one is typically filled with sugar, one is typically not. And I died. That was so cool. Oh my gosh. That was so awesome. I think I need a little bit more details on that question, Winter, in terms of what's different across the U.S. It really depends. Whiskeys are wildly different. Bourbons are wildly different sometimes. Bourbon a little bit more specific because there's just more rules associated with them. But that's what I can think of off the top of my head. Callan saying, just DM'd you. Love to hear what you got when you're sober. Or now. Others are awesome. Others are awesome. Oh, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Nah, I tend not to look at the Discord during the stream, only because who knows what happens when I'm done. I got personal information on my phone, yeah. I'll take a look at it in the morning. I always try my best to. I forget, you were telling me a little bit about your book, Big. It was in regards to, like, almost, I think what I remember your book in my head with the amount of alcohol that I've got in me right now. I remember it as the fictional Crusader book, but opposite. I'm probably terribly paraphrasing that. Oh man, if I could read more, I probably would. But admittedly, I tend to do a lot of things based out of utility, so I won't typically read a book unless I think I'm gonna get something out of it. And to me, I have a really hard time identifying entertainment as a utility. I don't know if anybody else feels that way, but it's like doing something for fun just doesn't click with my brain. I gotta do it for something. Exactly what that something is? Unknown. Oh, I was so close, dude. I was so close. Big Callan saying you're all good. I'd love to come back to you for more drinks as it comes up. Oh, absolutely, dude. If I can be a resource, by all means. What is going on here, Tails? That was wild. Little Like That has a big focus on the magical world. Oh, it's a magical world too? Oh, dude, that's awesome. Fake World, welcome to the live chat. Good to have you here. If I can get you a drink, this is a bar after all. Feel free to let me know. Winter out there saying the distribution and flavor was what I was going for. Sorry for the confusion. No problem. Yeah, distribution varies per state. Some states you have to explicitly get liquors like approved by the control board or the government. It depends on what state you're in. Some are a little bit more lax than others. I want to say New York is a lot more lax. Pennsylvania is not. Pennsylvania is one of those states where you have to go through the government to get liquors approved to be sold in the state. In terms of flavor, what was it? In terms of flavor? Oh, it depends on the liqueur, right? In terms of a undeniably American spirit, like American bourbon, which has to be made in America, bourbon can vary depending on what goes into the mash bill, which is the grains that actually get fermented into your whiskey. In terms of other American spirits, it totally varies, dude. It totally varies. If anything, if I can offer a recommendation for anybody who's trying to get a better idea of what, like, let's say local spirits and stuff taste like, go to your phone, look up distillery, and just go there. They might offer tastings and stuff. So you can actually sample a local taste of the area. One of the things that I love doing no matter where I go is I try to stop at a local distillery to be able to taste whatever they've got cooking. I found out that a winery that I've been to before apparently started distilling spirits sometime within the last couple of years or so, and it's near the Renaissance Fair out here in Pennsylvania. So I stopped in at their tasting room, had a pretty subpar experience, but I got to taste an absinthe, I got to taste a... What happened? Okay. There we go. I might have accidentally clicked the... Oh, I clicked the stock command. Sorry, y'all. That was the wrong button. But had a chance to taste a locally made absinthe. Had a chance to taste a cask strength, which is higher proof. I don't think it was a bourbon. I think it was just a whiskey. It might have been a bourbon. Can't remember exactly. And what else did I get to taste? Oh, I got to taste their vodka as well. But when I asked them what goes in the vodka, what grains do you use, they couldn't tell me, so I was a little disappointed. Anyways. Oh no, I'm about... Oh, I forgot there were... Oh, there were rings down there. That is good to know. Callan, I think some of your messages bubbled up, so I apologize if I missed anything here. Something about normal birch trees, they're actually alive and bleed when you carve them, so these bloody hearts with initials all over the trees. Whoa, what did I miss up here? What did I miss? The first chapter, there's this cool thing where there's a forest of bleeding birch trees. It's a tradition of the towns. People carve their initials into the barks of those birches. Dude, actually, I made a cocktail that actually, I created a cocktail that won a cocktail competition. It's called A Short Hike, inspired by the game, and it uses birch bark in the recipe. Big, if you got the website link, take a look at the Short Hike cocktail. It is a warm drink, it is wine-based, and it utilizes birch bark, and it was inspired from some of the hikes of my childhood. Take a look at that. If you're looking for something of inspiration and stuff like that. It's not quite bleeding. I've got other ideas for bleeding birch trees, but I've done a little, very mild work with birch bark before that might help with sort of allowing you to gravitate towards what you might be looking for in terms of a cocktail inspiration that I can help fill in the gaps for later, if that made any sense at all. Pop out there saying, I did some research. Apparently, 5 Rocks Distillery from Minnesota, home to lots of Finnish descendants, have a salmiakki liqueur that looks promising. Could you get that possibly instead? Possibly. Dude, remind me. Tell me about it. Exclamation would suggest whatever the heck that was. I want to make sure that I do not forget that. Dude, thank you for doing some research on the local implementations of a local spirit of yours. Oddly enough, going back to the Swedish inspiration for the drinks that I'm trying to do some research on, one of the bars right here in my backyard here in Philadelphia is a Swedish-inspired bar, and I had an amazing opportunity after the cocktail festival that I went to pick the bartender's brain about Swedish spirits. Tried a couple of Swedish drinks. The entire bar, it's called Andrehem. It's a great bar recommendation for anybody who is thinking about visiting Philadelphia or otherwise. I got to pick specifically the bartender Patrick's brain on the topic. And I brought back a lot of inspiration home with me. And they're right in my backyard, and I completely forgot about it. I didn't even realize that there was a Swedish-inspired bar, but you're telling me there is a Finnish-inspired distillery in Minnesota? Dude, I'll take the drive out there and take you all along for the ride. If I had the opportunity to be this invested in this stuff, dude, I would take the drive to Minnesota. I'd reach out to them and whatnot, and I would try to set up an appointment. My goodness gracious. Oh, man, dude. I would love to. It's funny. I was doing a little, went to one of the local towns with my family for Easter the other day, over the weekend, and it's interesting, dude. Having a social media following is collateral that you can use to have conversations that you wouldn't otherwise have. And there was nothing in particular that happened because of, you know, the social media account that I was using in this case. But I reached out to a distillery that was local to where I was visiting with my family. And I was like, hey, do you guys do tastings at all? I would like to stop in. And they responded within minutes like, oh, yeah, absolutely. We'd love to have you. We would love to have you. And I was like, oh, cool. Dope. I would love to stop in. Oh, no, oh my gosh. Jay Novice still sticking around with the death counter, a little stressed. I think we might get the 5. We might actually cross 1,000 with this game, y'all. I would not be surprised. Love to see that happen. All right, I know that I'm not going to make it. What is the time that I need for rings, dude? It's a C rank. Hidden Base, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, Mission 2. 100 rank, This is particularly difficult, If the player is trying to score an A rank, they must move as quickly as they can while being careful not to run into any swooping enemies. The enemy on the path leading to the first point marker can be like, well, do you have any? Okay. But how many? What's the A rank, my guy? What? Callan out there being like, sorry about the big text law. It's a lot to explain. Dude, that's why we got DMs, right? Yeah, this is a hard level, dude. This is a tough one. Pop asking, how do you feel about backseat gaming from chat? I'm not going to take it away from you guys. If you got advice, feel free to throw it in my direction. Welcome in, Mugadu, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Welcome into the bar with an X. If I can get you a drink, by all means, feel free to let me know. I'm trying to figure out exactly how long I'm just gonna keep going for it. It's almost 2 a.m. for me, y'all. I'm probably not gonna go any more than another like half hour or so. We'll see. Eli out there being like, if you crossed 500 deaths, will you eat bugs? Like, I'm definitely going to surpass 500 deaths, Eli. You realize I'm signing... it's like signing a contract. It's definitely gonna happen. It's basically legally binding at this point. Man. Pop out there saying, I recommend slowly finding all the rings first and then practicing with the speed. That's a good point. That's a solid piece of advice. I appreciate that. I think one of the things I forgot about is down here. Hello there. Down here, there are some extra rings that I forgot to grab on my way up, and there is just enough of these if I collect everything to be able to get it. Because by the time that I get to the end, I have 92 rings, and there were 6 in that one path. And I know I was missing some. So that might be good. Callan out there being like, genuinely can't backseat a game. I've never seen this game ever. Same time zone. Oh, is it almost 2 a.m. for you too? Oh, should probably go to sleep. Who am I to tell you what to do? I'm not your dad. Maynap popping in being like, good morning / evening. It is almost 2 o'clock in the morning. And honestly, y'all, there is some kind of wonderful feeling that I get from being able to stream at this hour. I was reflecting on Monday, and I was like, dude, it was 3 o'clock in the morning by the time that I was able to go to sleep, and I was wide awake, dude. I have no idea why I put alk in my body, and somehow I'm even more awake as the night goes on. Granted, I'm not drinking it that fast, all things considered. I also don't know if I've been getting all the checkpoints, so that would be helpful. There we go. Pop being like, I believe you're missing 8 rings specifically from an area you have forget to found. Oh, interesting. Probably. There's also this little collection of if I get all these rings. Hello there. All of these rings, please. Oh, I got an ad break. So we're going to stop for that for a hot second. We'll go back to the bar and hang out for a little bit. Winter out there saying only 11 o'clock in the Northwest. Ah, that's very true. It's very true. There are what, 3 hours behind? 3 hours behind, right? So if you're on the West Coast, good evening. Good evening to you. Some more Modern My Body. We're all about mindful drinking around here. Jay, I thought you said West. Pop in like 9 a.m. gang, rise up. Well, you're over in Finland. That makes sense. You're all the way across the water. So you were 7 hours ahead. So it's already Thursday for you. Love to see that. We don't have it around here for snacks. I usually like to do bar snacks at a time like this. Oh, I have a bunch of Easter candy. Oh, dude. I got so much Easter candy. We're going to do an impromptu infusion. I'm going to infuse this drink in my mouth with coconut and chocolate from these Mound bars. It's good stuff. Big Callan out there saying, I could send you the first chapter after it's done if you'd like, Mr. Tender. No obligations, of course. I can't guarantee that I'm going to read it, but I can certainly give it my best shot. I promise to you that I will not distribute it. I will not share about it. Because all things considered, if I'm being completely honest, the state that I'm in right now, probably forget about it anyways. One of the things that I reflect upon from my childhood was that I was the person that people would tell secrets to because I just forgot them. It's a blessing and a curse. I've gotten a lot better with that in my elder years. I see Minap out there saying, hey Cam, tonight is straining time for your curry vodka. I'll keep you updated on the Discord. Wait a minute. Are you who I think you are? Hold up a second. I know I said that I'm not supposed to check my Discord, but we've been talking about this. Are you who I think you are? I know you're watching ads right now, but like, are you the one working on the vodka? Awesome, man. I don't think I made that connection. Or if I did, I forgot. Oh, man. The Frenchman, yes. You're not the only... By the way, man, you are not the only Frenchman. That is not a specific enough label to know who you are. I did forget? Yeah, probably. There's at least 2 Frenchmen in the Discord. Welcome back, everybody. Pop out there saying, as a Sonic fan, did you ever watch the wacky Sonic cartoon from the 90s? Which one? There were 2 of them. There were 2 of them. The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog and whatever was the other one. Apparently. I have a whole podcast on it. I was talking about it with Lycos Lore. Winter Wool is being like, hi, what's up? Jay out there saying, the state I'm in, Pennsylvania. Oh, yeah? Got you. Same, bro. Same. Okay. Shall we continue? Yes, we shall. Eli out there saying, I've been considering trying to make a tiny bottle of curry vodka, but I only have curry powder, not the whole spices, and I'm not sure how to straighten it out. I cannot believe that I just screwed that up. Too busy focusing on mixology. It happens. It happens often. I mean, you could, like, don't get me wrong, Eli. There's nothing stopping you from adding curry powder to vodka and making a, admittedly, curry vodka because it is vodka with curry powder. But curry, at least in terms of the like the dish, is as wildly varied as, let's say, rum in the liquor world. Every different area, at least from what I understand, India has their own version of what curry is or is not, what spices they use and otherwise. So if you want a curry vodka, it really depends on what you're trying to get out of your curry vodka. I know Maynap out there has, I don't remember if you shared exactly what ingredients that you used in your curry vodka and how long you were infusing it for, and it seems like it's a full 750 of vodka to be specific on the volume that you're infusing for. But it can vary wildly, but it is still curry vodka if it has common curry ingredients. Whether that's what you're intending or not, or it depends on what your end goal is supposed to be. If you just want curry vodka, yeah, curry powder will probably work. But it depends. Pop saying the Adventures one with Dr. Robotnik that had black eyes. Is that the... Do y'all remember the meme? Snooping as usual, I see? Because to be honest, I didn't watch enough of that growing up, and I really think I should. I only watched that on YouTube. If we're thinking of the same ones, I did not watch a lot of that at all. Not on the TV. I apparently spent my time between other cartoons. Are there more rings over here? I feel like there's more rings to be had. That's an animal. Any more rings? Nope. All right, cool. The rings are all in here. There we go. And then I get a little thing from that. I have... Ooh, I have 6! I have 4 left. And I don't believe that there are any more rings around here. Not unless I look around. No. There might be rings in here. I've never actually checked this. Rings. Rings, please. Any rings? I'm going down. I'm going down because I feel like there's rings. There must... No. Oh, no, dude. All right, well, I'm going to check down there for rings just to see. Hello there. Anyways. May not be in, like, also depends on which spice you want to put into it. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Ozziel out there saying, I saw, like, 1 episode of Adventures. I mainly saw Sonic X. Yeah, Sonic X was the show that I mostly grew up watching. That was just most available on my, whatever TV accommodations I had access to. All right, I know you're trying to do me harm. I know you are, but I'm here for rings, and I would like to collect. Hi there. Thank you. You got rings? You got rings, bro? You got rings, bro? You got rings? Rings, bro? Rings, bro? Bro! There's no rings. I don't think there's any rings. I'm gonna... Yeah, there's probably no rings in there. I'm gonna move through this area over here a lot slower. As the Pops advice. Because I feel like there's rings around here, but I don't know where they are. Are you in these pots? I got a strange feeling. I got a strange feeling they're right beyond that door over there. By the way, chat, I'm not saying that the, what do you call this thing again? Coconut and chocolate? I don't think it distracts from the drink. I don't think it's a significant benefit either. It's alright. I like the chocolate notes. Fan of that. Fan of that. Alright, where the rings at? There's gotta be at least 4. If there's at least 4 rings around here, that is all I need. No! Oh, man. Doing it again. I will. Oziel being like, I had no cable. It was on channel 33 on Saturday morning. What was it? Red X, I believe? Something X? Something X. Something X was the name of the channel. Or whatever, I guess whatever the particular time of day that it was, they were putting something there and there. Was it Shredder X or something like that? I can't quite remember, but I'm pretty sure I watched it there. That definitely rings a bell, right? Pop being like, Sonic X was good, especially for the lore, but the Adventures cartoon definitely was ADHD induced. Yeah, that show was, from what I remember of it, it was wild, man. Very meaningful. A lot of meme content there. Got a good stuff. Okay, can I please? Don't hurt me. Winter out there saying goodnight, heading to bed because you got to be awake early tomorrow. Oh, dude, nice. Go get yourself some rest out there. Winters, thanks so much for popping in. If you ever got any questions about mixology stuff going forward, by all means, we got a Discord server for it. You can ask me offline. We're going to pop on a stream again sometime. We'd love to have you. Oh my, no, dude, I have one more life. I just want to find these rings, dude. I really want to get an A rank in this particular level before I go to bed. Pop saying, perhaps take a minute to explore that maze area where you find the last 20 rings. Are those the last 20 rings in the level? Because if they are, that level design is whack, dude. Anything in here? Okay, that's not helpful. We'll see what we get. It's very possible that the rest of the rings are in the area because there are those 2, what do you call them? Bulbs that have quite a number of rings in them. First of all, any rings up here? Any at all? Any at all? Any rings at all? No, because this is the end. Are there any rings around here? Alright, let's take it slow. Take it slow. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take it real slow. We're gonna figure out exactly where all these rings are. There was 10 from that. You got rings over there? You got rings in you? Nope, no rings, but there's rings over there. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. I'll say some of these late nights specific missions are not quite my favorite part of the stream. But I do them anyways because I am on a mission. I really want to get all the emblems. Never been able to do that. I've been playing this game for, oh my god, almost probably more than 10 years or something. Never been able to do it. I just, it's my pride, yo. It's my pride. I know you got rings down here, but are there a lot of rings? Not really a lot of rings down here. All right, noted, noted. Wub out there saying, good night. Thanks once again for the awesome entertainment. Going to watch your murder mysteries before bed. Hopefully spook my bones. Dude, spook those bones. Do what's best for you. Thanks for popping in, Wub. I'm dead.
Stage select.
I'm gonna watch a walkthrough. Join me all for a walkthrough, shall we? As I stare at my phone and attempt to ignore the issues that surround me in the current day. Hidden base, 100 rings. That's what I gotta do. 100 rings. Let's watch it. Gabi being like, the late night vibes are great. The late night missions also. Fair. Very fair. All right. Double speed. I am not above just watching somebody else do it. Oh, dude, you missed the ring. What's the vibe? What's the vibe? Where are the other rings at? Where are the rings at? Breaking the pots, moving forward. There we go, there we go, there we go. Gotta move forward, gotta move forward. You don't go for the bottom rings? Why are you not going for the bottom rings? I thought I needed those. I am definitely missing one particular area. Exactly what Pop is saying. Almost as if they had an idea from the very beginning. You got down here for the rings? Yep, those rings down there. But you don't even collect all of them. You get Mystic Melody? And then you move forward. Oh, you move forward. Are there rings down here? There's no rings down here. That's not fast. That's slow, dude. That's slow. I'd share this on camera too, but this is somebody else's content. Dude, you're not even being fast about... Oh, man. Zemdemo, you're not fast. You're slow. But it's okay. Who's judging you? You're not even collecting all of them. How is this A rank? There's no way this is A rank. Where's the area I'm missing? There is definitely an area I'm missing. No! There... You didn't even collect them! There are 20 rings that I'm missing, and all I have to do is be fast. All I need is speed. And honestly, I don't even need to be that fast, apparently. I don't have to be that fast. I don't even gotta be that fast. This is wild. This is wild to me. Just go. Keep going. Big out there saying, how do you think a bloody alive tree be used in a drink, Mr. Tender? You were asking me about bloody stuff on Monday, now that I recall. Son of an absolute bloody tree. Let me tell you, my guy. Speed is the key. It is a Sonic game, after all. That does kind of make sense. Oh, my goodness. Okay. A bloody tree? First of all, I want to know what kind of tree it is. You said it was a, birch, right, birch? Bloody. Bloody implies red. Birch implies birch tree. How do I get a bloody alive tree? You could do a riff on a Bloody Mary, right? Because bloody is literally in the name. If you wanted to go something with that regard. I would want to have a more prominent, like, tree, like, energy about it. But Bloody Marys are mostly on sauce and tomato and stuff like that. And none of those are particularly tree-like in my regard. It would be interesting to take the bloody alive tree and do a riff on a Bloody Mary, but that is a heck of a lot more like green forward, for lack of a better term, to take concepts from trees, take concepts from herbs and spices and stuff like that, and perhaps find a way to replace the tomato, I'm phasing on the word right now, puree, the tomato puree that would typically go into like a traditional Bloody Mary, and do something different with it. Play it around with either something different, right? If the bloody tree you're referring to wants to keep that level of savoriness or what's the term I'm looking for? I see that hydration out there. Thank you, bro. I've only played a little bit with tomatillos before, which are not the same with tomatoes, but they have similar names, right? Trying to think of how you would do that. I would want to, like, if you could take, I'm thinking about this, my mind's going down a rabbit hole. If you could do a Bloody Mary inspired drink that utilizes birch, that has an appearance that is a little bit more green. When I imagine this bloody birch in my head, I think of something that has like a gray color to it, like a dead tree or something like that. If you could get a Bloody Mary that has that gray, tree forward energy, for lack of a better term, but still have all those characteristic notes of a Bloody Mary. It's savory, it's spicy, it's thick, it's not super alcoholic, and if it does, it hides it well. That would be a really, really interesting drink, dude. I don't think I've ever had anything like that before. What ideas do you have, chat? I see Maynap out there being like, smoke a branch and start a cocktail for infusion. Ah, with the smoked branch? That's an idea. With a branch of birch? That's pretty cool. Callan out there corrected me saying it's more like an animal than a tree. Ah, that's fair, that's fair. More like an animal than a tree. Interesting. Pop being like, you could take the blood mead and infuse it with birch, with birch root extract. That's an idea. Instead of blood as in Bloody Mary, we do blood as in the ingredients that go inside of it. That's another way to think about the inspiration for the drink. It's great, dude. Dude, it's awesome. I teach a class on Uncommon Goods about my general process for coming up with inspired drinks and stuff like that. And you can draw inspiration from the ingredients, inspiration from the name, inspiration from the appearance and stuff like that. And it is a wide, wide gray area. There are no correct answers. That is the most inconsistent and unknown part of cocktail mixology that I find is some of the most fun. And I want to take more of that type of content behind the camera because I don't do it super well right now. Oh, I need the speed. Speed! Speed! Speed.
I did it!
Speed!
I did it, Sonic!
Stage select.
Yes. Wow, dude. What I was missing was speed. That's all I needed. Eli out there saying, if I'm remembering correctly, that there is a gin that tastes a bit evergreen-like. I don't know if it would work, but it might be in the idea. Oh yeah, dude, it absolutely would be in the idea. I was gonna say I'm done playing Sonic the Hedgehog this evening, but I wanna follow this train of thought. So I'm gonna hang in food and drink just for a little bit, only because I got thoughts that I want to get out of my system because I really want to get on this rabbit hole, dude. I was thinking of I like what Eli is bringing to the table is an ingredient whose particular representation of the spirit, right? In this case, it is a gin, being very evergreen-like. I don't really know what evergreen would be like. I've had evergreen, like I lived near evergreens for a while now, and that would be very interesting to really try to channel that level of this is. I know, Callan. I know you were saying this was more animal-like than tree, but bear with me for a moment. That establishes this aspect that if the drink could kind of taste very evergreen, that could be very interesting. I was following a very similar train of thought with a drink that I was working on. I was telling you all I'm trying to come up with a kind of mule-type cocktail for Metal Sonic. And I had this amazing idea last night as I was going to bed. Actually, not last night. It was actually on Monday before I was going to bed right after the stream was happening. There's this gin that I saw at the store where the gin is served, is presented. The bottle is actually a gas can. And I was like, dude, it's a freaking gas can. Like, it's gas can gin. That feels so appropriate for a machine. And to Eli's point, sometimes the drink that you use, or even sometimes the ingredient that you use, or how it's presented, or how it's marketed, could be inspiration for a drink. So I'm trying to think of something out there that gives me vibes of very tree-like, something that is very, very tree-forward in such a way. I don't have a lot of info on that. Only because I'm thinking in terms of where my sort of inspiration comes around it. There are Pokemon that have tree aspects to them. Sudowoodo, that one ghost tree Pokemon whose name escapes me right now. If I can get close enough to what represents a tree as a drink, aside from just using bark or otherwise, that would be super cool. I liked what was it? Oh my gosh, what was your name again? Maynap's idea of the smoked branch. That is an excellent idea. The stirring, I feel like wouldn't impart much of a flavor, but it really does depend, right? It really does depend. Eli out there being like, if it's more animal-like than tree-like, what if you took inspiration from the beef fizz and added a tiny bit of bouillon or some sort of something savory to it? It's sort of an insane idea because it's 2 in the fucking morning. Dude, these types of ideas are what I'm totally for. If there is anything that I like taking away from these sort of like late night, like thought sessions and stuff like that, my mind is not totally here. Doesn't need to be necessarily here. But sometimes these really, really weird ideas wind up becoming really, really, really cool drinks. I'd like to take you all along for the journey for that. Pop out there saying birch trees are super common over here, and we also make a pretty yummy birch leaf tea. You can infuse birch leaves with a spirit and or make a drinking horn out of the birch bark. I wanted to do more work with birch bark and follow up to the a short hike drink that I make. Oh, hello there. Oh, hi there. You are working. Yes, you are. There are bubbles. Chat. There are bubbles happening with the. Ooh, hello there. There are bubbles happening. Hello there. Y'all see those bubbles in there? Hello there. Anyways. Getting distracted out here. What was I talking about? Skittle out there being like executor, a literal trait. There you go. That's what I'm thinking. I wanted to do more work with birchwood trees because when I made the drink for a short hike, which won the oh my god, what's the spirit? Cognac USA ran a competition and the short hike cocktail won the competition and it used the birchwood trees. I spoke with I had an email chain with the creators of a short hike about making a non-alcoholic version from them because they're not drinkers, and I never followed through on that, and that's something that I want to work with. So I will have the birchwood tree, and I would like to work more with that, specifically so I can follow up on that because I feel like I owe them one, because I really do. Gabi being like, Trevenant, that was the one. That was the ghost Pokemon that I was thinking of. Seafire out there on the YouTube side, I think that's the first time I'm seeing you in chat, saying, what about tongue oil? It's food safe when polymerized, but don't know about a large amount of liquid. What is tongue oil? What is that? What is tongue oil? I have no idea what that is, but I'm going to write it down because I'm very, very curious. Tongue oil. I have never heard of it. Alexa, what is tongue oil?
According to Wikipedia, a tunnel is an underground...
Alexa, stop. Clearly doesn't know what she's talking about. Interesting. Maynap out there saying, one of the ideas would be to separate the different blood components via centrifuge so you could taste them separately and see which one works best. Dude, if I had a freaking... When I was, about last year, I spoke with the bartender at the Space Bar. Her name is escaping me right now, but she was one of those excellent bartender experiences that you had. We stayed late. She took me behind the bar. We talked a little bit about that. They had a centrifuge that she wanted to sell me for about $300, but it was like a lab-grade centrifuge, and it was freaking heavy, and it didn't necessarily work. And I decided to walk away from that because I was like, I don't know if I can safely confine that at the bar with an X. But one of these days I want to get a Spinzall by David. David, he makes Liquid Intelligence. Lose my words right now. Spinzall. I want to get a Spinzall 2 or something like that to be able to do sort of centrifuging infusions here at the bar with an X. Be a good idea. Big Callan out there saying, my thinking is that it's a magic imbued tree that is now alive with organs and blood and systems, but all still wood-based. Dude, I love that concept. I love that. It blurs the lines between what is organically biological, what is organically green, what is organically nature, right? I love that concept. It's kind of grotesque too in a way, and I mean that in the most positive way possible. I love grotesque, like body horror type content when it's illustrated, when it's articulated. Oh man, dude, to make a bloody cocktail like that is also in touch with its natural side is it's giving me I like it. I like that, dude. Seafire out there saying that tongue oil apparently is a drying oil for woodworking, like boiled linseed oil. I'm more familiar with linseed oil. Interesting. It's a finish and dries into a natural varnish. Yeah, you know what? What if you took a finishing oil? Dude, we're diving deep in this right now. We're diving deep. This is super cool, dude. Callan, feel free to DM me and let me know that we had a long conversation regarding the cocktails in inspiration during the latter end of what happened on Wednesday/Thursday, because I hopefully won't forget about it. That was cool. Maynap saying Eppendorf is the best sentry, FYI. Lab sentry. Oh, lab sentry. Eppendorf. Oh, dude, that's cool. Do you have one? Jealous. Gotta go, by the way. See you. Oh, go out there, dude. Be the Frenchman you know yourself to be. Pop Cheesemo being like, have you ever seen Over the Garden Wall? Your trees are giving me a similar vibe. I did, and I didn't like it at the time. I don't know why I didn't like it, but all my friends really liked it. And that was around the time where I was a nerdy teen who was like, if people like it around me, I don't. Because that's what teens do. Oh, man, dude. This is great, dude. Callan out there saying, my favorite thing is that when the townsfolk carve into it, it feels the pain and tries to repair the wound as people recarve into it. This isn't necessarily the cocktail I was asking about, but a different idea I was thinking about. Oh, dude, by all means. That was cool, which turned out to be cooler. Well, so far. I don't want to get too attached to a subject until it's actually been brought to fruition. We've actually put some thought into it. I don't want anybody to get their hopes up and whatnot. Otherwise, I'd be just selling you snake oil, and that's not what I'm in for. Apparently, I'm into selling you tongue oil, because that is a real thing, and you can use it to garnish, you can varnish wood. I think it's pretty cool. This is a lot of fun, y'all. I don't want to pull the thing out. I don't want to pull the plug out too quick, but it's about 2:30 a.m. for me right now. So I'm going to take us over to our end screen over here because I gotta get to bed. I gotta get up early, and I gotta start doing the edits for this. I got something I gotta record in the morning for the podcast that I run with Lyco's Lore. This is a lot of fun. I want nothing. Like, if there's anything that I want to be able to spend more time on, it's these opportunities to be able to talk openly about inspirations for cocktails, to bring things through fruition. Especially if you're new to the channel here, I set a goal for myself at the very beginning of this year that I would like to create 200 original cocktails by the end of the year. We're in late March now. I'm around the 70-something mark in terms of original recipes that I have inspired by games or otherwise. I'm not on track to make that goal, and I would like to get closer to that. And you got ideas to send in my direction, by all means, the DMs are always open. We've got a Discord server that I'll throw the link out there as well. We have a community hub where I've got currently a thread for Sonic cocktails currently up for. I'm working on those right now. I have workshopping docs that I'm considering making public just so everybody can kind of get into the say of the matter. It's a little bit overwhelming, to be perfectly honest, but it's something that I want to try to, if that's the problem to solve, I want to solve it. And naturally, you know, takes a village or something like that. So the more hands that we have help make the work easy. Not to say that you got to be obligated to do anything like that. I'm the mixologist here, so I can take the heat from you. To everybody out there who popped in, thanks so much. Skittle out there saying good night. Callan saying good nights. Eli saying good nights, the bartender. Seafire out there following up earlier. Apparently, pure tongue oil is food safe. Doubt it tastes good. It comes from the seed of the tongue tree. Did I write tongue oil behind me? I did. Only because in cocktail mixology, we do this thing. One of the things that we can do is called fat washing, and you can use oils, and you can oil wash spirits. You can oil wash gin with olive oil, and I'm sure if I can get tongue oil, which is apparently food safe, you can also wash spirits with it. And now I got this whole nother rabbit hole that I get to go down about tongue oil drinks and whether that's ever been done in a cocktail, and I guess some research on the FDA and whether or not they approve of stuff like that. But in any case, y'all, this is great. Good night to you, Gabi, as well out there. To everybody who's joined me until the very end here. Dude, it is a pleasure. If I can kind of, take back the veil for a little bit. I'm just a dude in his home in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, drinking at the bar that he convinced his father-in-law to bring into the house after grabbing it for free from somebody from New Jersey, from FreeCycle. And I got a bottle collection now. I got a camera in front of me. I got people who I know are out there. That's cool, dude. This is awesome. One of these days, I'm gonna do it even more. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't want to. And it is an absolute pleasure to be your bartender this evening. Usually this is the point of the bar where I'd say it's last call and I kick you guys out, but I'm kicking myself out because apparently that's how it works here on these platforms. So once again, thank you everybody out there, no matter what time zone that you're in out there, whether you're 7 hours ahead, 3 hours behind, or somewhere in between. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thanks so much for joining me here at the Bar with an X. I look forward to seeing you all again on Monday at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. It's the same time as always. It is whatever time it is for you right now, minus 6.5 hours. Right? Did I do the math right? 2, 8, 4. 6.5 hours. Everybody out there, thanks so much. I appreciate it. And I'll see y'all next time. But until then, y'all,